No safety nets left. Double elimination is over. And now one defeat means the end of your hopes at the European Open. Good morning from Fulda, home for the third straight year to this wonderful event. We're on day 3. Last year's runner-up Anton Raga went out. So did recent World Championship finalist Clinching. Just 2 of so many stories on the most eventful day of the tournament so far here in Germany. The main table action started with experienced Austrian Max Lechner against Lithuania's Pius Labutas, who's been in 2 semi-finals of big matchroom events in the last year or so. This was on the loser's side, so Lechner was heading towards the exit at 5-2 down, but he rallied to force a final rack in which a Labutas safety error proved decisive, as it allowed Lechner in to clear for the match. Now, 2 of Britain's greatest ever players clashed necks up. Jason Shaw made plenty of mistakes early on, but Darren Appleton couldn't make it count, and despite being well off form, the Scot eased through, winning 9-3. Snooker star Gary Wilson has claimed some big scalps in the pool world in recent years. Shane Van Boening would be the biggest if Wilson could see him off. The American legend wasn't on peak form, but did enough to hold off his English opponent and win 9-7. Wilson, though, like Appleton, came through losers qualification later in the day and is in the final 64. And there you can see the matches that will be going on in the early stage of today. Alban Ocean there, 2-time world champion and past winner of this title against Lin Ta Li. That one is on table 3. On the main table, it's going to be Jason Shaw against Chang Lung. That's the one we'll be focusing on. You can see Ko Pin Yi there, former world champion, against Darren Appleton. And Johan Chu, a World Cup winner last year, facing Kledio Kachi, promising young Albanian. Mohamed Soufi, World Championship runner-up last year, also in action early in the day against Cliff Castelline. So Carl Boyes, a very experienced player himself, alongside me, and 2 experienced guys here. Carl, how do you see this one?
Yeah, I see it as a tight affair, and if the lag's anything to go by, I would be correct. Shaw versus Chang. Chang Lung not really set the world alight on the WNT just yet, but the former World Cup of Pool winner. He's won big events around the world, especially in Asia, and this break was not good at all from Shaw. He's signalling something. He's not happy about something. Let's have another look. See where he hits the 1 ball, see where the cue ball goes. No, it's okay, just hit the top jaw. I think sometimes when the balls come to rest a little bit like that in the middle of the table, if there's a cluster, I feel like it's not been the best split, but he just put the 1 ball on the top jaw, so marginally out, that was all.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Shaw performs today, because he was poor really against Darren Appleton yesterday, and he looked exhausted for whatever reason. I don't know if he's not well, maybe he's not got that much sleep here. He does have the family with him, and there's all that to occupy him, but at times he was doing big yawns and his eyes looked very tired.
Well, I have a theory for that, Michael, and he's been travelling the world with his wife, Ara, and 2 kids. I mean, you've got children, I've got children. That is not an easy task, is it? He's been all over. He's been Dubai, then he's been to Thailand, and literally been on What seems like a 2-month vacation.
Life's a vacation for you professional pool players. I remember the golfer Graham McDowell, who won the US Open, saying years ago, before he even had kids, he said, I can barely even look after myself on the road. Can't imagine going to a tournament with a couple of kids in tow. But Jason makes it work for himself, and he's got to do things his own way. But it'll be interesting to see if he looks a bit sharper today.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen Jason's 2 kids around the venue, like me, Michael, and they're very well behaved. They've been brought up in this environment. Obviously, they have a pool room. Ara's mother and father have had the pool room for a few years, and I believe Jason and Ara, when they're back home, they spend a lot of time in there, and the kids will be in there as well. So they're very much used to this environment. This is what Chang can bring to the table. Jason will know that, of course. When we do the draw, the 32 undefeated players get drawn against the 32 players who have got a 1 loss next to their name. Jason will have seen the draw and thought, okay, tricky opener.
Well, this is sending a message, isn't it? Off the dry break. Chang is showing Jason Shaw, okay, if you make mistakes and give me chances, this is what I'm going to do with them. That dry break proved to be Jason Shaw's only visit to the table in that opener. Chang very swiftly into a 1-0 lead. So it is single elimination now. We're up to race to 10 in this last 64. And it's basically 2 rounds a day now, because we'll have the last 32 later in the day, then last 16 and quarters tomorrow. And then for whoever wins it, and indeed the runner-up, it's a long day on Sunday, because you've got 2 real high-pressure matches over long distances. Semi-final in the early part, that's race to 11, and then the final race to 13 on Sunday night. It's the 3rd European Open, as I was saying at the top of the show there, and we've had 2 very close finals in the previous stagings. Two of the big contenders for the title already gone, as I say, Anton Raga and Eklund Kachi, particularly surprising given that he was 1 rack away from being world champion earlier in the summer. He's been in another ranking event final since then. Joshua Filler, that heavy defeat to Mustafa Alnar, sending him over to the loser's side, and Kostas Koukiadakis, even 1 or 2 things to think about, but Filler came through. He is in the final 64. His quest to win a big title in his home country is continuing this morning against Honus Suto. And of course, we'll keep you up to date on that and all the other matches going on. So Shaw didn't make the one in the side in the opening rack. Chang has in rack 2. Got another one in the side as well. And he's got a shot in the blue too, Carl. Nice start.
Yeah, this will work out well. Cue ball gets kicked quite a bit off the break, but in the end, as the ball stopped, he's got a shot on the blue too, as you said, Michael. He's just got to control his cue ball here, because from the red 3 ball, he's got to get back down for the purple 5. If the purple 5 goes past the brown 7 in this pocket, obviously it means it goes in both pockets then, so that's going to help Chang a little bit more. That's not bad on the red ball. Here he is having a look, so it's obviously tight. If it does go past the brown 7, he's got a nice angle to go off the top rail and back down the left side of the table. Bit of a natural angle shot. If not, he's got to load it with spin, yeah, so it mustn't go past. So he's had to juice the cue ball up, and I'll tell you what, he's played a couple of nice shots here in rack 2, and that just gives you that feel in the back arm straight away. If you can run the table here, obviously in winner breaks, it keeps Shaw throws in the chair. Jason will feel like he's not played pool yet this morning. Look how quick the table's playing. Wow. This will be a little stretchy. Not the tallest of fellas, so extension on the butt end of the cue. When you're drawing the ball, with the extension on, sometimes you can make a bit of a mess of it.
I always feel if you're going in a second favourite against Jason Shaw, which I think in fairness Chang Yu-Long probably is, a good start is so important, because if Shaw gets a bit of rhythm going, we know what he can be like. And a lot of racks get a bit of rhythm going and disappear out of sight. With that in mind, this is an ideal start for Chang Yu-Long. He can't play better than this.
Yeah, he has that unusual cue action where he stands off the cue. You'll get a perfect look at that here, actually. Look how high his chin away from the cue, but boy, he's a smooth operator.
So he cleaned up off the dry break in the opening rack. Done the same off his own break in rack 2. Fine start for Chang Yu-Long. He leads 2-0. 42 years of age. As you said earlier on, he's a former World Cup of Pool winner for Chinese Taipei, along with Ko Pin-Yi. He won the China Open on a couple of occasions. Very big event with a strong field, a lot of prestige attached to it. He's been around doing well in big international events for around about 15 years now. Been a semi-finalist at the US Open. He's reached the equivalent stage of the World Championship. And since the start of the world ranking system and the World Nineball Tour over the last couple of years, he has been in a ranking final. It was against Moritz Neuhausen in Connecticut, where Jason Shaw's based last year. The young German did beat him. The young American Sam Henderson has won the first rack against Mickey Kraus. Mohamed Soufi's taken the first off Cliff Castelline. Albin Ocean, former winner of this title, 1-0 up on Lin Tao Li. Darren Appleton's won the first against Ko Pin-Yi. Adam Stankovic 1-0 up on Mark Beisterbosch. Claudio Cacci 1-0 up on Johan Chua. Joshua Filler leading Honus Suto 1-0. If you want to watch that, it's being streamed at the moment on the Matchroom Pool TikTok. You can head over there and perhaps keep an eye on that as well. Alexander Kazakis 1-0 up on Li Jimin. And Mustafa Alnar, who had that fine win over Filler yesterday, has won the first against Dimitris Lukatos. The only player who's managed to get 2 on the board already is Chang Yu-Long.
Finding the sweet spot as well. Everything's going nice at the moment, isn't it? Made the 1 ball on the break. No shot on the blue 2. Doesn't bank, so I do believe Jason will get back out of his chair. Well, I say it doesn't bank. Maybe it does bank. Second look. He might better play it super hard and squeeze it in. Safeties look very easy though here. He can run the cue ball up or down table here. Plenty of balls to hide behind as well. Plenty of time for Shaw still, though it's not panic stations just yet. He could squeeze the bank in. See how he played it a little bit firmer. That just tightens that angle up.
We're talking about him being on vacation for the last couple of months. I think he could have gone on another holiday in the time since he's last been to the table. Dominant start from the 42-year-old Chang Yu-Long.
Positional shot's gone a little bit wrong here. He's going to have to pot a good ball. He's queuing over the 8 ball as well. We know how much difficult that makes life when trying to pot a ball. He's in tune. He's woke up out the right side of bed.
He had a very different day to Shaw yesterday. Shaw only played 12 racks, just had that one match in winners qualification, but Chang had to play 3 matches yesterday on the loser's side, having been sent there by Daniel Guttenberger in round 2. Then beat Luka Galic of Croatia. Fine win over Moritz Neuhausen, who beat him in that final in America last year. And then comfortably got past Francesco Candela, the Italian World Cup player, in losers qualification.
Michael, would I be right in saying all 3 Cole brothers are playing this morning at the same time?
They're all still in it anyway.
Yeah, I know they're still in it, but I do think I can see Cole Pinhan, and I know the other 2 Coles are playing. Wow, what a stat that is.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, they are all playing. Jason Shaw technically is playing this morning, but he mustn't feel like it at the moment, because all he's done so far is have a dry break. This is about as well as you can start a match. 3-0 already to Chang Yulong. Mickey Kraus has drawn level with Sam Henderson at 1-all. Alban Ocean has added another one to his tally, so now leads Lin Ta Lee 2-0. 1-all between Ko Pin Yi and Darren Appleton. Adam Stankovic has raced into a 2-0 lead over Mark Beisterbosch. Yuma Dorner of Germany winning the first against Emil Andre Gangflo. Wojciech Szewczyk doing the same against Jan Juski. Labanot Markaj, one of 2 players representing Kosovo in the final 64, winning the first against Nick Vandenberg. It's 1-all now between Jonas Suto and Joshua Filler. Alexander Kazakis has won the first against Li Ji-min, and Mustafa Alnar has added the second rack to go 2-0 up on Dimitris Lukatos. And as for those Ko brothers, well, Ko Ping Han is still in the first against Lu Hai Chan. Ko Ping Chung, who'll be defending his US Open title in about 10 days' time, won the first rack against Daniel Guttenberger. And Ko Pin Yi also in action. He, of course, was the partner, Chang Yulong, in that World Cup win. And he's level at 1-all with Darren Appleton. Flying start for Chang, 3-0 already.
Just maybe, Jason, we'll see at the table in this rack. Doesn't look like he's got an option in other than safety on the blue 2. This is just the way it can work. This is why being a pool player is not just all about running racks, it's about the mental side of the sport as well. You've got to be patient at times. Sometimes you just blow your opponents away and win easy matches. Sometimes you've got to sit there and grind to win out, and that's where Jason's at the minute. He's a race to 10 now as well, so he's got plenty of time. We've seen a perfect example of that in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, didn't we, at the World Pool Championships recently? Fedor Gorst, who won the title, how many matches did he have to just grind out?
7-0 down in one of his matches early on. Really, that was the story of the championship for Fedor Gorst. There was hardly anything that was comfortable. Okay, so Jason Shaw finally gets back to the table, already 3-0 down. And he's got a start.
Yeah, I bet he didn't expect this start. I think he thought he was going to be locked up behind the 8-ball.
Oh,
wow.
Dear.
Tell you what, them middles are very nasty. Let's have a look where this goes. Yeah, it just goes a hair wide, doesn't it? Not much, though.
Yeah, it's an unexpected miss, but absolutely, those side pockets can make you look a bit foolish because they're much tougher than they might look.
Yeah, and the idea with 9-ball is you want to be shooting in the corners more often than not, but clearly we didn't have that option.
The evidence of what we've seen so far, he could be back in that chair for a while again.
Seeing it again here at the European Open, the table that Joshua Filler is on, I think he's playing Onosuto.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people around that table. It's actually a really good place to be because you can see all TV table, table one. You know, it's a really good spot to stand.
I always think it's a bit like the early rounds of a Grand Slam tennis tournament where you can walk around the outside courts or outside tables as it is here and see different players. The difference here, of course, is you can actually watch a number of them at the same time. And nowadays, when everyone's got their phones with the scoring apps and everything on them, you can watch one match and maybe see an interesting story is developing a few tables away, so they pop over there for a while. It often looks, actually, when we're showing the main table, as though there isn't a big crowd here, but very often it's just because they're spread out around the various stories going on around the place. And there's a big story potentially developing here. Chang Yulong is playing basically flawless pool. And in a couple of balls' time, he could already be almost halfway to victory.
Yeah, Jason's no stranger to comebacks here in Fulda. He was 8-3 down. I can't remember if his first or second game, but he was definitely 8-3 down.
He was in his second match against Lu Hai Chan. Needed to win 6 in a row, and he did. So he's been in a worse position than this already this week. That said, with all due respect to Lu Hai Chan, you can't imagine he was playing much better than Chang Yulong is. This is absolutely wonderful stuff. No wonder he's keen to get on with the next rack. He's raced through all 4 so far. Speaking of Lu Hai Chan, he's now lost the opener to Ko Ping Han. Mark Bijsterbosch has got one back against Adam Stankovic, 2-1 in that. Ko Ping Yi now 2-1 in front of Darren Appleton. Oliver Szolnoki, former World Championship semi-finalist from Hungary, has taken the first against Canada's John Morra. Wojciech Szewczyk, who did so well in Saudi Arabia, won both of the first 2 against Jan Ioski. Kledio Kachi, now flying the Kachi family flag after the departure of his much more experienced older brother. He's taken the first against Johan Chua. 2-0 there from Mohamed Soufi against Cliff Castelline. Mustafa Alnar having a wonderful summer. Beat Fedor Gorst at the World Championship, beat Joshua Filler here, and already leading 3-0 against Dimitris Lukatos. That's an interesting one there. Sam Henderson, Mickey Kraus, 2 of the big youngsters in the game at the moment, and it's the American Henderson leading by 2 racks to 1. But nobody's made a better start than Chang. It's 4-0.
Shaw needs help, and that is just what the doctor ordered. Scratch on the break, ball in hand. What's the split of the balls like? Let's have a quick scan around. Nothing's really covering anything. 3-ball obviously doesn't go past that 9 and the purple 5, so that's going to be the key shot to this rack. Got to get from the blue 2. And if you look where the blue 2 is, playing it into that middle, well, that might not be the order of the day. You might have to play it in the corner of the blue 2. Let's see what he does. Yep, not for Jason playing this in the middle. You can see where he's put the cue ball. He's going to slide it down the long rail and float past the 3. Shoot the 3-ball into this bottom right corner. Playing for it in the middle or the top. Needs to slow down the cue ball. You often see the pros doing that, what Jason just did, because it's giving you options. He will grind away. Chang Yulong is not even halfway there yet. That's the best way to think of it. I always used to tell myself in a match like this, if you've not had much table time and your opponent's gone on a bit of a mad one, I used to think, okay, let's set a little target. I'll settle for 8-all the way this match has gone, so that's more than achievable. Jason can beat anybody 8-4.
It's interesting you say that, because top sports people and psychologists always say everything is about taking it one shot at a time, in this instance one rack at a time, and just staying in the moment and all that. So it's interesting to hear that You seem to have looked at it a different way, and obviously it worked for you.
Yeah, I used to be try to be realistic. I know that old cliche of one shot at a time, but I know how fickle Nineball can be. We're seeing it, aren't we? Chang's had opportunities, obviously playing well. His cue ball's been on a string, but I used to just think, right, okay, let's fight for, yeah, it could be 7 or 8 or whatever, but just felt like, right, I'm in a battle here. But some people, like you said, they might just say, right, okay, just whatever. I'd like to know if anyone can forget about the score. Do you think that's possible? Or do you think everybody's got that, in the mind somewhere?
I think what I've seen in some sports over the years, when you're starting a big comeback, it's very hard to put the score out of your mind. And then some people get so much into a zone, get on the roll that they need to get on to turn it around, that they do just end up playing instinctively and can forget about the score. I've definitely seen instances of that in various sports where you can see people are just managing to stay in the moment. That, as you say, is such a cliche, but is so incredibly hard to do. Now, that was important for Shaw, wasn't it? Because all he had done so far in the match was break dry and then have an unexpected miss into a side pocket. That was his first chance to really get properly stuck in. He needed to show Chang that he's playing well also, and he took full advantage of it. So Shaw has, somewhat belatedly you might say, got his first on the board. Still a fine start for Chang. It's 4-1. Joshua Filler now leading Hona Suto 2-1. As I said, you can keep an eye on that on Matchroom Pool TikTok. Mustafa Alnar leading 3-0 against Dimitris Lukatos. Alnar certainly one to watch. He's had a couple of big eyebrow-raising results in recent months. Lin Ta Lee has won the third rack to get off the mark against the former European Open champion, Albin Ocean. 2-1 now to Ocean. Mickey Kraus has levelled at 2-all with Sam Henderson. And Mohamed Soufi did well at the World Championship again. Not quite as well as last year when he got to the final, but showed some good form in Jeddah, and he's showing some again today. Leads Cliff Castelline 3-0. Shaw breaking, 4-1 down.
That looked a little weak, didn't it? There was no real power or venom. But he's potted a ball. That's the other thing with this break format, the way this break lends itself to it. We see a lot of consistencies with this break. What I mean by that is the old break. When you put the one ball on the spot, if you play pool yourself, you know what I'm talking about. When the one is on the spot, the wing ball just flies straight in the pocket. So you're literally just ball watching. It's very easy for top pros to just park the cue ball in the center of the table and then literally do a land on the lowest ball or not. It was very easy back in the day. As where now, good pot there while I'm rabbling on from Jason. As where now Jason will know, even though you're down in a match, Chang, you're long, he's still not guaranteed to be landing on the balls or putting the one in the side. There's a lot more play going on now. Oh, it's the 2-ball, and it's the 2-ball into the side pocket where he's already missed the ball. Yeah, I mean, you can't be hitting the jaw that steep, can you? We know you can graze the jaw and it fall in, but that hit quite far down. And when you're trying to get a comeback and you do get these chances, the harsh reality is you need to be taking them.
This is the third of the big field matchroom events on the calendar in 2024. Chang Yulong has made it to single elimination in all 3 of them so far. Didn't get any further than this stage in the UK Open, but did make the last 32 of the World Championship. He was also in the semi-finals of the first ranking event of the year in his home country.
There's no better feeling as a pool player when everything's just working out nice. You play a positional shot and the cue ball comes to rest and it's just that perfect angle. You're getting all the chances, the break's working nice. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way as he comes up just a little short. May end up leaving himself a longer 9 than he would have liked. Yeah, he has done. Look at this. Okay, biggest pot, biggest moment of this match so far. He's coming right up. Can Chang knock this 9 in to punish the Shaw mistake? He cannot, and that is what happens when you lose the cue ball. When your cue ball's a little loose, you're chasing the finish, you're chasing the position.
Yeah, really just would have rubbed it in for sure if Chang, having left himself the testing 9, had made that as well to get to 5-1. But all of a sudden, Shaw has halved the deficit that he had at 4-0 down.
And that is why the WNT have made the pockets that little bit smaller. I know there's amateur pool players around the world. I've seen the comments over the last couple of years where they're saying, oh, it's ruined Nineball a bit. It's not as attacking as it once was. But Chang Yulong would have smashed that ball in on a 4.5-inch pocket easy. So he would have got away with his positional mistake on the 8. This is made for better matches, more competitive matches this now.
Yeah, and I think for anyone watching, previous times they would have seen Chang play that 9 and assumed he was just going to make it anyway. It brings a bit more jeopardy, a bit of uncertainty into it. Now it's turned around, and Shaw did make a big error in that frame, in that rack. And got away with it, so the whole dynamic psychologically has changed a bit. It's happened quite quickly. 4-2 now to Chang. Mohamed Soufi's added another one. 4-0 now against Cliff Castelline. 2 in a row for Lin Ta Lee. Level at 2-2 with Albin Ocean. Same score between Ko Pin Yi and Darren Appleton.
Just isn't getting the 1 ball. And he's breaking consistent because he keeps catching the top jaw, doesn't he? But it's not quite there yet.
Yeah, 0 from 3 in terms of trying to make the 1 off the break.
A tricky rack though, isn't it? Because when Julian, our referee, puts the 7 ball back, it's tied on top of the 9. Now that's a little bit later on in the rack. And also he's got to judge the cue ball here. He's got to try and thread the needle in between the 8 and the green 6. And try and get position on that blue 2 as well. Been a lucky boy there. Flicked that green 6 and landed plumb into the corner. Still got the issue with the brown 7 though. Just wondering if it does put in the right centre, the brown 7. No, I don't think it does. Will he get cheeky? Exhibition mode. You pop the 4, come off the side rail and just come skim across the top face of the brown 7. You stay on the 5 ball. You look like a genius. Is he going to have a go at that? No, he's not.
Seem to say this at pretty much every big event, but it's really true this week so far. Been a great tournament for the Chinese Taipei contingent. 10 of them in the draw when we started, and 8 are still in it.
He's decided to go into the 9 off one rail. As long as you don't hit it full, you should have a shot on the brown 7. As long as you don't miss it. Oh, this has worked out like a dream come true. Look at this. Absolutely perfect.
Just a wonderful feeling, isn't it, when you've got a little challenge to come through and then you play the shot and you've got 3 balls left on the table and they're sitting absolutely perfect. Real feeling of satisfaction. And that gets achieved. And so, it looks as though Shaw's attempt at a comeback going to be stopped in its tracks for now. Ooh, well, it's okay. He's had a bit of fortune there, as he's acknowledged. But the end result is going to be what matters. And now, Chang Yulong is halfway to victory. He leads 5-2 against the Hanoi Open champion. Joshua Filler had that defeat yesterday, bounced back from it, got through to single elimination, and so far he's making the most of his reprieve. He leads Honus Suto, who's been a ranking event winner this year, by 4 racks to 1. 4-0 for Alexander Kazakis over Li Jimin, and Mustafa Alnar is leading by that score against Dimitris Lukatos. Labanov Markaj, one of the 2 Kosovo players still in it, 2-1 up on the veteran Dutchman, Nick Vandenberg. Filler's just gone 5-1, by the way. 1-1 between Johan Chua and Claudio Cacci. That's over on table 1. You can watch it on Matchroom Pool's YouTube channel. Ko Ping Han looking to step out of the shadows of his older brothers. 2-1 up on Lu Hai Chan. Wojciech Szewczyk of Poland has a 3-1 lead over Janiuski. Adam Stankovic just ahead of Mark Beisterbosch at 3-2. US Open champion Ko Ping Chung level with Daniel Guttenberger. That's 2-2. Lin Ta Li, having been 2-0 down to Alban Ocean, has won 3 in a row since then. So he leads 3-2, and so does the young American Sam Henderson against the informed Dane Mickey Kraus. Great start for Chang, back-breaking with a 5-2 lead.
You can see the difference. Shaw's catching the top jaw on the break. Chang's finding the 1. It is not much of a marginal error, is it, to be fair? It seems quite cruel, but just fractions, that's all it is.
May have noticed just over Chang Yulong's shoulder there, we saw Mohamed Soufi, who's 4-1 up in his match against Cliff Castelline. And funny, sitting just beyond him is Tony Drago, a player who we were likening Soufi to when we really saw him on the world stage for the first time in Kielce last year, when he got to the final of the World Championship. We're certainly feeling that Soufi's style very reminiscent of Drago's. since we've seen him start to play in these World Nineball Tour events, as you were saying, Carl, he's not done a great deal over the last year or two. When we have seen him at events, he's not been going deep in them. On the basis of this, it's hard to understand why. So over the years, have you noticed anything in Chang's game that you think might hold him back a bit?
No, maybe just a hair inconsistent. I mean, the other thing to take into account is he's always travelling a long way, isn't he, Michael? Do you know what I mean? Coming over to America or Europe a lot, playing in these events. Maybe that takes its toll as well.
Yeah, you look at the Coe brothers, who obviously are from the same country and have that great success. But of course, they're always travelling together, and that's got to help in those situations. But yeah, it is a factor.
I'm sure we can all agree. And we all know anyway. Listen, we've watched enough of Chang Long to know that he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, and he has had big-time success on the international stage, winning that World Cup of Pool back in 2015, along with Ko Pin-Yi. An event in which Chinese Taipei so often seem to get to the later stages, very consistent at doing that. He had to travel a long way for that. It was in London. The only player who's having to make a long journey in this match now is Jason Shaw, because it is a long way back from 6-2 down. He's been in a worse position in this tournament already, though, as we said, and come through. Has not been given much opportunity at the moment with the way Chang is playing. 6-2.
Yeah, he's got to look at the blue 2 again. All because he pots the 1 in the side. This time that 1 ball rattled its way in. Difficult positional shot here. Quite a steep angle, and let's just say if you pot the ball with no spin, just plain ball, probably comes across and maybe just sort of dig down towards the purple 5, maybe just above it. Well, completely butchered that one, didn't he? Nowhere near the pot.
We know Jason Shaw is eminently capable of winning a match from 6-2 down, but looking at the situation he's been given here with ball in hand, one of those situations where you feel if the comeback is to happen, probably needs to start right here and now.
Yeah, and upon missing that ball, Chang's just flicked the 9 ball onto that side rail, and it's a bit of a little weird spot, that. You know yourself, Mike, how often do you see the 9 ball in that position on the pool table? So that, you know, Shaw's going to be faced with potting that ball, so he'd love to get over on the right-hand side quite close. I know you're probably thinking, well, it's easy up the rail, but still a bit of an unusual shot he'll be faced with. I can see Joshua Phillip in the midst of a big crowd. He's at the table. Shaw holds his hands up because if the cue ball didn't flick the 8, I think it was going to go in the pocket, you know. Not quite happening at the minute. Again, just flicks the 6 ball.
Yeah, never really started to happen yesterday against Darren Appleton, and we're saying, well, if he plays like that in subsequent matches, he's going to get found out, and really that's what's happening here, and he's right in his luck in this visit to the table.
Yeah, last 3 shots, the cue ball's glancing another ball, but be all right. Now he's got issue with flies and all going on at the moment.
Okay, so now he's heading towards that 9 that you were talking about, Carl. So key in this rack could be where he leaves himself on it. You were saying wants to get nice and tight behind it, and well, this doesn't look too bad. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's pretty good that he's done well. Just takes a little bit of heat off it.
The 9 is dispatched down the side rail. So a bit of a clumsy error from Chang Yulong. Not consistent at all with how he's been playing so far this morning. Jason Shaw gets that one on the board, so he's back to 3 behind now. It's 6-3. Joshua Filler is also on 6, and he's got a really big lead over Honus Suto, 6-1. Alexander Kazakis 5-0 against Li Jimin. Mustafa Alnar 5-1 over Dimitris Lukatos. Labanot Markaj of Kosovo 4-1 in front of the experienced Dutch player Nick Vandenberg. Johan Chua on table 1 has a 3-1 lead over the one remaining Kachi. That's the younger one, Kledio. The youngest of the Ko brothers, Ko Ping Han, has a 4-1 lead over Lu Hai Chan. Wojciech Shevchik leads Janiuski by the same score. 2-all between Emil Andre Gangflo and Yuma Dorner. Gangflo, who beat Eklund Kachi yesterday. Daniel Guttenberger 3-2 up on Ko Ping Chung. Adam Stankovic taking control against Mark Boisterbosch. That's 4-2. Oliver Shonocki with a 3-0 lead over John Mora. Ko Pin-Yi a couple clear of Darren Appleton. That's 4-2. A clash of world champions. Another world champion, Albin Ocean, has just won rack 6 to level with Lin Ta Lee at 3 each. Mohamed Soufi going along very nicely, 5-1 against the Belgian Cliff Castelline. And it's 3-all between Sam Henderson and Mickey Kraus. The winner of that will play the winner of this. Shaw breaking, 6-3 down. Still hasn't made the one in the side. And still hasn't.
Yeah, he's just hitting it too high. He'll know this better than anybody. He's just not breaking good enough at this level. You know, you look at Shane Van Bonen when he played Gary Wilson yesterday. It was a breaking masterclass. Yeah, you could see the names on the right of the screen then. Michael was calling out the scores. That's because the Junior Open, the Fillers Junior Open, that started today.
Yeah, again, that's a bit like the Grand Slam tennis events where the juniors get to play their own events. And really, other than that, it's hard to think of any other sport where the youngsters trying to come through get an opportunity like that. Be playing at the main venue and having their heroes a few tables away. If someone playing in one of those junior events, Carl, sought you out and said, what's the most important thing for me in terms of trying to go from being a promising teenager to a top player, what might be the number one thing you tell them?
Well, I know the answer because it's something I didn't do. It's dedication. You've got to want to do it. You can't, it can't be forced. It needs to be in you. It's not something that you can coach, but you've got to be dedicated. You've got to want to do it. You've got to love to play. You've got to do everything right. If you lazy on the table and you're ducking your practice sessions, somebody else will be doing it right, and you're just not going to get the one over them.
You're probably the wrong person to ask on the basis of what you've just said, but if someone is playing full-time and trying to make their way in the game, how much practice do you need to be doing? Say in a week where there isn't a tournament, you're at home, you're working on your game, getting ready to play in a big event. What are we looking at, 5-6 hours a day for the whole week?
I don't know about that. I think, someone might say, I play 5 hours a day, but someone might then say, I play 2 hours a day, but that 2 hours could be like full-on intense, like a training camp style, and that could pretty much be enough. Depends what you're doing in your 5 hours. I think 5 hours may be a bit over the top, but I think if you're doing a good 2 or 3 hours really intense, you know, training camp, that'll be more than enough. And obviously I've seen that, you know, well, I've worked, I've done them, you know, I've been a part of the Mosconi Cups playing, and obviously with Alex Laley as captains, and seen what the players do. So if you're doing a proper, like, intense 2 to 3 hours, I think that's more than enough.
And what are you doing in it? Because I know, oh, hang on. Let's forget about that conversation for a moment and come back to this. It was looking like Shaw was getting a bit of rhythm going at last, and he just throws in one like that.
Look at this one. Yeah, he just catches the bottom jaw, like steep though as well. I really do love the way these diamond tables play, Michael. I just think the pocket, you just don't seem to get away with anything sloppy. And I think the fact that Jason's been on vacation with the family, maybe his head's not been quite in the game, you know, on the table, putting the effort in. And I think it, to be honest, is showing up. You know, he didn't play very good against Darren Appleton, did he? And he's missed a couple of silly balls here in this one.
And instead of getting back to only a couple behind, Jason Shaw has handed that rack to Chang Yulong, and now suddenly he might start to see the winning line just appear on the horizon. 7-3, Chang only needs 3 more. And if he gets them, he'll play either Sam Henderson or Mickey Kraus. It's Kraus leading now in that one at 4-3. Mohamed Soufi still looking very comfortable, 6-2 over Cliff Castelline. Alban Ocean's won a couple in a row to lead Lin Ta Lee 4-3. Ko Pin Yi 4-2 up on Darren Appleton. Oliver Sholnocki 3-0 against John Morra. Adam Stankovic just ahead of Mark Beisterbosch at 4-3. Daniel Guttenberger giving himself the chance to claim a big scalp. He leads Ko Ping Chung 4-2. Emile-Andre Gangflo has already had a massive scalp this week, and he's now leading 3-2 over Yuma Dorner. Wojciech Szewczyk going well, 5-1 against the useful Finnish player Jani Uski. 4-1 for Ko Ping Han. He's having a really good week against Lu Hai Chan. Johan Chua also 4-1 in front against Claudio Cacci. Labanot Markaj 4-2 ahead of Nick Vandenberg. Joshua Filler going well, 6-2 against Hona Suto, and it's 5-0 for Alex Kazakis over Lee Ji-min. 5-1, 6-1 just as I say that now, from Mustafa Alnar against Dimitris Lukatos. Just looking at Oliver Sholnocki there, Carl, he's going well, but it's only 3-0. I mean, you look at this match, we've had 10 racks already, but that's Sholnocki's way, isn't it?
Yeah, we're probably the fastest match out there at the moment, I think, as well. But this is just, it's actually purely been down to the breaking. Pretty much, in fact, this has been the best breaking performance I've actually seen so far from Chang Yulong, because when you're not making the one ball, if you look at the previous rack where Shaw come up dry, the balls come out a little sticky, as opposed to this. I'm definitely seeing a familiar pattern this week more than ever. If you're potting the one in the side at a decent pace, it just seems to be that the balls seem to split a little easier. If you miss it, oh, you got more chance of clusters. Tough shot here though. Needs to slow down, which it will do. Another tough positional shot needed.
Yeah, great percentage stats on the break so far for Chang. He's had 7 attempts. There was that 5th rack where he came up dry and scratched, but other than that, he's made the one in the side every time.
Needs a friendly bump here. Yeah, he's missed his line, hasn't he? It's not all doom and gloom, though. He can play thin off this ball, leave it on the rail, and then the 4 doesn't pass the 7 in a pocket, so that's got a bit of cover, and just run the cue ball down table behind these 3 balls. Actually really nice, this. Big favourite to hook Shaw here. You could see what he did instead. He used the 6 ball as cover, which is fine, that's up to him. It's all about making sure you get that cue ball behind the 3 balls. think Shaw's got the jump cue in his hand. He's just getting the hit, isn't he? Still can't believe he missed that 7-ball, Michael, in the previous rack. I think he just got down quick, thinking it was easy, and he was back in the match.
We saw him miss so many unexpected balls against Darren Appleton yesterday. When you see a player of Shaw's quality do that, you sort of half assume that he'll get it sorted out and put a bit of work in on the practice table and will have eliminated that by the following day. But it hasn't been the case at all. And well, really, with that shot, the narrative of this match just continues as you were.
Extension called. 1 extension per rack. That gives you another 30 seconds. Yeah, he's put the cue ball there, so he'll come off the side rail, come down to the bottom right-hand side of the table. So he can pop this purple in this corner.
You were talking about Jason Shaw being on vacation around the world over the last couple of months. We know he's got various business interests. He's got so much going on in his life, and that's all fine. These are all his choices, so it's not a matter of criticising the way he goes about things at all. But do you think, even aside from that maybe not being the ideal preparation, that perhaps he's not as focused as you need to be if you want to be regularly winning these tournaments?
100% correct. He's definitely not quite at the races mentally, because he just wouldn't really make them errors. And it's his demeanour around the table. He actually looks a little bit too relaxed to me, a little bit, almost a little bit carefree. You've got to really be there sort of with it. And listen, I'm sure a lot of players have done this. I've done it numerous times. Sometimes you can go to tournaments, and after the match you can be walking off having lost, thinking, didn't even really try then. What a bizarre mindset that was.
But you look at the guys who have won lots of big tournaments in recent years. I'm thinking particularly of Albin Ocean and Shane Van Boning, the two players who contested the first final here in Fulda 2 years ago. And when they're at the table, indeed when they're around the venue, they seem to disappear into a world of their own. They couldn't be more focused. Now, Jason Shaw isn't like that. He's got other things going on. He likes to be sociable around the venue and everything. That's fine, but you can't be both, can you? You can't be the guy who's doing other things and a regular tournament winner, which he could potentially be, given his talent.
Yeah, and I actually think when Jason's really zoned in, you know, and like really on it, I think that actually does suit his game. I think that's when he's performed his best.
Well, it's not happening for him at the moment. Of course, as we've said, he had a big comeback in one of his matches earlier in the week. But with big comebacks, they very rarely happen when one player is playing really well and the other one is struggling. Sometimes you're not really firing, but the other guy isn't at his best, so that gives you the chance to turn it round, and it's not the case today. So it's not gone for sure by any means, but it doesn't feel like the sort of match that's going to turn around. We will see. Mohamed Soufi was racing away early on against Cliff Castelline. The Belgian is coming back a bit, but still comfortable for Soufi at 6-3. Albin Ocean, who we mentioned there, 5-3 against Lin Ta Lee. Darren Appleton putting up a good show against Ko Pin Yi. He's only one behind at 4-3. Daniel Guttenberger now 5-2 over Ko Ping Chung. Wojciech Szewczyk cruising against Janioski at 6-1. And Joshua Filler leads Hona Suto 7-2. Another player on 7 is Mustafa Alnar. He's having a great week here. 7-1 up on Dimitris Lukatos. But only one player has reached 8, and that's Chang Yulong.
I don't want to say I told you so, Michael, but what have I just been speaking about the break? He's missed the one ball. He's hit the top jaw, a little bit like what Jason has been doing. And look, it's a little bit messy. It's a little bit awkward. Well, what about this? In some ways, can you really blame him? Obviously, the safety's horrible. There's a lot of balls on the table, so if you miss it, things can happen. Has he fluked the one? No, he's not. And he's going to leave a shot. Just not happened, has it? It's not happening. How crucial of a miss on the Brown 7. Was it to make it 7-4 if Shaw had won that rack when he missed the Brown 7? 6-4, I mean.
Yeah, and you look at that shot there, and it might be easy to say it's reckless, but you said, and I think rightly so, who can blame him? Because when it's going like this, you've got to try to make something happen, and you're trying to come back from a big deficit. But then, it helps when your opponent does something like that. What a let-off.
Yeah, he's tried to pinch a bit of the pocket with the spin. He didn't need to, actually. He didn't need to play the 2 in the side pocket. A little bit of a mental error there. He could have left a long 2 and played the 2 into the top left. Oh, well, never mind. Jason won't care. He's been 8-3 down before this week and come back.
Yeah, that was in a race to 9, so there's a bit more breathing room when it's 10 the target. 8-3 down in a race to 9. You're making that comeback with your opponent on the hill throughout the entirety of the turnaround. Just wonder, in about maybe 45 minutes to an hour from now, if we're going to be talking about that one ball.
Nearly missed his 4 ball then, he stayed down. You don't keep getting the chances to come back though. I feel like this is his last chance. I feel like if he gets opportunities on the break now, he has to take them. He has to make them count now. Last chance saloon for sure.
Even with the mistakes we've seen so far in this match, I think we can pretty much mark this one down. So he will get the break back, but he's not been making use of that so far in the match. Come up dry 3 times out of 4, and even the time he did pot something off the break, it wasn't the one. So Jason Shaw clinging on, looking for his second big turnaround of the week. Chang Yulong missed an absolute sitter. Shaw made him pay. It's 8-4. Four all now between Ko Pin-Yi and Darren Appleton. And Yorkshireman approaching 50 years of age now and struggled on the main table yesterday against Shaw. Got through on the loser's side and performing well today against one of the best players in the world. Emil Andre Gangflo now 4-2 against Yuma Dorner. Johan Chua 5-1 over Claudio Cacci. And it's 7-3 now for Joshua Filler against Hona Suto. Yeah, there you can see the crowd that's gathered round Joshua Filler table. You can just make out the distinctive style of the former World and US Open champion. In the midst of all that,
yeah, that's pretty much the view I've actually got right now. I'm stood up. It's pretty much like I'm filming it on my phone for you. I can see the table. That's exactly the view I've got. I know you like to keep sitting down, you and Phil, don't you, Michael?
well, we're a bit older than you, Carl.
Yeah, it's an age thing, I know that.
Me, not by much, though. We're in the same decade now, don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I just think, well, sitting down all day, it's not really for me. That's why I like to stand up a lot. I'll tell you what I'd like to do one day. You know, I know you follow the golf. You know, like what Wayne Riley does, where he walks around the course on course comms. I think that's brilliant.
Thing is, you got to really know what you're talking about for that.
8.2 handicap, sir. Thank you very much. It's not too shabby.
Yeah, but
For
Wayne
once a
Riley.
month.
Wayne Riley won around Carnoustie. It's a bit better than an 8 handicap. Although 8 handicap, I am impressed.
It's going to be a safety shot. Split the balls either side of the table. Using them 3 balls in the middle for the hook. Well, where's the 2 ball ended up here? Don't tell me it's wired into the top pocket. Here he comes to look. He hits it full. Does the 9 go in the corner? It's going to go close. He'll have a go. There you go, look at that, Michael. If he hits it full, he has a chance. 2-rail kick. And if he does get this, it's looking likely Shaw's campaign will soon be over.
Could pull out one for the highlights reel here to get to the hill.
He's going to get lucky with the leave. No, he's going to leave this. I can see Joshy Filler sprinting around the table. Seems to be playing a little bit better today than yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, even in the match he played on the loser's side to get through, wasn't at his best. We've seen him in the past where he's been unexpectedly sent to the loser's side and then just cruises through in top form, but that wasn't really the case. Still, of course, even at this point, we talk so much about getting through to single elimination. You've still got another 6 matches to win, so if you are playing well at this point, you've got to keep that form for a very long time. There's a lot to be said for a well-timed run into your best stuff.
Wow. That was very close to the scratch. Sure, I'll have a go at the pot here. This is difficult, difficulty level. He's right up there on this one. But you just put everything into the pot, because if you knock it in, the cue ball will just hopefully float. Yeah, looking at it, he's worried about the 8 ball. He's worried about hooking himself if he pots this. I thought first maybe if he pots it, he might just glance into the 8, but I don't think he's gonna. Oh, wow. Is he jacking up and stunning the 3 round? Yeah, he is, yeah. Don't blame him. He made it? You can see why he chose that shot selection. Filler did win that rack.
Yeah, 8-3 now, and the man who beat him yesterday is also on 8, Mustafa Alnar over Dimitris Lukatos. They and Chang are the closest to the winning line at this point. Well, fine pot, but not going to get him anywhere. In fact, he's leaving a good chance now for sure.
Yeah, you can sweat the end of the Filler Suto match. It's on Matchroom Pool TikTok channel. Go and have a nose it.
You on TikTok, Kyle? I know you're into all that modern stuff.
No, I think there's an account been set up years ago, but there's too much to choose from. It all gets a bit silly in my opinion. I like my Instagram. Go over and give us a follow over there. Usually just upload a lot of pictures of the venue and things like that.
I'm still getting to grips with texting.
Yeah, I can believe that.
It is amazing, though, isn't it? You know, when you consider, certainly when I was growing up, and probably for you to some extent, there were certain sporting events that you might want to know what was going on, but you couldn't watch them anywhere. Now, anything of any consequence at all, you can watch it somewhere.
Yeah, social media, it's a fickle place, isn't it? If you let it get to you as well. Just seems to be a part of the world now, isn't it? Everyone's got it. Everyone's doing the bit on that.
Okay, so the scratch in the corner pocket looks like proving decisive here. Jason Shaw, I think now we can say, is officially on the comeback trail. He was 7-3 down. 8-5 looks a good deal better. He's in the contest. And they're battling to play the winner of the match between Sam Henderson and Mickey Krause. That one's been a very different affair. Close all the way so far, and it's still got a long way to run at 4-all. Cliff Castelline is battling back well against Mohamed Soufi. That's 6-4. Lin Ta Li's got one back against Alban Ocean. That's 5-4 in favour of the Austrian. Ko Pin-Yi is edged ahead of Darren Appleton at 5-4. And speaking of Ko Pin-Yi, he may very well be featuring in this brand new event. Starting on the 17th of October, just a few days after the Hanoi Open, the action will stay in that corner of the world. It's the inaugural Reyes Cup in Manila. Europe versus Asia. Same format as the Mosconi Cup. We've had that for about 30 years. This is brand new. That's really going to be something special to look at. People of Manila just crazy about the game of pool, a lot of which is down to the man you see in picture there, Efren Reyes. How do you think it's going to go in the end, Carl? Europe against Asia, we talk about the massive depth that Asia have, but ultimately it's only going to be the best 5 players from each continent, and we know how good the top 5 Europeans will be. They've got all the Mosconi experience. Who would you favour?
I would favour Europe, but obviously right now we just don't know the teams, do we? So as of this moment, I'll definitely pick Europe, but as I just said, I'd like to see when the teams are made and make a call there. But you kind of get the feeling of what Team Europe may well be, don't you? It's more the Asian team. We don't really know what the likelihood of is. And at the end of the day, if it's, well, we know Catcher's there, don't we? So you've got Catcher, you would expect Filler, you would expect Shaw. I mean, we don't even know the captains at the moment, Michael, so it's all a bit in the dark at the moment. But it's going to be a, you know, pretty much a Mosconi Cup team, isn't it? Regardless, you would think. So they're the ones who are used to playing in that sort of environment, and they know how to win that format of a match. They just know how to get the job done. They've played plenty of Scotch doubles together, so definitely favourites in my eyes.
That's the thing, isn't it? We talk about the number of really good European players there are who could lend something to the Mosconi Cup or the Reyes Cup, as we say as well. Problem for them is it's just so hard to dislodge the established guys that they can't even get the opportunity to get in there and show what they can do. And if these players are going to keep getting the results, keep getting in the Mosconi team and keep winning those matches, then it's going to stay that way for some time.
Taking a lot of time here, because it's very difficult, that's why. I wonder if he can double bank it across, get it on the top rail, get the cue ball back down here. Can he go forward? Yeah, he's gone forward. Oh, that was a brave attempt. I don't know if he did go for the 9. I'm not sure, but if he did, well, he was a brave boy.
You can just see from some of his shot selections, he's really trying to find that turning point, that moment that's really going to spark it. As I said, he has made a bit of a comeback in this match, but he needs to do an awful lot more, and in a few moments' time, he may find himself needing to win 5 in a row, because this is a good chance for Chang to be first to the hill.
Well, the thing is, Michael, you know, we talk about the missed pots and things like that, but that previous shot there from Jason was a howler. You know, you got to mark that down as a poor shot or a poor shot selection. That's just as bad as, you know, miss an easy ball.
A sense of being too brave, is that the way it is?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he's tried to pot the 9 from there, that is so low percentage. So we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was playing safe, which obviously he didn't hit it how he wants, so.
Oh, hang about. It's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal. Now, the thin cut here is super thin. I'm wondering where the 9 ball is. If it's quite a big pocket, he may bank it. You can actually bank it and hit the top rail first near the pocket, and then the 5 will go off the 9 and still pot. However, I mean, this rack should be over, but he's lost his cue ball. A couple of times he's lost his cue ball. He'll feel like this is match rack and all. 9-5, race to 10, huge scoreline. Nice shot. I'll say nice shot, I was looking at the 5. He can't be forcing these. He may have to leave himself a little long on the 7.
Missed a ball much easier than this into the same pocket a couple of racks ago. Well, it's a bit of a tester, as you say, Carl. But if this shot works out, got 1 foot in the last 32.
Well, it's not quite over the pocket, the 9 ball, so he does need to hit this right. I think he's sending the cue ball into it and putting the 7 on the right rail as insurance. Yes, he is.
Job done. So Chang Yulong is indeed first to the hill. Not playing quite as well as he was in that explosive start to the match, but it's still been an accomplished performance overall. The 7-9 carom, or billiard, or whatever way you want to phrase it. He takes himself to the hill. Well, Jason Shaw needed to win 6 racks in a row earlier on in the week and managed to do it. He's got to win 5 on the spin now. Mustafa Alnar of Turkey is also on the hill, 9-2 against Dimitris Lukatos. Joshua Filler closing in on victory as well. 8-4 he leads Honasuto. You can see the end of that on Matchroom Pool TikTok. Alexander Kazakis with a big lead over Lee Ji-min at 7-1. Ushek Shevchik has the same margin against Janiuski. Daniel Guttenberger is going well. Guttenberger actually sent Chang Yulong to the 1-loss side earlier in the week, and he could send Ko Ping Chung out of the tournament altogether. Guttenberger halfway to victory with a 5-3 lead. Mark Bijsterbosch edging ahead of Adam Stankovic now at 6-5. It's gone 5-all in the clash of the world champions, Ko Ping and Darren Appleton. Cliff Castelline is really impressing here this week, and he's doing so again on table 2 right now, because he's got back to only a single rack behind against last year's world championship runner-up Mohamed Soufi. It's 6-5 there, and it's 5-all between the promising American Sam Henderson and Mickey Kraus, the man who dumped the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz out of the World Championship a couple of months ago in Jeddah. Is Jason Shaw going to get dumped out of the European Open? Chang Yulong needs 1 more to do just that.
Another good break as the 1 ball's disappeared. He's got a chance to knock Shaw out and advance through to the final 32. Is this the week Chang Yulong stamps his authority on the WNT Tour? Jason knows the writing could well be on the wall. He will have seen the split. He will know he's got a shot on the 2.
Yeah, and of course that was Chang's last break of the match, so his final stats are 7 out of 9 in terms of making the 1 in the side off the break.
Yeah, when you look at that stat, Michael, it's simple. It means you're going to get first shot of the table. Doesn't mean you're going to get a shot on the lowest ball, but it means you're the player who's got the decision, the push out, the safety shot. It means you're in control. What's the stat on Shaw? I'm sure you've got it wrote down.
He's made it once.
Yeah, we know he's broke less, obviously, but once is not good enough, is it?
Well, early on in the match, Chang Yulong is just playing perfect pool. A few mistakes have crept in along the way since then, so there is still a little bit of hope for Shaw here. But it would be unexpected if this did not prove to be the end of the contest. Shaw will have a few things to think about. Big event coming up, a couple of weeks' time. Just like this. US Open, one of the historic standout titles in the game. It's a tournament he's won before. And he's not played well here. Yeah, he had that recovery from 8-3 down earlier on in the tournament, but obviously he'd struggled to get into that position in the first place and really struggled even in a comfortable win against his fellow British player Darren Appleton yesterday. Didn't expect he'd come out a different animal today, but he simply hasn't. And that's for Jason Shaw to think about. What Chang Yulong will be reflecting on is how well really he's played overall. And if he can keep going like this, he will do some very serious damage and maybe even be a contender to become the first non-European winner of the European Open. Chang Yulong raced away into a 4-0 lead, and he always looked by far the more likely winner after that. And in the end, he is the winner by 10 racks to 5. Chang Yulong then goes through to the last 32 to play either Sam Henderson or Mickey Kraus. And the action will continue shortly on the main table. We've got Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Max Lechner coming up. Phil Yates and Jeremy Jones will be along to talk you through the action very shortly.
Seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
Oh my word!
He's done it!
That would be the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Later this month, we'll be going to Atlantic City for the latest edition of the US Open. A couple of years ago, the champion was Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He potted this 9-ball down the rail to defeat Maximilian Lechner in what was a really good final by 13 racks to 10. 2022, a golden year for FSR, and what a moment. When you win the US Open, you are a very accomplished pool player. Lechner, as always, sporting in defeat. FSR delighted in victory. Wearing that green jacket, holding aloft the Barry Berman Trophy. And we'll be back in Atlantic City from August the 19th for the latest renewal of, for me, one of the highlights of the entire year, whether it's team or individual in pool. It is one of the gems of this sport. The US Open, 19 to 24 in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Now, there's a couple of nice segues here, because sitting next to me is a former US Open champion, Jeremy Jones, beaming. And also, our next match will feature, guess what? A repeat of that 2022 US Open final. It is Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Maximilian Lechner. Morning, Jeremy.
Yeah, morning, Phil. And of course, this is when the tournament, a lot of people really feel heats up, and why not? So many great matches going on. You can see the room is pretty filled around their killer and their champion, Joshua Filler, trying to get through to the next round.
Now, Clinching is out of the tournament. The Albanian Eagle grounded by 2 consecutive defeats yesterday, but his kid brother, Clinching, is still going. He's on table 1 right now. It's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And he's up against a very tough opponent in Johan Chur, the lead player when the Philippines won the World Cup in Spain last year. I say lead player. He was partnering with James Arenas. Arenas played solidly. Chua played spectacularly. And I think one thing that is never recommended in pool is to leave the Filipinos a kick.
Yeah, especially one that offers a lot of cover. And of course, the Filipinos, I think, are the players that kind of revolutionized one foul pool with what they showed the rest of the world a few decades ago, how well and how important it is to kick at the ball, not only smartly, but, you know, a lot of percentage in it. And Johan Chua is just one of our superstars, and I think the kid that's at the table is a future superstar as well.
And talking of superstars, our latest winner, Joshua Filler, 10-4 over Jonas Suto Camino. Oh, the last place you want that cue ball, well, either in the pocket or on the floor.
Yeah, it looks like Johan, he had a pretty big lead. I think it was 6-1 in this match. And of course, Claudio knocking off the last 3 games and getting back in it. Some close ones out there, some not so close, but overall, looks like a pretty solid round of pool for this final 64. Well, Phil, you and I were talking about Sufi just minutes ago, and now he trails 8-6. Boy, but don't you have to be impressed with Mustafa Alnar, how well he's played, and not only that big win, but a convincing win over Filler, and now up 9-2 early in this final 64 against Demetrius Loukatis.
Honestly, Jeremy, you took the words out of my mouth. Exactly what I was thinking. He's come from nowhere, and he's now clearly a proper force.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I like is he's just goes about his business. If you watch him play, really kind of processing all the moments. Of course, the nerves going, but seems like a player that's going to be talked about for some time. And Gang Float as well, getting back in the grease. It's been a quiet year so far, but he's had some nice wins here, and he's up 7-2 over Yuma Dorner, excuse me. And Nice shot there. He's going to have to work the cue ball quite well off of a small angle. That being Johan Schua to get to the 5 to the 6. Our reigning U.S. Open champion in a little trouble. Ko-Ping Chang playing Daniel Gutenberger. He's down 6 to 4. And another guy that we brought up the other day, but we don't talk enough about, a semifinalist in Saudi, Wojciech Ševčík, up 8 to 1 on Yanni Uski. He's trying to size up, sorry Phil, he's trying to size up if he can hold the cue ball for the 6 in the upper right, just because it is not much angle there to move the cue ball around the table.
Yeah, so many potential winners here with 3 days to go. I think the most impressive stat for me, talking in generalities, is the fact that 27 nations are represented in the last 64, just underlining the true cosmopolitan nature of Nineball pool.
Yeah, and I think that number is going to grow, to be honest with you. It's going to stay large just because so many countries starting to catch up. You know, the World Nineball Tour bringing these countries, you know, entangled with the best players in the world. And again, I think overall a pretty great performance from the German crowd that, you know, some of the names we don't know so well.
The Filipino contingent was reduced by visa issues. So Chua, very unusually, is ploughing a lone furrow. Anton Rogge, of course, was here, last year's runner-up, but beaten yesterday.
Kind of let up a little bit there, trying to hold the cue ball. It was awkward. He's not going to be happy with that, and that should tighten this match even more. And I always try to get a look at James Aranis. I just love to watch him play, and it wasn't his tournament this week, but like you said, Johan Schua kind of on his own out there in a tough match.
Yeah, sometimes I say phrases that are well known in the UK that might not be easily translatable elsewhere. Ploughing a lone furrow, is that American?
No, I don't think so, yeah. English, but it's not American, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, just means on your own,
Right. What we say sometimes, and especially if you're on your own and maybe not playing so well, looking for a friendly face.
The cue action of Claudio Cacci is very sound indeed, and he doesn't miss many of those kind of pots when technique is more than useful.
Yeah, I had a discussion with him in Saudi, and you know, of course, he started as a very good junior snooker player. Like, I think he was a junior Albanian champion in snooker a few times, but talked to him about that technique, and he consciously changed it, understanding that the dynamic is a bit different when it comes to 9-ball pool and snooker.
Well, he's right back in this match. It is only 6-5 now, Chua's lead. Let's take a look at what's been a terrific season so far.
Eight days of non-stop 9-ball pool action. Pool fans, you are in for a real treat.
What a hit.
Your 2024 Premier League champion, SBB James Van Holden.
Neither of these two won a matchroom title in all of 2023. Tonight's the night when one of them will end the wait.
What a match, what a final.
Gorst is the champion, and it is quite a feather in his cap.
It is Capito against Mieszko Plutunski for the jackpot. What a result Bobby Capito. He has made the breakthrough at the UK Open.
I think with the scale of the World Championship now, it definitely has to be regarded as the premier event.
Venogos is champion of the world!
And the central theme in that, and indeed last season as well, so many of our finals have been really tight, many of them going hill-hill.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you, it's just a credit to the players, of course, just heating up as the events go on. You can see some scores on the outer tables going on while our players are still warming up for our TV match. But yeah, it's just been either incredibly close, hill so many times, or when the exception of what you would call landslide win, it's just been an incredible performance by one player that kind of takes the cake.
On table 15, just about to start, I think it's fair to say those two have plenty of experience. Niels Fine against Ralph Suke. They've got experience to burn. Albin Auschen, 6-5 up on Lin Ta Li. Ho Ping Han, the least well-known, the least decorated, and the youngest of the Ko brothers, 5-4 up on Liu Hui Chan. Ko Ping Yi pulling away from Darren Appleton now at 8-5. We know about Johan Chua with that slender lead. Labino Marquage, complete unknown to me. He's 6-5 up on Nick Vandenberg. He has lost a match in this tournament to Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, but clearly capable of holding a cue stick. Wojciech Szewczyk on the hill at 9-1 over Joniuski. Oliver Szolnocki in command against John Morra at 8-1. Ko Ping Chung has just pulled a rack back against Daniel Guttenberger, but the Austrian remains in front. Earlier on, Jeremy and I saw Mickey Kraus miss a 9-ball against Sam Henderson. Henderson tidied up in that rack, but he's 7-5 down overall. When you get to this stage, very rarely do you get an easy match. And this most certainly is not an easy match. Spain against Austria, two players who know each other well. The only difference between these two right now in this tournament, FSR is undefeated. He's won 3 out of 3. Max Lechner had to battle back on the one-loss side of the draw. In fact, the way the schedule worked out, he had to play 3 matches yesterday. He started off with an 8-1 win over Hendrik Franker in the tournament, then lost 9-2 to Do Tae-Kien. He was first up on the main table yesterday morning. I have to say, it was a terribly scrappy and error-strewn match against Piers Labutis, with lots of incident as well. Gripping viewing, actually. Lechner came through 8-7 after being 5-2 down. In mid-match, he wasn't having the best of rolls, I can tell you. So I thought he stuck in there superbly in terms of attitude. And after that win, well, he blossomed. He beat Ivan Caello of Portugal 8-2 before thumping Anton Raga 9-2.
Yeah, I thought that was after a scrappy match, like you said, even with a win, it can be a little mental going into future matches, and he settled himself, and really, you know, Max is in great shape, and to get the ball rolling per se, it's not the worst thing in the world for these players to play those multiple matches. Sometimes harder to really come in and know you're only playing 1 or maybe 2 matches, and you maybe kind of get a little over focused, or maybe let the heart get going a bit.
Well, it was a very precise lag from FSR. That's why he gets to break. And we know if he gets his break working, he can be unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to believe the one's going to go down at a high rate. Max Lechner, a very good breaker as well. And difficult shot on the 2 here to start, even though close. He's got to cut it backwards, but you got to believe he's going to play it.
Just before we get into the match, Jeremy, I believe there's some sad news from stateside overnight.
Yeah, there definitely was, and just one of our greats and back home. And when I say greats, it's greats in all ways. He's a very loved man. Robert Frost had a stroke last night. He's in critical condition. Of course, he's one of the true fighters in our game and very loved by so many. But like I said, I got to think positive. Just knowing Robert, you know he's not going to give in. So from all of us, of course, and he's loved by so many. Prayers and thoughts go to him and his family, and just keep fighting, Robert.
Yeah, well said, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's got the bottom of the cue ball here. So top English doesn't really lead him that great getting on the 3 to get to the 4. So you may see him dig on this and try and draw to the end rail and then back up. Like to level out if he can, but okay, he's going to level out, taking it on. Probably going to be a little distance away from the 3, and that's kind of what I was thinking. You see where the cue ball's at. It was going to be very difficult, not only to pocket the 3, but get any type of position on the pink. So I thought he might go a little aggressive there, knowing it's a tough kind of shot anyways. That bump's not going to really hurt. I'll tell you, it's going to get him a little thinner on the 3, but I think he would have been maybe some distance away and not much angle. And he's got to dig on this a little bit, so watch out for this long rail point with 3. Oh, sweet swing. How's the cue ball? I think he's just gotten just about as good as he can, considering the 5 doesn't pass the 8, the purple 5, so he's going to draw back, maybe get a little thin on the purple, but
Yeah, that first match yesterday morning told us a lot about Max Lepner. His performance was absolutely nothing to shout out about, to write home about. His attitude in adversity, I thought, was excellent.
yeah, and he's been through that, so sometimes it takes a little while to, put the brain together and figure out, how to use it in tough times. And I think I commented yesterday with Michael, we don't have caddies out there, right? We don't have our ring guy or cut guy in the corner. But you have to imagine if you did, what would they be doing? What would their job be? And it would be to stay positive. That would be one of the most important roles of a cornerman. So I think it's important for you to separate yourself from what's happened playing. And when you're in the chair after a mistake, try and, get on with it. You can see him piecing together a nice rack. All right, can check this with outside. Could go with inside 2 cushions as well.
Not 100% this. He should make it, but there is just a scintilla of doubt. Well done, Max Lechner. Got the chance and clinically took it. One of 3 Austrians in the last 64 in single elimination. Daniel Guttenberger and Albin Auschen make up that trio. Notable absentee, Mario He. Now there, just as we went over to the scoreboard, is another result coming in. Mustafa Alner has beaten Dimitris Lukatis 10-3. He just keeps on a tear. Claudio Cacci, we saw a snippet of that match against Johan Chur. Well, Cacci was well behind. Now he's not behind at all. He's on level terms at 6-6. One of the surprise packages of the tournament, Labino Marcage, 7-5 up on Nick Vandenberg. Looking good for Alexander Kazakis. Mohamed Soufi. We love to see him play. And what a great backstory he's got as well. He's on the hill against Cliff Castelline of Belgium at 9-8. Mickey Kraus, he's had the best year of his pool life so far. Won the Mez Bucharest Open and several other deep runs. He leads Sam Henderson 9-5. Ko Ping Chung still behind against Daniel Guttenberger at 7-6. And Oliver Sholnocki 8 up with 9 to play against John Morrow.
Yeah, our first look here at Max after a nice clearance in the first game. First look at his break, and something that is definitely an asset. And as soon as I say it, we have a dry break, so I won't comment anymore. But we're going to see a difficult push-out situation for FSR.
I'm going to make 2 statements here, Jeremy, not based on absolute fact, because we haven't got the facts in front of us, but perception. One is this: these pockets aren't playing quite as tough as the UK Open. Secondly, though, we're not seeing very many break and run-outs, are we?
Yeah, I think there's a combination of a few things. Maybe, you know, there's a little bit of the human effect sometimes with racking the balls, and the referees doing very, very good overall. But even when players are making the one in the side, you know, we changed the rule to the placement of the 2 just because the stress of the players trying to make the 1. So now the 2's racked on the corners, the wings, we'd say, either in the back or on the 2 corners of the rack, and it just makes for a little bit tougher 2 ball after, if you're fortunate enough to make the 1.
Even though he got through yesterday, beating Gary Wilson 9-7, Shane Van Boning, he was breaking what seemed to be very well, but he just could not catch a break in terms of dropping on the 2.
Yeah, and you're going to have spells. That's why it was so incredible what FSR did for some 18 months, just getting so many shots after the break. And a little question probably about the shot clock. Not sure exactly what it could be.
Now, this is in the rules because, of course, the shot clock is only in operation on the main table for the first 4 days. It will be on all 3 tables tomorrow onwards. When there is a query, what happens is the shot clock is paused until we know what's going on.
I think I know what happened, though. After the push out, it's just like after the break, you get a full minute. And I think Max was only given 30 seconds, so he didn't want to extinguish his extension when he really had a full 30 more seconds to make this decision. All right, it's going to get into a tactical battle, and you know how good FSR is, this department. The reason why there's so much pressure on this 1 ball, you can see the 2 over the lower right corner, so really doesn't take much of a shot on the 1 to get the run started. I was thinking he may go behind the 8. Couple rails, looks pretty natural. excuse me, I think the 7's actually in the way of that path. So, is he playing something soft here? Maybe a little much. Did get a little of the eclipse, I think. And I think it's just definitely due to the weather here in comparison to the UK Open field that not very humid outside. I think the bed's played faster and the pocket just a hair easier. And don't get me wrong, by no means easy. But the UK Open, they were brutal. It's going to be a little light. Well, maybe not.
In the last few moments, we've had a series of results. Mohamed Soufi on table 2 beat Cliff Castelline 10-8. Kopin Yi doubled up on Darren Appleton at 10-5. Mark Bosch the same over Adam Stankovic. And one final result for you. ML Andre Gangflow beat Yuma Dorner 10-2.
Well, he's been a little quiet this year, but I was asked at the beginning of the year who I thought maybe the surprise player of the year that you don't expect, and that was my pick, Gangflow.
A while ago now, Joshua Filler came through 10-4 against Jonas Suto Camino. He plays Labino Marcage or Nick Vandenberg next.
All right, this is going to be an odd shot. Anytime you're coming out of the pocket with the ball so deep, very hard to get the line on the cue ball. Watch out 8 ball, which isn't the worst place. I don't know if I would try to pass the side here. I think you're really flirting with the scratch or maybe even getting a little hook on the cue ball and may end up behind the 8. This requires a very thin hit, and he's really got to smooth this ball. Oh, that's a great shot. Really good. Don't you think the technique has improved with Max a bit? I think the timing of the swing has gotten better. At one point, he was very conscious trying to make that better.
So many attributes are required. Obviously, ability, dedication. We talked about attitude, technique, and also confidence. You've got all 5 at the same time. You're onto a winner.
You talked about it. You know, a couple players are actually in the opening, and a couple players that didn't win at all last year. You know, Josh Filler and Fedor Gorst, who met in that Whirlpool Masters final. That's where you have to understand it. You can be as great as those 2 players, and it still can be some time before you take down a big title. That's just how difficult the sport is and a little fickle the game of 9-ball is.
Fedor Gorst is going to go on table 5 shortly. In the last 64, he plays a little-known Spaniard by the name of Salvador Garcia.
Yeah, well, Garcia, who had a little bit of a so-so match, but then recovered really well to get into that final 64.
Now, this was a surprise.
Yeah.
A real surprise.
Yeah, and we can see the tables are going to get more difficult. That's just how it is. Cloth gets broken a bit more. Wow, this is a stretch here, right? Might not get much movement. I made that look easy. This is going to get right on the 50.
Yeah, that means the 50-yard line. It's an American football gridiron reference, which means it's basically in between halfway house.
That's right. I mean, you got to figure he's going to want to attack some kind of way, but this has become difficult. Missable ball for sure. Sweet swing. And a very confident swing as well, adding a ton of side spin. You can see not enough angle really to work the ball to the bottom cushion and back up. So he's going to play somewhat short side. So this is necessary to get a little bit of an angle on the 8, but you don't want too much because then the 8 becomes very missable. He's going to fall really nice. Got a little behind it, Phil. And you have, of course, played some cue sports in your time, and anytime you have kind of that blind pocket, especially when nerves are high, this is a missable ball. And that corner has been the toughest all week.
He needed this. Yes, it's still very early. But Lechner will be believing he should be 2-0 ahead, but the 5 ball was missed. And I think the key ball for FSR in tidying up was a very silky 6. So, 1-1. The winner of this, by the way, will take on either Ralph Suke or Neil Svyan. I've got a soft spot for both of those two, so I've got no particular favourite in that match. Whoever wins, I'll be delighted to see into the last 32. Suke has taken the first rack. Alexander Kasakis 8-3 now over Li Jimin. By the way, the Chinese Taipei contingent here, 8 players in the last 64, more than any other nation.
Yeah, and incredible stuff by Chinese Taipei. And I'll tell you, the strong thing is some of them aren't the names we're used to.
Labino Marcage, 7-6 over Nick van den Berg, 7-6 for Johan Chua over Claudio Cacci. Chua has regained the lead. Koping Han, 6-5 over Liu Wei Chan. Wojciech Szewczyk, he came through very comfortably against Joniuski, 10-1. Oliver Szolnocki still waiting for victory. It should come. He's 9-2 up on John Morra. Albin Auschen, consummate match player. He leads Lin Ta-Li 8-6, and if Albin Auschen does win that match, he will take on Mohamed Soufi next. Talk about a clash of styles.
Yeah, they met, was it the semis or quarters there in Poland in the World Championships? I think it was the semis.
It was, and Soufi had a wonderful run, didn't he? Run of the balls and played very well. In addition, just when you think, can FSR make the most of his break and pull ahead, this happens. Scratching off the break, it's been so common.
Yeah, those kisses on the cut break, you're swinging the cue ball back into the rack. Sometimes those kisses result in a golden break, but I'd say more often than not, it becomes a little bit of a negative theme, those kisses, but it's part of it.
Well, all the racks we've seen on this table over the first 3 and a bit days, and we've seen 1 golden break.
Well, Michael and I caught a couple, I think, 2 days ago, I think, so.
Yeah, see. I just get the 1. No excitement for me.
Well, you got to believe there's going to be some at a crucial time, and it seems like SVB gets 1 or 2 every tournament. I wonder why he played that like that. Now he's got a negative angle going away from the pink with some traffic. He had something in mind to move the 8, and I'm not sure, maybe trying to open up the purple a little bit, but the purple's a few shots away. So interesting play. Now he's got to swing the ball, I think, and find some type of 2 or 3 rail path to the pink 4. And especially after a missed ball in the last rack. Pretty crucial here in game number 3, even though it's early. Has anyone had an easier road than Wojciech Szewczyk as far as score lines? He's really just gone about his business incredibly. Kazakis has had some nice wins, big wins. Nice recovery. Probably another draw stroke here, one rail off the left side cushion. We've said it all the week. The bed is fast. Love the stroke there from Max. Very confident. Got to finish this rack though. Is this a little tight? Don't know if he can really rub much of the 9 going by here. I think he's okay and fairly routine.
Lechner back in front. Scratching on the brake, FSR proved costly. Now, a little earlier on, after a defeat yesterday, actually, sent him to the losers qualification round, Joshua Fuller looked in much better form. It was a well-surrounded table 15 right in the centre of this arena. And this was the winning 9-ball. Overcoming a really good Spanish player, Jonas Suto Camino, by 10 racks to 4. So Fuller now awaits either Labino Marquage or Nick Vandenberg in the last 32. Marquage 7-6 up. I can tell you Claudio Cacci back on level terms again with Johan Chur at 7-7. Coping Chang, he was 7-6 down to Daniel Guttenberger. Now though, the US Open champion is 8-7 up. Sam Henderson fighting really well against Mickey Krause. Krause's lead reduced to 9-8. The snooker star Gary Wilson, he scraped through yesterday, beating Liu Riteng 9-8. That was in losers qualification. Well, he's taken the first rack from Sanyan Perlovanovic. Alexander Kazakis still on the hill against Li Jimen at 9-3. Defending champion David Al-Qaidi on paper had a good draw against Ricardo Goodjar, and he's 2-0 ahead. Here's the Spaniard. And Eklund Kachi's conqueror, Fitim Haradinaj, has taken the first rack from Wu Kunlin. Chris Melling also drawing first blood against Ramazan Akhdag.
There's the break we're used to seeing from Max, and another push out coming, but or assume a push out. Could have a little sneak peek at the blue, but I think the brown is in the way. Yeah, really not a whole lot of places to go, so he's going to leave about half the 2 to look at. We'll see what FSR may give this back pretty quickly. I don't know. Pretty bare top of the table to really secure a snooker, and he may be on somewhat of a double kiss if he tries to move the rock or the 2-ball. Yeah, this may be an easy one to give up. But he couldn't push out to a pocketable 2-ball. So I'm not really sure what the plan is here. Again, definitely needs some side spin to avoid a double kiss, and may still be difficult to do so with side spin. May just try and get to the end rail with the cue ball, giving a look at the 2. He did get by there, but it was always going to be difficult. That's why it was such an easy pass and decision for FSR. Looks like he can get by the 7, playing the blue 2 in the left middle and track the cue ball right down the center of the table and back up for the 3. Of course, we can definitely be fooled here. Catches a snip of the 7, could be trouble. And the bed this week, the speed it's playing, field kind of reminds me of the Moscone. Really, I mean, it seems like the Moscone is always the fastest table, and not sure exactly why, but yeah, the bed this week playing very quick.
FSR knows all about the Moscone Cup. Not so Lechner. One of those, though, knocking on the door.
Yeah, absolutely. And FSR has played, what, 2 Moscones now? And I think he'd tell you hasn't played his best Moscone, hadn't had his best Moscone performance compared to some other things, but did improve for sure. And he's certainly going to be on more teams, so going to be a huge asset moving forward for that European continent.
I'm not going to name any names here because it's not important. I think it's just the general principle that's important. When it comes to the Moscone Cup, certain players are outstanding, others not so, and it doesn't necessarily reflect their individual record.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've played matches in the Moscone, of course, that I'd like to have back, but I played some matches that I was very happy, but, you know, just happened to get beat. But I think FSR, the way his mind is, it's just inevitable he's going to be a great Moscone Cup player for Team Europe. And, you know, like you said, without naming names, whoever you are, the first 1 or 2 are pretty difficult.
Exactly. I think it's difficult to pick a winner here, especially the way the first 4 racks have gone. 2-2. Over on table 13, just getting underway, Alexa Pachelsh against Imran Majid. Sam Henderson's run is over. The youngster from Iowa has been beaten 10-8 by Mickey Krause, who continues to have a golden spell in his career. Albin Auschen still 8-6 up on Lin Ta Li. Oliver Sholnocki has beaten John Morra 10-2. He's got a very ungainly technique, hasn't he, Sholnocki? But I tell you what, he's effective. Coping Chang pegged back to 8-8 now by Daniel Guttenberger. That would be a real shock over on table 14 if the Austrian were to win. Coping Han 7-5 up on Lu Wei Chan. Claudio Cacci hits the front on table 1. If you want to see that match, it's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Cacci, Junior Cacci, leading 8-7. Labino Marcage 7-6 up on Nick Vandenberg. Alexander Kazakis still waiting for victory against Lee Ji-min. It's 9-4 now to the Greek. No issues for David Al-Kadi so far. FSR's best pal 3-0 up on Ricardo Goodjar. And Chris Melling with that wonderful fluid cue action. leads Ramazan Akdag 2-0. 2-0 also for Ralph Suke over Neil Svyan, and Shane Walford has taken the first rack against Luong Doc Tien.
Well, we talk about it towards the end of the match, but it seems like it's going to be one of those matches with a lot of push-outs, so that becomes tactically, or a tactical battle usually because you're just not going to push out to too many offensive shots.
If the 2-ball was still at school, it would be in detention because it's been very naughty this week.
Yeah, you got to grind through some of these matches, and of course at the highest level, playing for your livelihood, these players, they're going to exert a lot of energy with the brain with these types of matches, trying not to give their opponents much. I'm surprised he's rolling out to a piece of this, maybe. That's what he's looking at. I thought it'd be some kind of kick shot on the blue 2, but is there a cross-corner bank, maybe? Not sure exactly how much of that blue 2 he has. That's a good look. He has a lot of the blue 2, so gotta believe he's gonna figure out something he likes. These top players, like any other sport, they want to take it on. They want to be the one, even if it's a tough situation, to try and produce some results when they have a chance. And I hate to pass this back with such a witty tactical player as FSR, and him just show you something that you didn't recognize. Now what he's looking at is banging the 2 around in between the 4, 6, 3 rails and maybe stunning towards the 6. He's got to cut it a bit. This is difficult. I tell you, I'd really look at that cross corner bank. I think it's there and somewhat safe. Needs that to travel. I think it will. Got to say, pretty good stuff overall. It did leave a cut. Needed a little more out of the blue 2. Maybe looking to cut this in with a little inside English. That'd be left spin. Kind of straightening the cue ball out. Coming 1 rail down below the 3, maybe. I don't think it really agrees with coming up and down. I think that's kind of forcing it. I think the speed is really kind of a lag speed. And just drop below the 3. Yeah, he hit it sweet. He's going to get more out of this cue ball than he expected. But I do think the emphasis was pocketing the 2. All right, not hard here to utilize the 5-7-8 to hide the cue ball. Oh, that's going to be light. I'm surprised he really drew off that ball. He could have ran the ball to the upper right corner, so that's a disappointing strike there from FSR. Kind of an odd shot here. Trying to bank the 3 back up to the top rail. Trying to use the 9 for safety. Could easily overcut this and not get the speed on the 3. Yeah, that's what the worry was, trying. But it's going to open up. No, it's not. coming off the right side of the 3. This is touchy as well. There's some gaps there.
Wasn't sure, left the main cue on the table. Well, he made up his mind. Then, yes, he realised he does have value in playing the jump.
Yeah, well, he burned his extension on the push-out situation, so knew he had to get on with it. Good control here. May not come about what he wanted, but he did escape. Phil, have you ever tried a jump cue?
Well, obviously from a snooker background, never needed to because that's outlawed in that game. But it's not been around forever, has it, the jumping? It's more prevalent now than ever, I suppose.
Yeah, well, the equipment has become incredible, all the technology, but I think the first jump cues actually came out a bit further back than a lot of people realize, and they were definitely a tool back then in comparison to your full cue. But yeah, today, in the last 15 years or so, they've really, because it becomes something you have to have not only in the bag, but you have to be very good with it. But I'd like to see you try to jump a ball. I think that'd be fun to sweat. In fact, we might do that later on today. All right, missable ball here. The miss usually is on the thick side, but he's got to come across the table, trying to stay off the rail and not landing straight on the 6. Sweet stroke there.
Getting so big, Jeremy, if Evel Knievel was still around, he might be doing a stunt jumping over me.
Yeah, Evel Knievel, one of my heroes when I was young. My dad loved that guy. What you got to love about FSR is, of course, we all want great position, but when he's playing his best, it's really about that flow and knowing he can knock them balls in.
A little jerky on that shot, I thought, but it went in regardless. But you have to point that out.
I think we've had 3 lead changes in the first 5 games. This is going to be a close one.
Yeah, Lechner 1-0 into 1 ahead, but now he's behind it 3-2. Alexa Pachel's just taken the first rack from Imran Majid, the veteran from the UK. Gary Wilson. He's 2-0 up on Sanyan Pilovanovic. My dark horse on the first morning, I mentioned this, Victor Zielinski I fancied. Well, he's just starting out on table 25 against Dennis Grabber. Albin Aushin is through, looking to regain former glories. He's beaten Lin Tali 10-6. He now plays Mohamed Soufi. That should be so intriguing. Chang having a real battle with Daniel Guttenberger, but Ko is on the hill now at 9-8. Chang has a younger brother called Koping Han. He is 7-7 with Liu Wei-Chan. It's 8-8. Johan Chua and Claudio Cacci. 8-6 for Labano Marcage over Nick Vandenberg. Alexander Kazakis is through, beating Li Jimin 10-4. One-way traffic for David Alcadi over Ricardo Gudja. Alcadi leading 5-0. Fitim Haridanaj, 2-1 up on Wu Kun Lin. 2-1 is also the scoreline for Chris Melling over Ramazan Akdag. Shane Walford, US Mosconi Cup player last year, 2-0 up on Luong Doc Tien. Make that 3-0 as I speak. And Nick Malai of Albania has taken the first rack from Matthias Snigotsky. 2-2, Niels Fine and Ralph Suke.
Wow. Did hit it a hair thin. Got a couple kisses, though. You can't think it was that bad, pocketing the one, but now 2 scratches on the break in just a few games for FSR. Yeah, you can see tricky rack, though, even with ball in hand. Got to work the cue ball up and down a little bit. And Hard Denaj, you got to give him credit, right? He's really come along with his game. Was it Kachi he beat last night? I believe it was.
It was.
Really good shot there. I think being aggressive with the cue ball, not just laying up, needs to get nice on the 4 to make things easy to get down on the purple 5.
A meeting of the nice guys, these two.
Yeah, well, you've been around a lot of sports. I think once someone that has been, caught that thin, got a little quick, pretty fortunate with that little shave off the 8. That cue ball may have gotten lost in the side, but what I was getting at, I think once people get around the pool players, they really start to appreciate just how humble a lot of the players are and really easy to get along with.
Yeah, could not agree more. Very welcoming and always happy to oblige fans, and yeah, they know what it's all about.
I think that goes back to, the players that they looked up to, previous generations and whatnot. And just kind of goes that way. Pool room's always a good place to find people that, regular old people that really, once you strike a conversation, can get invested in you pretty quickly. All right, got to come 3 cushions here. Oh, really good. Really good.
This could be a ding-dong battle all the way. Again, no separation. It was 1-1, it was 2-2, and now it's 3-3. Sanyan Pelovanovic has taken his first rack of the day. He's 2-1 down to Gary Wilson. I can tell you on table 14, one of the giants of the game, the US Open champion, Chang, is through. He's beaten Daniel Guttenberger 10-8. Valiant rearguard action from the Austrian, but Ko coming good in the end. 7-7, Koping Han and Liu Hui-Chan. Pledio Kachi, the youngster from Albania, on the hill against Johan Chur, 9-8. Although he's not in an enviable position here. This match, by the way, being streamed on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as indeed will all of the action today on table 1.
Yeah, remember that missed 6 ball to go up 7-4 prior to this match. We had our eyes on it. It's been a fight ever since.
The eventual winner of this match will play either Ko Ping Han or Lu Wei Chan in the last 32. Making contact paramount.
Yeah, especially with the 3-6. An ugly situation no matter who is in position to get on it. So huge hit here on the blue 2. Difficult rack, though. I think the 3 does play maybe off the 5 in the side, maybe in the lower right corner, but he's got a lot of work to try and stay in this tournament, that being Johan Chua.
And how many times do we have a major World Nineball Tour ranking event where there is no Filipino in the last 32? That's a possibility.
Yeah, and I just realized he doesn't have the side here. He's got to take this in the corner, maybe play a safety behind the purple. That's pretty natural, but we all know Chua. Right? Well, he's queuing like it does play on the side. We know he's so aggressive.
The side he put on partially killed that cue ball off the top rail, but as Jeremy pointed out when he saw the table originally, the 3 and the 6 together was always going to be a bit of a headache. We'll keep you informed how that one continues on. Just a reminder, it is on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Now back here, first 6 racks shared. Oh, and where's that cue ball again?
Yeah. Don't know if that can keep happening, but it's been 3 unfortunate kisses for both players. And it developed 3 ball in hands after the break. He's going to travel a couple cushions around here, trying to fall nice and straight on what looks like a very tight 3 ball by the pink 4. And both these players have played really well here. Just the break again, not allowing one to get going. Speed seems very good. Kind of getting a glance at that Chua match. Their feel from some distance, but it looks like Johan's gotten through the tough part. He's on the 6 ball. Gonna have a hill match here soon. Could try to fall below this. That's what the angle's kind of showing him here on the 6. So he's going to use that touch just to fall a little below the 7. Now he can kind of pull the cue ball up the side cushion. And as far as 2 players in a match, besides the break shot, right? This is as good as we've seen all week, I think.
Yeah, scratching on a break-off in 9-ball pool at this level is akin to putting an ashtray on a motorcycle. It just does not work. 4-3 to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. If you're on the other side of the Atlantic and you're just waking up nice and early and wanting to know how the power trio of Americans in the Mosconi Cup team are faring in the last 64 of this European Open, well, not a lot of news for you yet. Over on table 5, Fedor Gorst just getting underway against Salvador Garcia. And next match on table 1 will be Skylar Woodward against Konrad Ryzhushin. And also in the wings is Shane Van Boning. He will be playing on table 14 shortly against Alex Montpellier of France. There is a piece of good news for the American contingent though. Shane Walford 4-1 up on Luong Duc Tien.
Yeah, and it seems like Shane has improved every match. Good signs for him. And that match just now, Chua has deposited the 9 to go 9-9 with Claudio Cacci.
So much pool to be played before we get to the Mosconi Cup in Orlando, Florida at the end of November, early December. But it is still a possibility that the USA team could be unchanged from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's, like you said, a lot of points on offer still in a very heavy fall season like always. But we'll see how it really unfolds. Again, Tyler Starr unfortunately couldn't make the European Open, had to fly home for a health procedure that, you know, of course he needed to take care of, and of course looking towards that fall schedule, but untimely for him again, winning the last 2 ranking events in America with some incredible pool, but he'll be back. Finally, not a scratch on the break, Phil.
Eureka.
He could pull this ball, but I think he can beat the side pocket and just come 1 rail cross, maybe a second soft cushion here. Oh, kind of slid that one in. Knew it wasn't perfect right from the get, but did get it down. You could hear a little disgust there. Didn't get the draw on the cue ball to get back behind the pink. Now I don't know, he may be a little thin to attack.
So often, that was quite a simplistic shot, but so often we've seen the cue ball just meander on. I thought FSR played that one nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the hardest there is not only to judge the cue ball, but controlling the object ball. So Max wants to make sure there's no question marks on this hit on the pink, so he's going to make sure a referee has some eyes on it.
There was a very limited amount of space to get that 4 ball in behind the 8, but of course the blocking ball that FSR hoped for was the 6.
Yeah, not what he wanted there. He knows he's an underdog now, and I'm a little shocked he didn't come more behind the green, even though he did get the cue ball, I think, somewhat where he wanted. But if you notice where he pointed for the pink, he would have had to look maybe at a cross-side bank. Does have to go with the air, but definitely a favorite. So our first chance to, or at least what looks like a first chance to get a 2-game separation.
And it's an opportunity that FSR really should take. Dishing from here, it would be a 99 out of 100 job.
And again, we know how well he breaks the balls, that being FSR. Of course, Max as well. But, you know, minus getting kissed around and maybe losing the cue ball. And FSR looks to be pretty on point. This could get a dangerous position for Max Lechner.
Halfway home, the Ferrari, not in top gear, but he's revving up and he's 5-3 ahead. I think it's very interesting the way that Francisco Sanchez Ruiz's career has gone. He's still a young man, won't celebrate his 33rd birthday until just before the new year. He won the World Junior 9-ball championship in 2010, beating Jesse Engel 11-6 in the final. Then, 6 years later, he became European 9-ball champion, overcoming Joshua Filler in the final. 9-3. That was in 2016, but then, given his talent, it was quite a frustrating time. But suddenly, he hit the big time. In 2022, he won the Derby City Classic 9-ball, World Cup of Pool with David Alcady, PRP 9-ball Open in his native Spain, US Open, World 8-ball Championship, played in his first Mosconi Cup. He was on a winning team, and of course he was named Billiards Digest Player of the Year for that. And then 2023 just happened to add the World 9-ball Championship, Premier League Pool, and again was on a winning Mosconi Cup team. The last couple of years have been golden. As for this year, he won the tournament named after him, the FSR 9-ball Open in Lugo in Spain in March, and recently won the European 8-ball Championship as well. So he's doing okay, but 2022 and 2023, tough acts to follow.
Yeah, and that would be for any player on the planet, really. Even as dominant as SVB has been. Hard to figure anyone continuing that run like FSR has, or did. But I mean, once you do it, you believe you can do it again, so gotta believe more great stuff coming. 5-3 down for Max, so a crucial game here, and hard to win tactical battles against the Spaniard. May chip the 3 up the rail here, trying to make it more difficult. Problem with that is you don't want to leave an easy safety off the 1. Or he might plant you behind the purple, something like that. But I think he's got to move the 3 here, really.
Giving it back. And on table 9, David Al-Qaedi is giving it out. 8-0 up on Ricardo Gudja.
Yeah, really nice shot. A lot of people may not realize how much pressure was on that shot as well. I mean, it's down by 2 games. Starting to break. Looky here. Moved over to our other match table. Johan Chu is going to get through with a 10-9 victory. Hats off to Claudio Cacci, though. We'll see more of him.
It was by the skin of his teeth, but watch out for Johan Chur. 10-9. Cacci, it was a great learning experience, but of course that will be no consolation right now. Chur awaits Koping Han or Lu Wei Chan in the next round. It's 8-8 there on table 6.
Any good there, Phil? What a kick shot that was. It's perfect speed and definitely intended, trying to get the cue ball to drift back by the pink. Don't know if the 9 is impeding this jump shot here. The pink 4 getting over that, not much of a concern, but is he looking at a rail first between the 6-9? This is going to be something special if he can pull this off.
Was a high tariff shot. He's made something of a mess of it, and look at this table now. Okay, not ideal, but it will be one that FSR can solve.
Yeah, that's what you call rearranging the furniture there. Really kind of moved a lot of balls, and you know, he's put the 7 in a somewhat tough position, but gonna have to play a nice shot there from the 6 to the 7. But you can see the first part of the rack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, very playable. Gotten a little odd here. A little grimace on the face, and drawn by the 6 is very dangerous. I don't think he's straight enough to draw straight out over the spot. Gonna have to go forward with some spin here. Oh, he could stun just by it. So it got tricky right away.
Now, it wasn't identical, but he potted a ball of similar ilk to this in the first rack he won in the match. It was the second rack he knocked in a really good 6 ball. Again, I will emphasise, not identical to this shot, but similar. And he pulls that off as well.
Yeah, just perfect speed as well to let the English grab coming 2 rails out of the corner. Get a little heavy with that, believe it or not. The spin doesn't grab quite as much. You could end up thin on the pink. Still a lot of work left in this rack with the 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably comes to the center of the table. Could fall behind the purple on the right side rail. Yeah, that's what he's played. There's not a great angle to get on the 7, you know, very naturally. So he may be aggressive here with the cue ball and come 2 rails and try and get somewhat close to the 6. That way, whatever he falls on with the angle, a little easier to manufacture getting on the 7. Oh, he drew it. He sacrificed some distance, so he's going to have to make a nice one here. Probably stuns 2 cushions.
This is the glue that will bind this dish together.
Yeah, he wants to broaden this angle. That way the speed doesn't have to be so good to hit the gap. Looks pretty nice.
His 2 best shots of the match for me have both been 6 balls. The one I mentioned a short time ago in rack 2 and that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And he didn't steer the speed. That's what I like about FSR when he's really playing well. Very athletic at the table.
Increasingly worrying times for Max Lechner. From 2-2, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won 4 of the next 5 racks, and now there's daylight. He leads 6-3. Let's get these scores given to you. Fedor Gorst, 2-0 up on Salvador Garcia. Alexa Pachelch, 3-1 over Imran Majid. On table 1, we saw the end of the Johan Chua match. Well, replacing that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel will be Skylar Woodward against Konrad Yuzhishin. And of course, Woodward features on that promo slate for the US Open, which will take place later this month. Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City is the destination. It's a 6-day tournament for the green jacket. Koping Chang, the defending champion. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz won it in 2022. And the man top right, I suppose you'd have to say, would be the favourite this year, Fedor Gorst, because he's the world 9-ball champion. But never discount Shane Van Boening, who's looking to complete that record 6th US Open success. If he does so, I think that would be his greatest achievement in a list of great achievements.
Yeah, he's not done achieving. That's the point, right? Just came off some nice tournaments in America and playing as much pool as he ever has, and he's going to be geared up come Atlantic City in just 10 days' time, I believe.
Yeah, 3 big wins in America, geographically well apart. He won it in Washington State, didn't he? The Weir Memorial, and then went down to Louisiana and won 1 pocket in 9-ball there.
Yeah, and I think the good thing about, I don't know, you know, the Weir was on the 7-footers, of course. It's more of a memorial for Jason's father, and just kind of a special fun event for a lot of players. But that tournament in New Orleans, that was some tough equipment, and I think it's really put him in good setting coming here to these 4-inch pockets.
Not in good setting at the moment. Gary Wilson, he won the first 2 racks from Sanyan Pilovanovic. But Sanyan has replied with 5 on the trot.
Yes, talking to Gary last night a little bit. Going to take on a push out here with a look at the 2. That just tells you how difficult things are, but didn't know a whole lot about Sanjin, and if you don't, most people do. Gary did not as much. He's getting to know him now, but Sanjin just does everything really well. I wouldn't say he's the best in the room at any of it, but breaks the balls nice, and of course another youngster that's just getting more confidence every time he plays.
Yeah, he's marketable, isn't he, Sanjan Pilavanovic? He's been in the commentary box with us a few times.
Okay, pushed out to a kick shot behind the blue 2, and again, most players would want to take this on, especially I think it, you know, what he showed you in the last rack, right? You played a great safety, he kicked out of it. Not a whole lot that Max could do with that jump shot. Tried to make a miracle one. I like him taking this kick on. He's hasn't looked from the cue ball side yet. I thought the 8 and 6 were pretty big balls overall to be able to hold the cue ball and knock the 2 down below the 6 off the side cushion. The thing is, FSR, when he pushes out here, he's pretty confident he's going to execute. Well, good decision from Max. He's going to get a look. Yeah, and I think FSR kind of knew if he held the cue ball, even if there was a look at the 2, it wasn't going to be easy. All right, so does he chip off his right side or left side of the 2, run the cue ball 2 rails up to the top rail, kind of where his chalk is, just right of the middle diamond? I think it's hard to take this on offensively, even though you can tell that's what he's doing. Wow, what a great shot. Give him a shot. He deserves it. Now, does he take on this thin cut? Probably so. All right, watch out. 7 balls. The cue ball comes across. A little thick, but he did slide it in. Pretty good stroke. Just a little drawback. And really didn't get much draw on the cue ball either, so just not the delivery Max was looking for. And after making 2 or 3 beautiful shots, that one's going to hurt.
stern expression on the face of Max Lechner, and that's because he's falling into even greater deficit. It was all about the number 7 there, the missed 7 ball, and FSR gets to 7 with Lechner stuck on 3. Over on table 5, Fedor Gorsh 3-0 on Salvador Garcia. Alexa Pachelch being pegged back against Imre Majid. It's 3-2 to the Serbian. Daniel Masayol, rate him highly. He's 3-1 up on the UK Open champion Robbie Capito. Dennis Grabber 3-1 on Victor Zielinski. Ko Ping Han looking to make it 3 Ko brothers in the last 32. He's on the hill against Liu Wei Chan at 9-8. Also on the hill, Labino Marcage against Nick van den Berg on table 4, 9-7 to the man from Kosovo, the unknown from Kosovo. David Alcady on the hill at 9-1 over Ricardo Goodjar. It's been a good run for Ricardo to get here, the defending champion in command. Fatim Haradinaj, 5-3 up on a former World 9-Ball Championship semi-finalist, Wu Kunlin. Chris Melling and Ramazan Akhdag all locked up at 4-4. How about this? Alex Montpellier from France took the first 2 racks from Shane Van Boning on table 14. Van Boning just winning the 3rd. Matthias Snigotsky 5-2 up on Nick Malai. Shane Walford 7-3 over Luong Duc Tien. And the evergreen German Ralph Suke leads Niels Feiern 5-3. And if Suke were to win that match, he would play either FSR or Lechner next. Lots of eyes would be on that match.
Yeah, well, 2 Hall of Famers there. Of course, Niels getting inducted last year. Can't quite remember what year it was for Ralph Suke. It's been a minute since he was inducted. Of course, one of the greatest ever. Watch out, Nineball. And again, very hard to get some kind of good look at the blue 2 when they've had a couple looks. It still been some push-out situations.
So what we can tell you now is that with all of the last 64 matches either going on, about to go on, or having been completed, our next action on the main table will be last 32. Again, it will be a race to 10. By the end of the day, only 16 players will remain.
Yeah, he can't push out to an edge here with the 4-9. I think he's got to push out to some type of rail first shot. Maybe he can roll out to a little bit the side of the 2. And that's what he's doing, I think. These players have had to push out to very difficult situations, so we've seen a few pass back. We may see another here. Okay, it is the real first shot. Anytime there's more angle, very hard to judge, especially if you're trying to spin the ball and maybe pocket the 2. A friendly bump on the pink, I think. He's got an edge at least.
Yes, no damage done in terms of immediacy. But Lechner could be in trouble after this.
Yeah, he'll just, with the 7-3-4 there, he'll just kind of knock the 2, maybe a half diamond off the rail and go up behind the green 6. Missed one of these, his mark earlier on a similar shot, but this one's hard to miss the mark, and he rarely misses it anyways. And this is going to be a difficult hit. I mean, where's the rail to go to? May have to come to this bottom cushion, like, yeah, the angle he's looking at, or just kind of go at the 2, and he's tied the 2 up as well on the pink, so probably nothing to pocket. Could maybe carry him the 4 in if he gets enough speed. The thing is, when it's delicate like this, you really don't want to put a ton of speed. You want to keep accuracy on the kick. Oh, great hit, great hit.
FSR, though, retaining the tactical upper hand. Lechner solving one problem, and then he's faced with another.
Yeah, this one, though, when the greats go at this type of kick, it's got safety options as well, but a lot of times when they hit it, they kick it in a little more often than you would think. Get a feel of maybe catching that second rail right before the 2, or maybe just directly into it, but this is probably on the fence how he wants to play this, even with more speed, trying to make the 2, or do you want to try and utilize the 4-9 as maybe some type of kick safe? All right, he doesn't want to go too long up the rail. You want to spin into this a little bit. Great shot, Max, and much needed.
Great shot, great call as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, and I think he was really contemplating which way to go with it. I liked what he did. Let me try and knock a ball in and turn this match around.
In the previous rack, did all of the hard work before missing that 7 out of nowhere. So it's all about retention of concentration. But really here, this is as simple as it gets.
Nice fluid swing there.
Have we seen the start of a sustained Max Lechner revival? What escape it was on the 2-ball, chipped it in across the top rail and then dished up. He was in danger of falling well behind. Now though, 7-4 seems a whole lot more manageable. Fedor Gorst made a lightning quick start against Salvador Garcia, but Garcia has won the last couple of racks. Gorst leading 3-2 now. Same thing applied with Alexa Pashelsh against Imran Majid. Majid made the slower start, but it's 3-3 there. First two racks between Woodward and Yajushin have been shared. Daniel Maciol 3-2 over Robbie Capito. It was 6-2 for Sanyan Pilovanovic over Gary Wilson. Wilson's just won rack 9, desperately needed. Dennis Grabber 3-1 up in the early stages against Victor Zielinski. Koping Han and Liu Wei Chan have gone hill on table 6. It's 9-9 there. For Tim Haridanash, 5-4 up on Wu Kunlin. 5-4 for Chris Melling over Ramazan Agdag. After losing the first two racks, Shane Van Boning back to 2-2 with Alex Montpellier. Matthias Snigotsky 5-2 over Nick Malai. Shane Walford 2 racks away from victory. He leads Luong Doc Tien 8-3. Ralph Suke 5-4 over Niels Fye, and the winner of that plays the winner of this.
And just narrowly missing the 1. 6 a little short in the side, inches away from the 1 for FSR. Wouldn't say fortunate, but good thing the purple's in the way. You could see a 1-9 combination kind of on order if it wasn't. A little awkward here. That being the safety on the 1. I don't think he can shave the 1 thin enough to drop to the bottom rail and nestle behind the purple. Possibly. Players do get 1 minute after the break. And the shot clock goes back to 30, so FSR checking to see how much time. It's going to burn that extension, it looks like, though. Now, does he cut the 1 by the 9 to the bottom cushion, try and just casually come 1 rail over to the right using the 8 and the 2? I think that's the most simple shot. He tried to get back behind the 3, and this may open the door a little more for Max. Not only he got the snooker, but a bit more of a kick shot. Thought he may try and lay the 1 more on the rail and just use the 8 and the 2 as the snookering balls. Now, do you go for the kick safety here? Phil, with the 6 near the side, you may feel like you can get offensive because the kick safety with the 1 so far up isn't so easy to kind of figure out. All right, they've kicked this right in the pocket.
He kicked in the 2 in the previous rack. That one was on its way, it seemed, but it's hung.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. He wasn't really trying to play that kick shot. That's not a percentage play. It was more about the safety, but I thought that was tough to judge. Speaking of tough to judge, this ball's a little funny. Not sure if he's going to go rail first to the 2.
Is in a position where, as he sits there and contemplates, he knows he has to bridge this gap, has to get racks on the board, has to put FSR under pressure. Remember, he was 5-2 down yesterday against Piers Labutis. And in rack 6 and 7, he had some very bad luck. Clearly FSR not having the best of position luck there. That's why he had to jump. But it's worked out okay.
Pretty thin, obviously, on the red 3. No pocket to try and come with one, but he's got to work the cue ball. He's got to get by the 8. I think he can get up maybe behind the 7. He's got enough of the 3. And that's just all he had, really.
You never want awkward cueing, especially at distance.
Yeah, at distance, and he's got to put a little speed to try and get some position with the cue ball kind of going towards the right side of the table. So no choice but to attack, though. May get a roll here, at least partially. Good stuff there from Max, and way to regroup mentally. FSR is going to have to show us one here, Phil. I mean, not a whole lot of 3-ball to get to. He's over the 7. Almost has to hit kind of downward, it looks like. Also, ref needs to be on top of this one.
What a shot that was, by the way. What a shot. One of the shots of the tournament so far, and that's no exaggeration.
Yeah, absolutely. Dug in behind it. That's the most incredible thing about pool players and how great they are. You know, it's infinite, the positions you can have, of course, with so many balls on the table and the 4.5 by 9 pool table, but can't practice all those shots. You just have to kind of go with what you feel. I don't think he was trying to get behind that one. He was trying to hit the 3 first from 2 rails down. But now FSR in prime position.
Yeah, the other thing about FSR's brilliance there with that hook was the fact that the shot clock was down to a couple of seconds, so he had to pull the trigger quickly. And now he's in to possibly double up. Probably double up at 8-4. That's a substantial lead. Must give you this score. It was an epic match. And it's joy for the Ko brothers. Ko Ping Han has beaten Lu Wei Chan 10-9. So 3 members of the Ko family are into the last 32.
And I'll tell you, of course, I was a player, and it was always nice to see, you know, certain friends, of course, people you're close to, but you're more concerned about your own game, but to see them evolve. But now as someone that's on the sidelines and just appreciating these great players, it's really special to see players that are putting in the work and the time and starting to get those results, especially the young guys, and Koping Han's definitely one of them. All right, little check stroke here. So good at that shot. Makes it look much easier than it is. If the timing's off a little bit, you end up much shorter, a little thinner on the 8.
If you think 9-ball pool is all about potting balls, replay that rack. The escape that FSR pulled off was indirectly the reason he won the rack. It was simply outstanding and a real blow for Max Lechner. FSR 2 racks away from going through to the last 32 to take on either Ralph Souquet or Niels Fine. It's slowed down on table 15. Souquet leading 5-4. Shane Walford 8-4 up on Luong Doc Tien. Matthias Nigotsky 6-3 over Nick Malai. Alex Montpellier now, look at this, against Shane Van Boning. The youngster from France won the first 2 racks, was pegged back, but now he's won another couple. He leads SVB 4-2. Chris Melling and Ramazan Akdag 5-5. Same Woo Kun Lin and Fitim Haridanaj. Dennis Grabber 3-2 over Victor Zielinski. Gary Wilson's on the comeback trail, trailing only 6-5 against Sanyan Pilovanovic. Maciol leads Capito 4-3. Yajushin 3-2 over Woodward. And it's 4-3 for Pachelch over Majid. And I can tell you Fedor Gorst is getting his own way again on table 5. He's now 5-2 up on Salvador Garcia. The winner of that match to play Pachelch or Majid in the last 32.
Yeah, the 3 looked pretty appetizing going towards that side for maybe an easy starter, but it does have a starter, but not easy. The pink 4, pretty thin from distance. The 5-6, a little grouped. So he may cut this and just kind of go at the purple with the cue ball. Kind of agrees with how he wants to shoot it anyways, I believe.
One, 2, 3 off the break. Well, the kiss did not work out in terms of offense, but in terms of putting Lechner in trouble, yes.
Yeah, this is a little delicate. You know, FSR is so good at how you're supposed to shoot these types of shots. You got to believe he's going to get the plant behind the green 6, but these types of shots, if you're trying to learn them, you got to go through the purple a little bit. Don't really want to cut it much. That way you get enough speed on the purple to get by the 8, and the cue ball just easily nestles behind the 6. Oh, he drew it. He took a little chance there. I think that had a little something to do with that awkward stretch. Yeah, so Max made a huge kick shot and got out on Important game to get him somewhat back in it. Needs to bury a big one here.
Could have been worse.
Yeah. I think it translates all over the world. You know, make him earn it. You may lose the match, but make FSR work. That's certainly what he's done. Not an easy safety either, so not sure what the play is here, Michael. Oh, excuse me, Phil. Man, I think this has gotten awkward. Very tight going by the 8. Cue ball near the cushion. Not the type of shot you want to slow roll. And with any speed is the cue ball going towards the corner pocket. Man, we can't tell from here exactly, but I think he may be a hair elevated.
Those middle pockets at the best of times are devilish.
Man, you can tell a little frustration there from Max, and not so much just the miss, just what he's been left overall since he missed that big 7 ball. I think to make this match at 5-4 or 4-4 at that point. All right, looks like probably banks the purple down or up to the middle, trying to utilize the 9 if he can. The speed there really didn't agree with the snooker. May kick behind this one. May go all out for the bank. Not in love with chipping off one side trying to run the cue ball. I like the kick shot from behind more if you're looking at the safe side of things. I like him going for the bank. Gonna let up on the stroke a little bit there. Gonna get it down though, or I thought so.
Symptomatic of the match as a whole. It's been, as you say, you use the word yourself, frustrating for Max Lechner, and that's another addition.
Yeah, it's just that type of game that sometimes, you know, when you make, and it wasn't a ton of mistakes in this match, just a few crucial ones, right? Sometimes you get really punished. Sometimes you don't. But FSR has really backed it up with some really fine play as well. This is always a difficult situation. You don't want to get too thin on the 8 playing it past the side pocket. But you do want a little angle to be able to get out on the 9, so very delicate. Not sure the angle here, but may play a little inside spin. Yeah, like that, just to subtly bounce off that second rail.
It always looked wide to me. Have we just seen a turning point? Lechner needed something to G him up. make him believe he could pull this one out of the fire. Maybe the 8-ball has been the catalyst. What a difference. 9-4 breaking on the hill, or 8-5 with your opponent breaking. FSR missed the 8, hung it over the pocket, and Max Lechner is still in there fighting, just as he did on this table yesterday against Piers Labutis. Is that match going to be similar to this one? Looking good for Fedor Gorsh right now. He's 6-2 up on Salvador Garcia. Alexa Pachelch 5-3 on Imran Majid after being 3-3. The last 64 match onto the tables is now in play. Do Tae Kien of Vietnam against Simon Corral of Poland. Skylar Woodward and Konrad Jushin 3-3. Elliot Sanderson has taken the first 2 racks from Aloysius Schaap. Another tight affair on table 3 to tell you about. Robbie Capito and Daniel Masayol, 4-4. Same story on table 7, 6-6. Sanyan Pilovanovic and Gary Wilson. Those 2 players are winning racks in bunches. Wilson the first 2, Pilovanovic the next 6. Wilson coming back with 4 on the trot. Dennis Grabber 4-2 on Victor Zielinski. I can tell you Labano Marquage defeated Nick Vandenberg 10-7. So Marquage will now play Joshua Filler in the last 32. David Al-Qaedi, the most comfortable winner in the last 64 so far, beating Ricardo Goodjar 10-1. Wu Kun Lin has a slender 6-5 lead over Fitim Haradinaj. Same story, exactly the same score for Chris Melling against Ramazan Akhdag. Shane Van Boning back on level terms against Alex Montpellier at 4-4. Frenchman twice having a 2-rack advantage there. Matthias Snigotsky 7-3 over Nick Malai. By the way, as I'm speaking, Van Boning now 5-4 up on Montpellier, taking his first lead. Well done to Shane Walford beating Luong Doc Tien 10-4. And Ralph Suke 6-4 up on Niels Fine. The scores you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen are the Fillers Junior Open scores. It's a good field here, and what a prize it is. Win the event, and you lift the trophy presented by Joshua and Pia. One name to keep an eye on in that tournament is playing on table 17 at the moment, Max Benko. He's leading Sky Vandenberg 5-1.
Yeah, kids saw him come in yesterday, getting some practice. Always great for the tournament, brings such good energy, and of course they're always so happy to meet their heroes, get to play some games, maybe get a few pointers. Now Max really, I wouldn't say is broken perfect every time, but really hasn't gotten much off the break. So maybe that turns around after a big missed 8-ball from FSR. Oh no, just the exact opposite. The last thing he wanted to see. And that one was on him. There were no kisses here. Just one rail directly in the side. Just followed the 1 ball right on in, and FSR can easily shake off that missed 8.
Just when you're looking to build a head of steam. By the way, I've just received news. Our next match on the main table in front of the cameras will be Lavino Marcage, new experience for him, thrust into the spotlight against Joshua Filler.
Yeah, well, Filler, he's supposed to be in the spotlight. Okay, funny little rack. Not too difficult, even though it looks a little more grouped up on the right side rail. He's going to have to play a rail first on the pink, but that will get him to the purple. The 8's in a funny spot. Don't know if that plays really in that right middle. Interesting, he's playing with a little check here to come between the 3-9. Now there's a few different ways you can play the rail first on the pink, and I wouldn't want to be kind of in the proximity of the 3. That may bring the cue ball in a little tight. I would have rather been maybe a couple inches left of the 9. That would be ideal, at least from what I can see. Otherwise, I think if he stays in the area he's in, say he just stuns a little bit and comes off the rail, maybe a half diamond or so. Is he going to draw this all the way back? It's probably a pretty smart shot here. Oh, did he get enough? Kind of punched at it. That really needs to go. And I think that's all a result of the first shot. I really didn't understand why he didn't play the 2 in the lower left corner and go forward with the cue ball getting on the 3.
I'll tell you what, he timed that 3 badly, which might be an indication he's feeling it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, a lot of times a missed ball isn't, you know, the biggest thing in the world to a player. It's how you miss it and what kind of stroke you attempt to make. All right, nice shot. Oh, I thought it was in. These pockets are getting tougher and things are starting to change on the main table.
A chance he has to take to turn up the heat on last year's world champion.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen Lechner fall behind? You know, maybe making a crucial mistake somewhere here and there, but make some incredible comebacks. Doesn't always get across the line, but seems to always make him close, and just can't afford those misses. Even with the snooker, it's going to be the jump cue.
He must have played well against Coelho and Rogger on outside tables yesterday to win 8-2 and 9-2, but he didn't play well on this table against Labutis, even though he was successful yesterday, and Lechner off the pace again.
What is he, 3 for 3 with the jump cue in this match? Don't recall him missing one. Of course, they all haven't been the toughest of jumps. The first 2 definitely very playable, but that there, especially after making a few mistakes. Impressive stuff.
Well, he failed on the 8 ball in rack 13. I think he'll be okay with this one. But it gives you an indication of just how tight these middle pockets are, that he took a really good look at this. FSR isn't missing this 9. Just when you thought that Max Lechner had the chance to maybe turn up the heat, he's cooled, and FSR is on the hill. He's 4 up with 5 to play, leading at 9-5. And what's more, he's got the break in rack 15. Daylight appearing between Ralph Souquet and Niels Fine. Now 7-4 to the 6-times World Masters champion from here in Germany. Matthias Nagotsky 7-3 over Nick Malai. Shane Van Boning, 4 racks in succession for the great man from South Dakota. He's now 6-4 up on Alex Montpellier. Ramazan Akdag leads Chris Melling 7-6. Wu Kunlin 7-5 over Fitim Haridanaj. Victor Zielinski 4-3 down to Dennis Grabber. Gary Wilson is back in front against Sanyan Polovanovic. He was 6-2 adrift, and 5 racks in succession for Wilson means he's now ahead 7-6. Daniel Maciel 5-4 over Robbie Capito. 2-2 early days, Aloysia Schaap and Elliot Sanderson. Skylar Woodward 4-3 down to Konrad Yuzhishin. First rack on the board on table 6 as Simon Corral draws first blood against Do Tae Kien. 5-3 Alexa Pachelch over Imran Majid. And it's all going swimmingly for the world champion and the world masters champion. Fedor Gorshti leads Salvador Garcia 7-2. Sanchez Ruiz just wants to put this one to bed.
Yeah, well, he's going to get a look at the blue 2. And pretty easy position on the 3. The 7-8 tied up on the side cushion. So Max Leitner happy to see something difficult. Now this blue 2 again at 4-inch pockets, no hanger. You have to hit it cleanly. Coming from the center of the table, there's no sliding this one in. But you can see a very actually playable thing on the 7-8, a group on the 7-8. FSR being so smart with the 5, the purple 5 on the bottom cushion, you probably play an angle later in the rack to open the 7-8 with the 6 kind of over that right middle. So first things first. And like you said earlier, just occasionally that body movement, right, kind of gets in there.
I commentated on his first match in this tournament against Thanasis Kronis from Greece, and he was not impressive at all.
Yeah, whenever he moves on the ball, you kind of might, you know, describe it as he kind of shoulders the stroke a little bit more. I think that's all of us, really. Okay, again, the 6 got knocked over the side even closer, so it should be something on the purple to open the 7-8 while the 6 is looming. So here he just wants to come 3 rails, get somewhat heavy on the pink. The speed looks nice. So again, just draw above the purple. You don't want to fall below it. You would rather be above it a little bit. You can go into the 8. You can go into the 7. I kind of probably like going into the 8 more than the 7 off the purple. The only reason being is you go into that first ball. Ooh, he's going to get way thinner than he wanted here. So just can't control the stroke from shot to shot this match.
You know, it's really interesting. When he played Piers Labutis yesterday, there were a couple of occasions where he made gross misjudgments. Not dissimilar to that.
Well, that's kind of usually what happens there is kind of a make sure thing. Oh, let me make sure I draw above, and then you're a little worried before you hit the ball and maybe get a little too much into it. But now he's cueing awkwardly over the 6. Applying inside spin now is a gamble. Good thing is he can play off the 6 to come 2 cushions into the 8. And I think he's gotten that angle. Just got to go a little bit. Is that 6 past the side more than the camera showing us?
I'll tell you what, it is very thin.
Well, if it's really thin and he can't apply side spin, I don't think he's going to have the angle to open the 7-8 then. May end up a little short and below the 7. Now, if he can add right spin to kind of throw it in, catch the 6 a hair thicker, I think he's okay. that shows you he couldn't even play it. Or maybe he could. So you can see it's going to be the 6 in the side, screw the cue ball back a little bit, and then bang the 7 around using the 8.
I know there are many Shane Van Boening fans out there, so you will be delighted to know he's 8-4 up now on Alex Montpellier. 6 on the spin for him.
Yeah, a little. Didn't like it as soon as he hit it, really. Now he's got, if he's going to try and stitch him on the 8, I think he's got to slow bank this around. Can't really put the speed on the 7 and just a little right English. Yeah, doesn't want this to go in.
There was just a momentary look there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, if FSR goes to win this match, and he's a huge favorite to do so, I'll tell you, I'd probably get to the driving range if I was him and maybe just work on a little of the timing, get over to one of those practice tables. Good effort there, Max. It's going to give up a shot, though.
Yeah, you would assume his tournament is over, but remember, in rack 13, FSR missed an 8-ball down the rail, but he's 3 pots away from advancement.
Yeah, and he's having a little trouble with the timing as well. What happens when you get a little quick, you end up breaking down a little bit towards the cue ball when the tip comes up a little on these draw strokes, and we've seen that a couple times from Lechner and now a couple times from FSR. So big shot.
Given the circumstances, given the way he was feeling, that wasn't an easy one. Well done to FSR. And well done for gaining the desired result. It's one of those matches where, I'll tell you what, both players will not be happy with the way they performed. Far from it. But at least FSR has got the consolation of going through and remaining in this European Open. Max Lechner goes home disappointed. FSR wins by 10 racks to 5 and will now play in the last 32 either Ralph Souquet or Niels Fine. At the moment, Souquet over on table 15 is leading by 7 racks to 5. Next up here on the main table, in around 5 minutes' time, your next entertainment will be a last 32 match between Joshua Filler and Labano Marquage. It is David versus Goliath, but sometimes David wins. plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it! And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Joshua Filler, so nearly the World Masters champion in his homeland earlier this year, just edged out by Fedor Gorst in the final. It is a title he's won in the past. You can see him here winning it just a couple of years ago against the very surprising finalist that week, Lo Ho Sum. He's a man who knows where the trophy is, but he hasn't yet managed to land one of the big ones in his home nation. He's had plenty of opportunities the last few years. World Masters coming to Germany back in April in Hildesheim. And of course, we've had the European Open here in Fulda for both of the last 2 years. He's gone deep on both occasions. Hasn't yet made it to the final of this European Open. He's still in the hunt here. Some of the main contenders for the title have already fallen, including the man who ended his hopes 12 months ago, Anton Raga. We will be seeing Filler on the main table in just a moment. And that's what we're seeing around the arena. Shane Van Boning, runner-up here a couple of years ago, leading 8-4 against Alex Montpellier. And look at that match going on table 15. Combined age of well over 100. Ralph Souquet and Niels Feyen. It's Souquet leading 7-6 at the moment. Close finishing prospect between Woo Kun Lin and Fitim Haradinaj. That one is 7-all. Ramazan Aktag only needs a couple more to end the campaign of Chris Melling. Federer Gorst, world champion, should get through safely. 9-2 now against Salvador Garcia. In fact, that one's just finished, so Gorst is through. Konrad Yusushin 5-4 up on the American Mosconi Cup captain Skylar Woodward. And Mateusz Sniagotsky there with an 8-4 lead over Nick Malai. Alban Ocean was the champion 2 years ago on his birthday. Sanyan Pelovanovic has his coming up on Sunday, but his chances of marking up with the European Open title are receding. He's 8-7 down against Gary Wilson. Robbie Capito, he's won a big event already this year. The last big field Matchroom Open event, in fact, back in May in Telford. Capito leading Daniel Maciol 6-5. And Simon Kural of Poland has won all of the first 3 racks against Dotei Kien. Clash of the generations on table 13 between US Open semi-finalist Alexa Pechelj and the former Mosconi Cup player Imran Majid, who's in his 50s now. Pechelj leading there by 5 racks to 4. Just as I've been talking there, Shane Van Boening has got to the hill at 9-4 against Montpellier. And Lucius Yap is going to be playing for Asia in the Reyes Cup in a couple of months from now in Manila. Has the upper hand early on against Elliot Sanderson. Just talking about Elliot Sanderson, Carl, I know he's someone you know well, and I think it was about a year ago, was it? He decided to go full-time. He quit his job in the civil service and moved up to Scotland, and at first it wasn't really yielding much progress, but the last few months it does actually seem to be paying off for him now, and he's having his best run, really, on the World Nineball Tour in recent times.
Yeah, he's putting the effort in, he's putting the mileage in, isn't he? He's playing in as many tournaments as he possibly can. He's been to pretty much everything on the circuit. He goes to a lot of the lesser prize money WNT events, staged all over the world, and that's what you've got to do. He knows the level you've got to get at to be beating these top boys, and he's had some big wins and he's pushed a lot of the big players close. He's involved in a little battle there against Yap. Players are just warming up here. Joshua Phillip will be taking centre stage. Such a big time player, loves playing in the main arena. You can see that little bit of a crowd there, they're all crowding around the Ralph Souquet Niels Fine match.
Well, this is Skylar Woodward. It'll be all about USA versus Europe for him later in the year in Florida. And it's similar today, as he's up against Poland's Konrad Yusushin. Useful, experienced player, Yusushin. He's putting it up to Woodward here, 5-all at the moment. You know, last year, Carl, we saw Skylar Woodward come to pretty much all of these events, certainly in the early part of the year, and do well. He was also doing well in many of the smaller ranking events back in his home country. So I think we expected a big 2024 from him, and it's not happened. Any particular reason you can offer as to why that may be the case?
Yeah, I just don't know, mate. I just don't know. He's got a lot on his plate with his captaincy role, but you know, he's been given that role. He should be able to handle it, really, but it's just so tough, isn't it, really? I mean, there's so many great players, but are they just lacking that little bit of consistency that maybe the top players, you know, the big major winners have?
You know, Skylar's a very friendly guy, always chats to everyone around the venue and treats everyone exactly the same. So you might look at it and say, well, maybe he's a bit too nice and he needs a bit more killer instinct. But actually, you can have both. I mean, look at Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz over the last couple of years. Couldn't meet a nicer guy, but he's found that extra edge and that bit of competitive fire. So no reason why Woodward couldn't find it as well. It is surprising that he's having the year he's having. Do you think maybe, you know, you're talking there about the captaincy and everything involved in that. Even aside from that, the actual time-consuming nature of that, might there be a part of him that it's just taken a bit of his focus away from his own game?
Yeah, also he's got children as well, hasn't he? So that certainly takes up your time.
But just the fact that he might be thinking a lot and looking at other results and thinking maybe I should pick this player or that player, and it comes to a point where even when he's out on the match table, he isn't entirely focused and present in the way he was before.
Yeah, but, you know, he is the type of player, a little bit like Jason, where you feel like they can handle it, but, you know, maybe they can't deep down. Maybe it's just, you know, it's just something that is in the back of the mind and you can't really forget about it. But, you know, obviously Shaw's won Hanoi, hasn't he? So he's picked up an open event trophy. So Woodward yet to do that, but he has knocked on the door.
And you know what? We love to analyse everything, don't we? And sometimes it maybe just comes back to what you said a few minutes ago. It is tough. There are a lot of good players out there. And maybe it's a case that we're just looking at results, and in fact his performances maybe haven't deteriorated. He just keeps coming up against players in form. These are all possible explanations as well. But it is one of the narratives on the World Nineball Tour this year, the fact that Woodward not yet performed the way he did for so much of 23.
And also maybe it's just a case of he's not quite as good as that, you know, that filler Gores, Shane Van Bonen, Ko Pin Yi. Maybe it's just a case of that. A bit like Conrad, you know, so talented, great player, left-hander. Such a good potter of the ball, but he's another one that's trying to just break through.
Shane Van Bonen has broken through to the last 32. The 5-time US Open champion and 1-time champion of the world has ended the run, the impressive run actually, of French player Alex Montpellier by 10 racks to 4. Van Bonen will now play either Chris Melling or Ramazan Akdag, and there's no telling at the moment which of them it's going to be, because that one is level at 8-all. So 2 players came here representing Kosovo. They're both still in it. Bitam Haradinaj in action at the moment and leading 8-7 against last year's World Championship semi-finalist Wu Kunlin. Here on the main table, it's Labanot Markaj. Not someone we know a great deal about, Carl.
No, not at all. Absolutely not at all. And usually we might be saying this in the very first round, but this is the last 32.
Okay, well, he's won the lag, and he'll start us off. Big task for him, facing the former world and US Open champion.
He's also a lefty. Left-handed players seem to be the better potters for some reason. We don't know why, it just always seems to be the case.
Always very appealing to watch, though, aren't they? In any sport. Yeah, not sure why that is either. Maybe just the fact that it looks so different to what we're used to. Well, they both had to go to the loser's side, albeit that when Markaj was sent there, it was anything but unexpected, because it was Francisco Sanchez Ruiz who beat him. Now, the score was only 9-6. So that tells us a lot about the abilities of Markaj. And he came through 3 matches on the loser's side against Hai Long Lee of Vietnam. Good win against Jan van Lierop, the Dutch player who got to the last 16 in Hanoi last year. And then he beat Sullivan Clark of New Zealand in loser's qualification round. Already today, he's taken out the former Mosconi Cup player, Nick Vandenberg of the Netherlands, 10-7. We always talk about the importance of these sort of players who are in this situation, playing on the main table, which they're not used to against a big name, and the value of settling in quickly in a match. Signs in that regard extremely positive for Markash.
Well, this will be a wonderful shot. It might be better just stopping your ball there. What's the chances of ripping this one in and get on the 6? It's very, very slim.
Well, he managed to get some sort of position on the 6. Still needed a good pot, but he's found it. It's a great chance now for a break and run in the opening rack. Relatively new country, Kosovo. Only about 1.5 million people live there. Southeastern Europe.
It's been a really good finish, this, you know. Sending a little message over to the man in his chair.
Yeah, absolutely, and even more so for the fact that he had to come through one or two little challenges and hurdles along the way. Impressive start for the man from Kosovo. Labanot Markash leads Joshua Filler 1-0. I think it's just showing his inexperience on the main table there. He saw Filler coming over to the table, and I think he was under the impression he was obliged to help get the balls out, but of course, that's not the case at all. Mateusz Sniegocki of Poland, who's been a quarter-finalist here in Fulda in the past, is on the hill at 9-5 against Nick Malai. And Fitim Haradinaj, the other player from Kosovo in the event, is also just one away from victory. 9-7 now over Wu Kunlin. 7-all between Niels Fine and Ralph Souquet. 8-all between Chris Melling and Ramazan Akdag. I'm not sure we gave you the final result on the Feder Gorst match, but the world champion has won 10-2 against Salvador Garcia. Sanjin Pelovanovic has turned it around. He's on the hill now, 9-8 against Gary Wilson. Daniel Massiol 8-6 up on the UK Open champion Robbie Capito. 5-all between Victor Zielinski and Dennis Graber. Lucius Yap pulling away a bit against Elliot Sanderson. That's 5-2. Konrad Jusicin, we saw there a few moments ago, 6-5 ahead of Skylar Woodward. Simon Kural 3-1 up on Dote Kien. And Alexa Pechelge is leading Imran Majid 6-4. Winner of that gets a shot at the world champion, Feder Gorst, in the next round. Well, these two are already through to the next round, the last 32. Markash is 1-0 up. He's going to like this, Carl.
Yeah, it's got to like it. Easy shot on the blue too. Pink 4 ball is the one that we've got to pay attention to, unless it goes past the 6, of course. Might just sneak past that green 6. Difficult to see from here.
There's one other match this round where we already have a score to report. On table 2, Alexander Kazakis has the opener against Mustafa Alnar. Been one of the big stars of this week. Wouldn't quite call him a breakout star because, of course, beat Fedor Gorst at the World Championship earlier in the summer, so we already knew about his abilities, but he certainly enhanced his reputation here.
Must go past that green 6. Look at this for a positional shot. Showing us what he's got so far.
Well, it's the classic case of if this was the other way round and Filler had started like this, we'd be talking about him underlining what an outstanding player he is. This is really impressive stuff. Very new environment for him.
Distance between cue ball and object ball. Sometimes that means position might go wrong. That was the pace. He played for it in the middle, but he's going to be shooting it in the top. He did have a big area to land in, so. Looking at the middle, but must be for the cue ball. He'll definitely pop this ball in the top corner. Likes to spin the cue, doesn't he, in his hand? If you watch him as he's queuing up, he spins the cue around.
Oh, and just when it looked as though he was closing in on another break and run and a really impressive start to the match, he's thrown in a really bad miss on the 8, and Joshua Filler was out of his chair so quickly. In all probability, going to accept the gift, level the match. Oh, what a chance for Markash.
It's the message it sends to Filler, though. If he knocks them 2 balls in, Michael, and goes 2 up, you can see the difference in messages. Now that's going to give Filler a right boost of confidence.
Yeah, and we were talking there about how quickly he had settled in, and so often we see it on the main table. Someone looks as though they're going to be comfortable with the environment early on, then they miss 1 or 2, and suddenly they start missing a lot. So let's see if that happens to Markash. And you don't need me to tell you, looking at him there, what sort of thoughts are going through his head. What an opportunity that was to lead the home country favourite by 2 racks to 0. But he's passed it up, so we're level. Now another German star, Ralf Souquet, has just gone 8-7 down against Niels Fye, and this is in the previous round now. Chris Melling and Fitim Haradinaj, both still looking for 1 more in their respective matches. Dennis Grabe is 6-5 up on Victor Zielinski. Daniel Maciol, the latest player to get to the hill. He was in the last 16 here last year. He's 1 rack and 1 round away from doing the same because he leads Robbie Capito 9-6. Simon Corral 4-1 up now on Dote Kien. Conrad Yusishin has just added another rack to lead Skylar Woodward 7-5. And Alexa Pechelge has won rack 11, so now 3 ahead of Imran Majid at 7-4. All those matches in the last 64. In this last 32 round that we're watching, Mickey Kraus of Denmark has won the first against Chang Yulong, who we saw beating Jason Shaw on the main table earlier. Ho Ping Han has won the opener against Johan Chua. And here, it's 1-all. First look at the break of filler.
Does the 2-ball sneak past the 9 in the corner? Julian Roper, referee, just removing the template. May try and get the cue ball in behind the purple 5 as well if this doesn't pop, but he's tried.
He's not a complete unknown quantity, Marquage. He was actually in the semi-final of a world ranking event earlier in the year in Italy, back in April. And he beat some really good players to get there, actually. He beat Victor Zielinski in the last 32. Then he had a close finish against Tobias Bongers, who reached the UK Open quarter-final soon after that. And then in the last 8, Marquage came through a hill-hill finish against Hona Suto, who was just beaten in the semis then by Sanjin Pelovanovic. That was a strong field in Modena. He went a long way in it. You could see a lot of body movement there. It's amazing. I'm not saying this is necessarily what's happened there, but so often player who isn't familiar with this environment just has one bad miss and the anxiety starts to creep in very quickly.
Little short of pace, but all that means is the cue ball's going to be travelling more now. Such a good potter of the ball is Josh, but he's going to have to get that cue ball. Maybe 3 rails. Let's see if he plays the pot. Presume he'll play the pot. He's looking at something else though, I think. A little bit fortunate. We were trying to get it nestled behind the brown 7. Cue ball hit it full, and luckily the 9-ball was there, so it wasn't the intended plan. First attempt with a jump cue. Let's see what he's got. Not a lot, Michael.
Yeah, the signs are bad, aren't they, after that really disappointing miss on the 8 when he looked like he was going to lead 2-0. Saw the body movement when he attempted the pot on the 2 earlier, and now he's throwing his hands up in the air. And if you're starting that kind of thing in rack 3, that's not a good indication. It's getting inside his own head already. He was all smiles before the match. Already starting to look a bit tense.
Look at where he's knocked the purple 5 though. As the cue ball come back down the table, it bumped into the purple 5 and knocked it onto the 9. I don't think there's 5 pots in the corner. I think he's going to play for a combo. Yeah, he's played for the combo. This is nice. How about that for cue ball control?
And how about this for a quick turnaround? Joshua Filler would have been sitting in his chair only about 6 or 7 minutes ago, thinking he was going to go 2-0 down. Now, that 5-9 combination in the side, he clinches his first lead of the match at 2-1. Mateusz Niegotzki is through, quarter-finalist here in Fulda the summer before last. Pole has beaten Nick Malai by 10 racks to 5 and will now play American Moscone Cup player Shane Wolford in the last 32. Imran Majid has pulled one back against Alexa Pescelj. So that's 8-5 now in favour of the Serbian. Simon Kural is 5-1 up on Dote Kien. Elliot Sanderson really needed to win the 8th rack, and he has. So he's now 5-3 behind against Aloysius Yap. And a couple more winners to tell you about. Robbie Capito will not be winning back-to-back Matchroom Open titles because he's been defeated 10-6 by Daniel Maciol, the man who ended Alban Ocean's reign as European Open champion here last year. Gary Wilson's run is at an end also. Sanjan Pelovanovic finishing strongly there to win their match by 10 racks to 8. Maciol will play the winner of Yap and Sanderson. Pelovanovic will face either Victor Zielinski or Dennis Graba. It's 6-5 Graba at the moment. Back to this, didn't make the 1 in the side, but the 2 has flown in, and he's got a shot at the 1 now. I'll tell you also, we've got a hill-hill finish going on table 11. Ramazan Akdag of Turkey has just levelled at 9-all with Chris Melling. We may well go hill-hill on table 8 because Woo Kun Lin has got it back to 9-8 behind his match against Fitim Haradinash.
I wonder if he'll try a cheeky clip on the purple 5. Yeah, not sure what went on there. Not ideal, I know that much.
Filler, one of 4 Germans to make single elimination from a starting contingent of 46. To be fair, very few of those players would have been among those who would have expected to make the final 64. One exception, of course, Moritz Neuhausen didn't get this far, i.e. a single elimination stage. This, a last 32 match. These 2 players both having already won once today.
Well, we know where the 3-9 is, don't we? They don't know if it was a foul or not. Are we able to get a replay? I'm sure Julian's asking the very same thing.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I was pretty sure he got the 3 first.
Yeah, it looked okay. I mean, regardless, he's going to go for the 3-9 combo. The only difference is if he's got ball in hand, it's unmissable, the combo.
Yeah, huge difference in difficulty, really. But I think you'd still fancy Filler either way. But I don't think he's going to get ball in hand here. With you, it looked pretty conclusive.
I think if we put another replay on the arena TVs and Josh was to look, he would know himself. He's just not seen the replay, has he?
Not sure what the delay with this is. Unless now there's a delay for some other reason. Well, that's Carlin's shot there. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this in terms of what the protocol is, particularly when you got cameras on a couple of tables. Well, we can certainly see this. And I think we can see that down on the arena floor, so... This is an unusual situation, really. Waiting about 2 minutes for this now, and obviously the shot clock has been suspended. Now they're discussing the matter, and looks like it's all quite cordial. So, Julian Roper, the referee, has left the match arena and is now up actually in our production area having a look at it. I think Marquage was quite sympathetic to Filler there in terms of their discussion and was agreeing that it was tight, and Filler seemed to be saying, yeah, but want to have a look at it. Didn't seem to be any great disagreement. Anyway, it's all sorted now. And after all that, even without ball in hand, Joshua Filler makes the combination anyway. It was a 5-9 to clinch the third rack. It's a 3-9 to clinch rack 4. Now won 3 in a row. Well, that was an unusual situation all round, Carl.
Yeah, Julian does have a TV down there. I think he was a bit froze on the spot. Like missing the 9-ball. I think the referee had a bit of a mad one there.
Now Ramazan Akhdag is through, having survived that hill-hill finish against the very experienced British player Chris Melling. And just as that hill-hill finishes, another one is starting on table 8. Woo Kun Lin and Fitim Haradinaj are now level at 9-all. So Akhdag goes through to take on Shane Van Boning, no less, in the next round, and whoever wins the final rack between Wu and Haradinaj will face the defending champion David Al-Qaidi. Just looking at Marquage and his body language, you have to feel it's important he wins another rack very soon, because you have to think he's still reflecting on what happened in the second rack, which he's got to try to put out of his mind. But having had such a golden chance to lead 2-0, the further behind he falls, the greater the internal mental battles he's going to be fighting. 3-1 now to Filler.
Oh, it's a wonderful break. We spoke about his break yesterday, didn't we? We said it's improved so much, and there you see it. And we've seen other players struggle, but he has really improved that break.
Yeah, started well in this tournament. Got through his opening match against Sebastian Rudek, also from the host nation, without losing a rack. then comfortable against Cristian Surdea of Romania in the next round. But then, incredibly, 8-0 down against Mustafa Alnar. Did get a few back, and knowing Filler, he will still have fancied his chances of turning that one around, but it was too much to ask. Alnar winning 9-3. And he went to the loser side and faced Kostas Koukiadakis. Got off to a great start, and it all seemed quite inevitable what was going to happen, but it wasn't quite like that in the end. Koukiadakis got a few back. Filler started to make a few mistakes here and there. In the end, though, the German won 9-5, and earlier today faced Jonas Suto, who's been a ranking event winner this year on the World Nineball Tour. 10-4, Filler came through that one.
Michael, did Chris Melling win that Hill rack?
No, he lost to Ramazan Akdag.
Wow. 10-9. Filler's picked up his pace of play here. He seems a different player today than yesterday as well. A lot of errors yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, it wasn't a good day for him all-round performance-wise, albeit that he did end up in the final 64. Some other big names didn't survive yesterday's play. Last year's runner-up, Anton Raga, among them. Also, the recent World Championship runner-up, Eklund Kachi. Two players who could have won this title without anyone being the least bit surprised. This rack has probably only taken about as long as it took to sort out that ball and hand business in the previous rack. Swift one from Filler, break and run. He's now won 4 in a row, and he leads 4-1. Niels Fyen is on the hill in the previous round. Looks like he's finishing strongly against Ralph Souquet. Dutchman now leading 9-7. Still plenty of other matches going on in the last 64 as well. Alexa Pechelge has now made it to the hill. 9-5 against Imran Majid. Simon Coural 5-2 up on Dote Kien, so still a long way to go in that one. And Skylar Woodward closing in against Konrad Jusicin. He's now pulled level at 7-all. Lucius Yap pulling away in his clash with Elliot Sanderson. That one is now 7-3 for the former US Open finalist. Dennis Graba has a 6-7-5 lead now over Viktor Zielinski. So they're all in the last 64. Elsewhere in the last 32, Mickey Kraus off to a flyer against Chang Yu-Lung. Kraus leading 4-1 as he looks for another good run in a matchroom event this year. Went deep at the World Championship. Johan Chua is 2-1 up on Ko Ping Han. Alexander Kazakis made a very good start against Mustafa Alnar. It's 3-0 now to the former World Masters champion. Just looking at some of the other matches in the last 32 as the draw really takes shape. Mohamed Soufi against Alban Ocean. And of course it was Soufi who ended Ocean's bid for a record equaling 3rd world title in Poland last year. Wu Kun Lin and Fitim Haradinaj. Hill, as we were saying, on table 8. Still playing that deciding rack. And the other scores you see there in the other half of the screen, they're from the Fillers Junior Open. Joshua Filler and his wife Pia hosting that event. Become standard really now at these big Matchroom Open events to have a junior tournament alongside. And Lucius Yap has got another one on the board against Elliot Sanderson. That's 8-3. It was close going for a lot of the way there, but a more experienced player looks as though he's making that count in the later stages. So 2 rounds being completed today. Last 64, last 32. And we get into the weekend. We'll be down to only 3 tables left for the last 16. In the early session tomorrow, quarterfinals tomorrow night. And then just a single table for the final day. The two semi-finals back-to-back, both raced to 11. And the final then raced to 13. I'm just waiting for play to resume on the main table. Not quite sure what the delay is.
Yeah, you can look at this event like 3 stages, can't you? 256, all about trying to qualify through to the final 64. Look at it like making the cut. And then today, you play 2 rounds. Tomorrow, if you make it through to that final 16, it will have a completely different feel about it, won't it, Michael?
Yeah, well, you can start to see the finish coming into view then. You wake up on Saturday morning, you're still in the tournament. You know somebody's going to be getting the trophy tomorrow. That stage. May well be this man.
Again, Michael, look at the break off the edge of the one, stunning the one into the side time and time again.
May have changed a bit now with all the success that Gorst has had over the last few months, but really in recent years, we've tended to come to these tournaments and find many people citing Joshua Filler as the favourite, and it feels as though he should be, but actually his record in the matchroom events over the last couple of years, you look at it, is not quite what you might expect. Ready this year, he went down to a disappointing quarter-final defeat in the UK Open to Robbie Capito, went on to win the title. Last 16 of the World Championship, lost to Anton Raga. So I think we have this idea in our heads that he's always there in semi-finals and finals, and he often is, but equally so, a lot of times over the last couple of years where he's gone home a lot earlier than anyone would have been expecting in these tournaments. Think back to last year and the World Championship where Alex Pagulayan put him out in the last 64. He was beaten in the last 32 of the Spanish Open by Emil Andre Gangflo. US Open, which he's won before. Didn't get past the last 16, albeit it did take the eventual champion, Ko Ping Chung, to put him out. Did have some good runs in these events last year as well. Finalist in the UK Open, where he was defending, and semi-finals here, beat Fedor Gorst in the quarters.
You could see the disgust straight away. He potted the ball a little bit too thin. Hit it a little bit too hard as well. And watch where the 6 ball goes in. See how it rattles and goes in. As soon as he hit it, you know, all the years of practice, you know as soon as that back arm and the cue hits the cue ball, if it feels sweet, if it feels bad. That's why he just walked away straight away. He knew it was a horror show. This is what he has been doing, you know, he's been getting himself in these positions, look like he's going to run away with a match, and then something a little bit silly just kind of keeps his opponent in the match, in the hunt.
That's a fine shot. Having run into that little bit of difficulty. I wonder though, Carl, how much harder would a shot like that be if his opponent was putting him under a bit more pressure?
Yeah, this is a testing long pot here. 5-1, he'll have that spring in his step. Breaking in the next. Yeah, good shot. He does that a lot, Phil. He doesn't overdo it with the cue ball. A lot of players might have hit that a bit firmer, trying to get straight on the 9. Josh Knowles just popped the 8 at the right pace and give me a look on the 9.
He's just totally dominant at the moment, isn't he, in this match? And Joshua Filler is already halfway to the winning line. It's 5-1 And not long after this event finishes, an even bigger one will be starting, the US Open at Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, staging the championship for the 4th year in a row. US Open itself has been around since 1976, so much history. And that man with the big smile in the middle there, Chang, he was behind early on in the final against Fedor Gorst, then won 10 racks in a row, just played so well across those last few matches, and he will be at Harrah's to defend his title just 10 days from now. An event you very nearly won back in the day, Carl.
Yeah, nearly got a green jacket, nearly got a trophy like that. Well, I did actually get a trophy like that. It's still at home. It's just a tiny bit smaller. And it says runner-up on it, unfortunately.
Imran Majid is still punching on table 13. 51-year-old British player has won the 15th rack, but he still needs to win another 4 in a row now against Alexa Pescelj, who was a semi-finalist at the US Open last year.
Yeah, Pescelj is definitely in that bracket of a player who we're tipping to win events, aren't we? Like a robot as the one ball disappears. Has he made the one every break, Michael?
No, not in rack 4. Did make a ball off the break, but it wasn't the one.
Seems that he can get through to the potting angle. Got to avoid cannoning balls though. The pink, the 8, even the brown 7 as it comes back through a gap maybe. Yeah, he's hit the pink 4. That was always going to be the danger. Can you see a piece of this ball? And just see it just clips the ball. Yeah, and that sends it down bottom of the table. It keeps it here. Don't know how much of this ball he can see, but if he can see it full enough, don't be surprised if he starts swinging at the 9-ball. He'll try and play something with the cue ball. Oh, he could cut it in the middle. What a bonus that was.
Labanot Markaj spending a huge amount of time in his chair at the moment, and of course, the more time he's sitting down, the more time he's got to reflect on that huge error he made in the second rack. Of course, ideally, you want to put it out of your head, and that's what top players do, but this is all new to you, and you've had that big opportunity, playing well at the start of a match. You've settled in totally, it seems, and you're on the brink of leading Joshua Filler 2-0, and then you go and miss that 8. And really, you look at what's happened since then. He's been reduced to a bit part role. Filler really freewheeling now.
Tiny bit short. All it means is he's not going to stun the ball in and play the 8 in the other corner. It means he'll probably come back across table for the 8 in the corner that he's potting the 7. He could still roll it in actually, but he's playing for the 8 in the same pocket as the 7.
So it's going to be half a dozen racks in a row for Joshua Filler, and it's another break and run. This is as dominant a passage of play as you're ever likely to see. Labanot Markaj can do nothing about it at the moment. Joshua Filler is looking in prime form. He leads 6-1. And even if Markaj does go out, there will still be another Kosovo player still in the tournament, because Fitim Haradinaj has won that hill finish against Woo Kun Lin and will now face the defending champion David Al-Kaidi in the next round. Niels Fyan still looking for one more, 9-8 up against Ralph Souquet. Alexa Pechelge also on 9, but a bit more breathing space against Imran Majid. That one's 9-6. Skylar Woodward just edged ahead of Conrad Yusashin at 8-7. Simon Coural is 6-3 up on Dote Kien. Lucius Yap leading 8-4 against Elliot Sanderson. And Dennis Graba has made it now to 8-6 against Victor Zielinski. All those matches in the last 64. This is the last 32. Joshua Filler looks as though he's in a hurry to reach the last 16. Just looking at other matches in the last 32. Filler makes the one in the side yet again. In this round, Alex Kazakis 3-1 up on Mustafa Alnar. Johan Chua now leading 4-1 over Ko Ping Han. And Ko Ping Yi is also trailing, albeit only 1-0 to Oliver Sholnocki. Chang Yu-Lung has won a couple in a row to get back to only one behind now against Mickey Kraus at 4-3.
Playing the push. Yeah, he's rolling it up top end, isn't he, here? Leaving distance. It's like he's doing something with the 7 ball as well.
Well, the last time Marquage was at the table, the score was only 2-1.
A little 3-pack from Filler. It's amazing how a match can change in direction. I'm not saying Marquage will have gone on to do this, but you know when you miss that 8 ball, easy 8 ball to go 2-0 up. And, you know, when Josh was sat in the chair, I'm not saying he looked worried, but we've not seen much of him at the table, and Marquage was looking like he was handling the surroundings okay, but it's amazing how it just changes.
Yeah, and I think more so for someone like him. Obviously, if Filler did that, well, he'd be disgusted with himself. We've seen often in this match from his body language what a perfectionist he is, but it's not like he'd feel it was because he wasn't comfortable or belonged in the surroundings, because he knows he does. For someone like Marquage, who's not used to this at all, going to play on the mind an awful lot more.
Just in the distance, I can see Ralph Suke is at the table. Big crowd around that table. 2 of the older Hall of Famers, if you like, battling it out. And I know that match is close, Michael. What is it?
Yeah, it couldn't be closer. It's hill between the 2 former world champions, Niels Feijen and Ralph Suke. Winner of that will play last year's world champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, in the last 32.
What a match they have put out there for the world to see, or the fans anyway here. Some of the older European legends lock horns. One rack to see which one advances.
Well, they battle it out. Another veteran former Mosconi Cup player has bowed out of the tournament. Imran Majid has gone down 10-6 to Alexa Pechelge, who will now face the man of the moment in pool these days, Fedor Gorst, for a place in the last 16. There's a real air of inevitability about this match now, isn't there? Marquage can hardly get involved, and even when he does, he's just not able to establish a foothold. I know sometimes we in the media could perhaps leave ourselves open to accusations of creating narratives that aren't really there, and we've spoken so much about Joshua Filler really wanting to win a big title in his home country and the did ask him at the World Masters earlier in the year, have we got it right? Is it something that's important to him? If anything, his answer suggested, it's even more important to him than we thought. And perhaps even a bit more since then, because he did go so close in Hildesheim. If he keeps playing like this, he should go close again here in Fulda this weekend. He lost the opening rack, looked like he was going to lose the second, but it's now 7 in a row for Joshua Filler. He only needs 3 more, and his day's work will be done. Staffan Alnar, who beat Joshua Filler yesterday, send him to the one-loss side. Coming back after a poor start against Alexander Kazakis, the Greeks' lead is now reduced to 3-2. Johan Chua is flying against Ko Ping Han, the World Cup winner and recent World Championship semi-finalist, is leading 5-1 there. No change in any of the other last 32 matches since last I updated you. Still no white smoke from table 15 between Fine and Suke in their deciding rack. That's in the last 64. Dennis Graba leading Viktor Zielinski 8-7 in that round. Simon Kural 6-4 up on Do Tae Kien. Filler really cruising here now.
Just a little high. When did Ben Taylor Fuente come into the refereeing equation? It was Julian Roper, weren't it? Just wondering if that's why we've had a dry break.
The refs rarely get any sort of break. Maybe Julian's gone off for one. Meanwhile, just as I was talking about Filler cruising and being dominant, he's produced the first dry break of the match.
Yeah, and he's in a world of trouble here. I'm keeping an eye on that table between the two Mosconi Cup European legends. There's a lot of balls still on the table, Michael. I think they're both playing on the 2, and it looks like Fayan's hooked on the blue 2, so I'll try and keep you guys up to date. Good hit, and he's caught a rail. He'll be happy with the outcome. Neil's got out of the hook with the short cue. He played a jump shot, full table, made a good hit. Balls flew around the table. Everything come to a standstill. And it looks like Suke does have a little opportunity here on this blue 2. Meanwhile, Marquez has made a mess of that one.
Filler must be looking at this now and thinking, well, even if I do give him a chance, unless it's a really good one, he may not be able to take advantage of it at all, because it's just become such a struggle for Marquez. And if you didn't see the start of the match, I really can't tell you how comfortable the man from Kosovo looked early on. All smiles at the start, break and run in the first rack. Looked like he was going to do it again in the second. Missed the 8. And all Filler since. But the combination not quite coming off for Filler.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, that. He got down as if he really fancied it. And seemed to miss it by quite a way. He didn't even hit the jaw. Ralph Suke potted that 2 ball. And he's got a nice angle on a 3 ball. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 balls left on the table. 7 balls. Just spotted the 8 ball hiding on the left long rail. It's now or never for the man at the table here, Marquez. He's got to make this count. Okay. Ah, didn't see that safety shot. Very clever. He was trying to get the cue ball behind the 8, wasn't it? And just fling the 2 ball around. You are allowed to do a deliberate foul. It just means you're giving up ball in hand. So he just tried to tie the green 6 and the 9 up.
Yeah, that's one of the differences, of course, between pool and snooker, because if you play a deliberate foul in snooker, balls go back.
Interesting thing here, because if the 6 and the 9 have finished in a combo, which it doesn't look like they have, that would mean Filler has got to make sure he hits the 2. Because if he didn't, he could have played the combo. Got to hit a rail after contact as well. Oh, and he's missed it. Well, he's going to lose the rack. Look where he's knocked the 9. Marquage with ball in hand.
You have to feel the way it's been going. Marquage needed something like this. Trouble the scorers again. And although it was a routine 2-9 combination, no doubt it's going to make him feel a bit better. So it looked as though he was going to get his second rack on the board probably about 40 minutes ago, until he missed that 8 ball. He's finally made it to 2. Difference is now, instead of being 2-0 up, that one means he only reduces his deficit to 7-2. Now, Skylar Woodward was involved in a close one for much of the way against Conrad Yusashin. And he's going to get the job done. He's finished strongly, pulling away towards the finish. The American Mosconi Cup captain battles on into the last 32. He's beaten Conrad Yusashin by 10 racks to 7. Winner of that match between Do Tae Kien and Simon Coural will face Woodward in the last 32. 6-5 Coural at the moment. Possibility, of course, if Woodward overcomes whoever his opponent is there, and Fedor Gorst beats Alexa Pechelge, would have Gorst against his Mosconi Cup captain, Skylar Woodward, in the last 16.
Let me just give you a quick update. Suke has potted the 3s, hooked himself on the 4, and he's been looking at this shot for a good 2.5 minutes. He's playing a 1-rail kick, and he's missed it. So Fayed will come to the table with ball in hand. This looks a good break from Marquage. What's he got on the 2 ball?
Keeping you posted on events in the previous round. Dennis Graber of Estonia is now on the hill at 9-7 against Viktor Zielinski. Zielinski, another player we talk about a lot coming into these big events, and someone we see as a contender to win one of them, and then he comes and goes out a bit quietly. Danger of doing so again. Needs to win the last 3 racks.
Good safety.
And just so much to stay across here, so I'll tell you what's going on elsewhere in this round. The last 32, Johan Chua, great run at the World Championship. Could be heading for another one here because he's 7-1 up now against Ko Ping Han. Mickey Kraus has pulled a couple clear once again against Chang Yu Lung. That's 5-3. Also in this round, Ko Pin Yi and Oliver Sholnocki level at 1-all. Still 3-2 for Alex Kazakis over Mustafa Alnar. Back to this one. Question for Filler to answer.
Yeah, Josh was having none of it. He felt it was too hard to hit and get safe. So it was another DF.
You know, we want to see new players coming through, particularly from less familiar countries, and Marrakech looks like he's got the game to potentially make significant impact on the tour, and it's a big match from today. You don't want him to take away as the headline from it the fact that he missed that 8-ball in the second rack. If he can get a couple back, even get to 4, feel like he's been a bit more in the contest, and also he'll want to feel he's earned a couple of racks late on in the match. Obviously, a very simple combination to win the previous one. And he's got a chance here. Very close to the 2-ball. Mustafa Holnar was 3-0 down to Alexander Kazakis. Player from Turkey is now level at 3-all. Still no result in that hill-hill finish between Niels Fine and Ralph Souquet. Fine is at the table. I think he's on the 7-ball, Carl, but he's not ideal on it. Is that right?
Yeah, it looked like he potted the 6, didn't it, and knocked into the 7. Little bit too hard. And now he's left a bit of a stretchy one with the extension on his cue, cutting it along the bottom rail. The 7's pretty much around the middle part of the bottom rail.
Meanwhile, back here, Joshua Filler is in again. Chance to get back to normal service after losing the previous rack.
Yeah, good match about to start on our other feature table that's available on Matchroom Multisport YouTube. Hamid Soufit against Albin Ocean.
Bit of a clash of styles, that one. You consider the way Soufi plays, so fast and instinctive, whereas Ocean gives every last drop of blood and can be very intense, and particularly without the shot clock, as is the case on the outside tables, it can be quite slow going. Now, you have a better view of that match than I do, Carl. It looks as though Fine has made the 7 and landed nice on the 8, so really should get it done from there.
Yeah, he played a good pot there. A bit scary on these pockets, on these diamond tables. You can't see the cue ball, but it's pretty much where that guy's head is with the purple shirt on. So he's actually not in a bad little position, even though you can't see the cue ball. He'll probably play for the 9 in the right centre pocket. So you might see the cue ball coming off one rail over towards where his elbow is on the table. Yeah, here we go, sliding past, and what a match that has been. Filler, just 2 away, 8-2. He's absolutely flying from one of the young guns from Europe to one of the Hall of Famers.
Yeah, Niels Fine, former champion of the world. So much respect, as you can see there, between him and Ralph Souquet. What a battle they've served up. And I can tell you, those pictures do not illustrate at all just how big the crowd was. It was heaving around that table. Watch the German legend. We saw him in the last 32 of the World Championship. He was so close to getting there again in his homeland at this European Open, but he's been denied by the evergreen Dutchman. And Fine will now take on last year's world champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, in the last 32, a little later today. Joshua Filler is already involved in the last 32. But it looks as though probably not for much longer because he only needs a couple more. Here's what's going on elsewhere. Ko Pin-yi 2-1 up on Oliver Szolnocki. 6-all now between Do Tae-kien and Simon Coural. Lucius Yap has taken a while to get to the hill. He's looking pretty comfortable, but Elliot Sanderson has made him battle for it. Yap, though, on the brink now at 9-5. Johan Chua, as I was saying, with that 7-1 lead over Ko Ping-han. All three of the Ko brothers made it through in the last 32 stage, but Ko Ping-han looks like he's going to be the first to go. No change in the Mickey Kraus Chang Yu-lung match, still 5-3 there. Well, just as I say that, it's gone 6-3 to the Dane, and it's 3-all between Alexander Kazakis and Mustafa Alnar. Now, Dennis Graber has won against Viktor Zielinski, 10-7. That's in the last 64, so he'll now play Sanyan Pelovanovic, who came through that dramatic tussle with Gary Wilson earlier. So just 2 matches still to be completed in the last 64, and the focus steadily moving towards this last 32 round, all of which will be played today. Just talking about all the Ko brothers making it through to the last 32. Ko Ping-han, well, he's got one back against Johan Chua, but still a long way to go at 7-2 down. If the two more familiar Ko brothers both win their matches, they will play each other in the last 16 tomorrow. Ko Pin-yi, as I said, 2-1 up on Oliver Szolnocki. Ko Ping-chung yet to start against last year's Spanish Open runner-up Mark Meisterbosch. It's not always been pretty in the past when the Kos have played each other, Carl.
No, it's been pretty dreadful, hasn't it? It seems to be just too much for the brothers. It's understandable, I suppose. Chua's going along nicely, semi-finalist at the World Pool Championships in Saudi Arabia. The form continues. Another good showing here. He's desperate to be named after this event here as the second player to qualify for the Raiders Cup team.
Yeah, Chua in pole position for that at the moment. Already know Lucius Yap has had his place confirmed some time ago. Chua is leading the race for the second automatic spot on the Asian team, which will be confirmed this week. He knew coming into the event that the only way he could be overtaken would be if one of a handful of players actually won the title. So looking good for Chua, and looking good for Filler in this match. He's made the one on the side again. 2's also gone down. In fact, he's potted 3 balls in total. He's got to look at the 3.
Yeah, Robbie Capito sits in 3rd place, but he's out.
He's out now, yeah, so Raga's out. He was someone who might have felt might have a chance, although that would have involved Chua going out quite early. Ko Ping-chung, well, even if he won the title, he couldn't catch Chua, so looking at that, I think it's now just between Chua and Ko Pin-yi.
Yeah, Ko Pin-yi is playing right now. He's playing Oliver Szolnocki. It was a tough pot. He had to draw the cue ball back for the purple 5. He might find himself in a spot of bother when he comes back to the table, Philip. At least he didn't leave a pot, though. That's all you can ask for when you miss a ball. Better try and get behind the 8, which he does.
You know, just talking about the different dynamic with the Asian team as we have so often this year, with someone like Filler or maybe Jason Shaw, of course they want to make their Mosconi Cup team on points if they can and not leave it up to a decision. Obviously Shaw's going to be in this year because he's a captain, but with the Asian team, I'm not sure there's any player who could miss out on one of the 3 automatic places but feel pretty safe they were going to get a captain's pick.
Has he fluked it? Wow. He has fluked it. He's going to have to go rail first here. Rail first, can pop the 5s down the 6.
Yeah, and if all that works out, in about 90 seconds' time, he should be on the hill.
Well, he's on the 6. He's on the 6 in the corner. Look at this. It's absolutely plumb.
Has been a ranking tournament winner this year, the Derby City Classic. It's not one of the major events, as we call them, but there's a lot of history there. It's a very prestigious tournament, good field. Beat Pius Labutus in a hill finish to win that back in late January. It was actually the first ranking title he had won since October of 2022. Didn't land any of them last year. The only ranking final he got to in 23 was the UK Open. He was just blown away by a rampant Eklund Kachi.
Funny that. Held his hand up because he flicked the 9 and didn't get position how he intended, but he didn't hold his hand up when he flicked the 3.
It's easier to raise your hand when you know the rack is pretty much taken care of. And it looks as though the match will be taken care of quite soon for Joshua Filler, because he's now won 9 of the last 10 racks. Unless Labanot Marquage can pull off the greatest recovery we've ever seen, Joshua Filler will be here for the weekend. Dote Kien has turned it round against Simon Corral in the round before this to lead 7-6. Winner of that placed Skylar Woodward. That is now the only remaining last 64 match. All the focus turning to this round, the last 32. Mickey Crouch 6-3 up on Chang Yulong. Ho Pin Yi, no change there, leading Oliver Shalnocki 2-1. Ho Ping Han is trailing 7-2. Actually, just as I was talking, that's gone 8-2 in favour of Johan Tua. And also an update on the Ko Pin Yi match. He's now leading 3-1 over Oliver Shalnocki. Looks as though Alexander Kazakis and Mustafa Alnar have become embroiled in an epic 7th rack. Kazakis was 3-0 up. Alnar got back to 3-all some time ago. It's been easy for Joshua Filler, really, hasn't it? Looked as though it might be different earlier on when Marquage made that encouraging start. But Filler has just been as dominant as you'll ever really see at this level. Now, he just needs one more. And this has come up pretty sweet too, Carl.
Chance for the match for Filler. Another 1 ball on the break. He's broke really well in this match. And he's had opportunities. Not off every break, by the way, but he's definitely had his fair share. And this is all you want to win a match. You want a chance like this.
That long rack is finally over. It's gone the way of Alexander Kazakis, so he now leads Mustafa Alnar 4-3. Winner of that match, I think we can now say with just about certainty, will play Joshua Filler in the last 16 tomorrow. Well, it's been a very different challenge for him today to the 2 matches he had yesterday, Joshua Filler. But the fact was he wasn't at his best in either of them. Did play a good deal better against Kostas Koukiadakis than he had earlier in the day in the defeat to Alnar. Although he hasn't really had much of a test to come through. It's been good for him to get back on the main table, where he hopes to be spending most of the weekend. A good workout, because really that's what it's turned into for him. I think we could see early on in the match Marquage really started to flag only a few racks in. But I guess, Carl, in terms of his form, it's perhaps hard to gauge too much from a match like this from Fuller's point of view.
Yeah, and he's not going to get the job done in this visit, is he? He's played pretty good, hasn't he, really, I suppose. He seems to be getting better, and that's what they always say. It's all right starting out the tournaments, not quite on your A game, but it's about building up, isn't it? And we know he's a big-time player, so if he gets through to that final 16, he knows what it's about.
Yeah, and I always feel in a tournament like this, you've got to win 9 matches. If you're playing your best at the start, then you've got to sustain that for a really long time, because generally to win a tournament, you've got to be playing your best towards the end. I always feel the danger players in a long tournament like this, in terms of the number of matches you have to play, are the ones who you know can play really well, but perhaps don't show it early on in an event.
Wow, that was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have begrudged him a moment like that. If you told Marquez before the start he was going to lose, he would have thought, okay, disappointing, but to be expected, really. Even if you told him it was going to be 10-2, he'd have been a bit more disappointed, but still would have felt, look, it's Joshua Fuller, that can happen. But the way it's happened, I think that's what he's going to perhaps take away from his big day. The fact that he started off looking like he could really compete in this match. He settled in literally no time at all. But so often, we say it, players who aren't used to playing on the main table, they go out there, some of them never look comfortable, but even those who do, the big test comes when they miss an easy one. Because then so many of them crumble very quickly. Might be a bit harsh to use that description of Marquez. It's not like he's had a load of chances. Fuller froze him out for a big chunk in the middle of the match. But really, it just hasn't happened for Marquez at all. That said, he may yet have one more visit to the table, at least.
Yeah, he just can't get over the line. And he knows he's got more chances to come. Such a big scoreline. He's in front too far not to get more opportunity. But he's not going to do it in this visit.
Or indeed in this rack, because this looks a fairly routine 8-9 to finish. As I said, no one would have begrudged him the 9 in the side earlier in the rack. He's potted it in the other side. So Marquez has got the smile back on his face that we saw from him before it started. Joshua Fuller still looking the winner all over. But Marquez will have at least one more rack of his big day on the main table. Fuller leading 9-3. Chang Long has won the 10th rack. Get it back to 6-4 down against Mickey Kraus. The other matches in this round, as you were. Meanwhile, in the one match still going on in the last 64, it's 7-all between Do Tae-Kien and Simon Corral, winner of that to face Skylar Woodward. So much still to come over the next couple of months. As I said, it's only about a week or so after this event finishes that the attention will switch to Atlantic City and the US Open. And the Hanoi Open follows in early October, and straight off the back of that, it's this event for the very first time, the Reyes Cup, Europe versus Asia. We're still really some way from knowing what the lineups are going to be. Points races are on at the moment, and then both captains, who we don't know yet either, will have 2 picks. And the 5-man teams will square up in Manila, starting on the 17th of October. You remember the inaugural Moscone, Carl? Were you watching much of it?
I don't think I was born, was I?
You were 12 at the time. But yeah, very exciting when any new event begins, but also one particularly with the potential of the Reyes Cup. A bit of potential now in this rack for Markaj. This has turned out okay.
Yeah, here comes the 2-ball. Can pot it in the corner or the left centre. Looks like he's going to try and get it through the gap. Well, he's hit the 3. It's gone wrong. Who'd have thought he'd have hooked himself from that position?
Yeah, apart from the break and run he had at the start, he's only won 2 racks, as we can see. But in those racks, from the chances he got, he only had to pot a total of 3 balls. He was left the easy combination and then the routine 8 and 9 in the previous rack. I'm sure he'd love to sign off at some point by maybe running out of rack himself, just to take away that little bit of belief, remind himself that he can do it on the main table. And there's a chance gone. Now, the match could be gone.
Yeah, second opportunity, real opportunity. All the balls are in the open. Pot the balls, connect the dots.
So easy to say in a situation like this. So I'm sure we'll see much more of this player from Kosovo, but I think we will, because he's not a familiar name. Come here and done really well, even get this far. He had that good run in a strong field in a ranking event in Italy back in April. And the first couple of racks, until he missed that 8, he was looking pretty sharp. So I think he is a player we'll be hearing more about in tournaments to come. Surely now we won't be seeing any more of him in this match. Joshua Filler has got his day's work done pretty quickly. Came through 10-4 against Honasuto earlier in the day. He's going to be even more comfortable here. He'll be fresh going into the weekend. He's in the last 16. 4 wins away from finally lifting a big title in his home country. So, for the 3rd year out of 3, Joshua Filler has made the weekend at the European Open here in his homeland. Labanot Markaj will remember that 8-ball in the second rack for a long time. Joshua Filler may have a weekend to remember here. He's through 10-3. And the man who almost won this European Open in its inaugural year, Shane van Boning, will be up on the main table in a few minutes' time.
seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it! And it would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
At this time of year, the major World Nineball Tour ranking events come thick and fast. After the completion of the European Open, we've got a week off, and then it is over to the US Open. August 19 to 24, Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey, where Chang will defend the title and Shane Van Boening will chase down a record 6th success. What an achievement that would be. It's a stacked field. It always is. But I tell you what, do not write off Van Boening because he's not got ability, he's not got confidence, he's not got a great experience as the chief factor in his makeup there. He's got all of those things in abundance, but the main motivation will be to create history. Can he make it half a dozen US Open titles? I, for one, would not bet against him, but Fedor Gorst will be favourite because he's world champion. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz also there. Skylar Woodward will be top of the American challengers to Van Boning. All of the Mosconi Cup candidates for Europe and for the USA will be there, together with all of the candidates for Team Asia at the Reyes Cup. I think the time is right for Shane to strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we talked about it earlier, playing a ton of pool and gearing up for a big fall season, but he's not going to look past what we're doing here in Fulda and what he's done so far. But of course, that US Open, that's what he gears up for.
Currently has a joint record 5 US Open titles, together with Earl Strickland. And talking of the US Open, I've been joined in commentary by, as you've just heard, the distinctive tones of Jeremy Jones. Now, over on table 1 at the moment, there is a really intriguing last 32 contest involving Mohamed Soufi and Albin Aushin, who clashed at last year's World Championship. Soufi should have won the opening rack. He missed quite a straightforward 8-ball. It then looked as though Aushin was going to win it. Soufi, though, did get off the mark. Now it's 1-1. Get the impression that could be a really intriguing affair. It is such a contrast in styles.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when Soufi kind of hit the scene, when we all saw him there in Kielce, Poland, it was a match in the quarterfinals, I believe it was, against Albin Aushin, that we thought Albin kind of played a few funny shots, thinking he was a bigger favorite than maybe he really was. Went on to lose that match, so trying to get one back.
By the way, only one match left in progress in the last 64. It was the last match on, actually. Do Tay Kien of Vietnam leads Simon Corral 8-7.
And I think Soufi actually won the first game there. He did miss that 8, but I think Albin missed the 9
That's
right
right,
behind
yeah,
him.
that's what I said. Yeah. It was he should have won the rack there and then, missed the 8 and got away with it.
Yeah, Soufi, who trailed 8-6 in his last before, as you say, winning 4 on the trot. Big shot here on the 2-ball for Albin. We're going to probably stay here until that next match is ready on the TV table. A nice strike there.
On day 4 of these major ranking events, quite often we have 3 last 64 matches for you and then 2 last 32s. This time we're changing it around a little, and I think it's a really good idea. We've got 2 last 64 matches and 3 last 32, and obviously the deeper you go into tournaments, the more intensity there is, and the better the viewing, and the more significance attached. And I think for Albin Aushin, given his status in the game, he's desperate for a good run again and to show that he's still got what it takes.
Yeah, well, you know, the European Open is still fairly new, only our 3rd edition here, but, you know, just like the World Championships for Albin, I think, you know, he's always seemed to have a great run at the world titles, and maybe he can kind of reflect on that win a couple years ago here in Fulda and kind of get back on the mark. He's put together a nice one here in the rack 3 to get through the tough part. He's got to make a nice stroke here to draw the cue ball back for the 6, but besides that, the hard work has been done.
One material difference between table 1 and the main table for TV is that the TV table has a 30-second shot clock. Table 1 does not. Now, from tomorrow onwards, it will. sometimes it seems to me as though Ocean can be a little too methodical for his own good. I think it's important for him to retain not a quick pace, because he's not a naturally quick player, but certainly to avoid getting bogged down.
Yeah, absolutely. And he must have fallen a little straighter. No concern here. Thought he may have to run into the 9 a bit. That would have been not trouble, but a little concern. But I think I like his pace right now. I mean, I like what I've seen here in this third rack.
Yeah, I have seen him play some of his matches already this week, and obviously the majority have been on outside tables. And he's not been overly slow, I have to say that, and I think that's to his benefit.
Yeah, and maybe conscious of it as well.
I think in cue sports, if you go slow, as it were, it's never a good thing. You want to find your natural rhythm, of course you do. But certainly in snooker, very rarely does a player go a lot slower than they normally play and prosper as a result of that. Of course, there are exceptions. I think one at the moment would be Mark Allen, who's a lot more circumspect and a lot more methodical around the table than he used to be, and over the last couple of seasons he's having a great time. But generally speaking, if a player starts out at a certain average shot time and then it goes up that average shot time, then they aren't so productive, generally speaking.
Yeah, no shot clock there in snooker, and there's a reason why. Just because you don't have that slow play too often. Those players, like Phil said, have probably figured that out. Got to find your rhythm, and you got to be aware of that.
Yeah, lower down the ranks, you do get some players who would be considered to be slow, and I think the point where it goes over the top is when an average shot time for a season is in excess of 30 seconds. This is snooker I'm talking about now. But the vast majority of matches actually at main events, at venues, aren't slow. You might see a few real marathons in qualifiers. And of course, sometimes the balls dictate a match is slow. It goes really scrappy, and you have slow frames because of that, not because of average shot time. So, although it does crop up occasionally, this debate, I think in snooker, the slow play debate is not quite as to the forefront as it once was.
Yeah, and I think the dynamic of the game sometimes... Oh, nice shot. I didn't know that was even playable. Got to shake off a little nasty kiss at the top rail off the brown and make another nice one here on the pink. But, you know, I think the dynamic of it is just because you have so much more variety, I think, in the game of 9-ball. Once the snooker players start to run the balls, it's, you know, pretty easy to pick out their next shot. They don't really have to spin the ball quite as much. And then again, they're not worried about their opponent just because they're up there, you know, running points. But yeah, I think any sport, especially, we've seen it in golf before, actually, where players get kind of handcuffed between the ears and really can't make a decision. Here it looks like he's going to play safe now, trying to drop behind the purple with the cue ball. And it's not going to stick as much as he wants. Yes, it did. It did settle. So Sufi probably has to go up the table, figure out a path, maybe a 2-rail path between the 7 and 8. And he's looking at the jump shots. Maybe the purple isn't so bad.
Yes, when it comes to Mohamed Sufi, having a shot clock is a waste of time. Pardon the pun.
Yeah, waste of battery power probably, or electricity. But he's a player that truly believes in himself, and I think the more we see him play every time, we believe more as well. So a little bit makeable here in the lower right. Let it turn over on him. That's going to be upsetting because that type of kick produces, not necessarily makes very often, but gets you sometimes in a safe position.
We were chatting this morning, Jeremy, about the fact that sometimes players who have great individual success aren't ideally suited for the rigours, for the demands of a team environment such as the Mosconi Cup. Now, Albin Auschen has had wonderful individual success, but he's also a magnificent Mosconi Cup campaigner.
Yeah, you know, being somewhat introverted at the pool table and maybe as a whole, it's hard to see that sometimes unless you just watch the performances. You know, he's not going to be the Jason Shaw for the team, but he's certainly part of the backbone of every European team that he's played on. And he'll play in many more, I'm sure. Kind of squeeze that 8 home.
Yes, I think his record at the Mosconi Cup and also his general demeanour and ability to cope with nerves will always give him a good hand when it comes to possible wildcard selections if he doesn't qualify automatically.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, looking at that more and more, Jason, who, you know, exited here, of course, he usually has a great fall, and there's still many points out there. If he doesn't make it through, there may be a tough decision for that final spot. And Jason is consuming one of those wild card spots. Same on the USA end. Skyler, a little outside of it at the moment, but he's made it to the final 32 here, and it looks to be improving every match. So, again, both those players can do their team and country's a favor by making that team off the automatic top 3 spots.
Yeah, I think the decision to have playing captains has added an all new dimension to the qualifying process, let alone the cup itself. Just 5 spots available, remember, for the Mosconi Cup. They are coveted places. Everyone wants to be involved in Orlando, Florida, November 30 to December 3.
I'll tell you, this is one area he's improved so much on, and it's weird because traditionally he had struggles breaking the balls in all types of different formats and worked on them hard and became a very good breaker of the balls. You can't win so many tournaments without it, but it took a little while for this new break for Albin to really get it down, and now, as you can see, very consistent. All right, looks like he's going to draw this straight out. May use the side rail. Yeah, he's going to use the side rail. Tip's not too low. So coming right back over his hand with the cue ball. What I like I'm seeing is, of course, a great position player, tactically as good as they get, it seems. But really just kind of going with his first look, his first instinct with the cue ball. And, you know, when you want to vary from that is when you really don't get that first instinct, and maybe you have to think through a few options. All right, in perfect line here. Should just come one cushion aggressively at the 6. Could come to the center, getting above it. That's okay as well. Yeah, he wanted a little more. I don't know if he wanted a little more to come a little straighter at the 6 to hold that angle. Now he's going to have to take on a bit more on the 7. And again, we'll get back over when our next match is ready to air. We'll see a little bit of SVB.
I get the feeling you might see a lot of him. It's always a privilege and a pleasure to commentate on Shane Van Boening. What a colossus of the game. Like what I'm seeing from Albin Ocean. As Jeremy said, when he had the chance at the end of rack 1, he looked a little shaky, I thought. But now he seems to be well settled.
Well, I'll tell you, when he doesn't get overly disgusted, besides missing position, because, you know, I wouldn't call him total perfectionist, but he wants it. He wants it pretty perfect. But when he just realizes he's as good as anyone knocking the balls in, that's where the game becomes much more comfortable. A little recovery, that's really what the game's about.
Now look at him there. Not quite happy, even though the outcome is perfectly acceptable. He's won 4 in succession. Albin Ocean 4-1 up on last year's World Nineball Championship runner-up from Syria, Mohamed Soufi. Race to 10 now, of course. The goal is to get into the penultimate day of competition here at the European Open, to get into the last 16. And we've seen so often when Ocean gets his teeth into tournaments, when he goes deep, he's very tough to stop.
Yeah, Johan Chua, watch out. He got through convincingly 10-3 over Ko Ping Han after narrowly defeating Claudio Cacci. So maybe just squeaking through that early win relieved a little pressure. And, you know, outside thinking about that Mosconi Cup, there is the Reyes Cup, and he is the one that really knows he kind of controls his own destiny to be the next to qualify for that Asian team.
Can you imagine Chua in front of his fellow Filipinos, the support he'll receive?
Yeah, well, it's deserving. I mean, the guy's a class act. He's a true entertainer. He's a warrior, really, at the table, and plays, doesn't play timid, which is a very attractive thing, even beyond his fellow countrymen.
And we know that when he's in a team environment, that's when he really sparkles, as he showed at the World Cup last year. I've seen plenty of World Cup pools. I don't think I've ever seen one individual with such a standout performance. James Aranas obviously contributed to the Philippines' victory, but Chua was on another planet.
Yeah, some of the shots, and just to take on some of the shots, and then not only make them. From what I see, this table's playing a little easier than our TV match table, but we've had a few slide in that wouldn't slide in on the table we've been covering.
You made me feel good, because I was thinking exactly the same, and I was frightened to say it. I'm absolutely convinced this table is playing easier than the one we've been concentrating on all week with our chief coverage.
Yeah, and the mechanics have done a great job here setting up this week with the table, so they're not really different. What it may be is just, you know, the aircon hitting the table a little differently for one reason or another. But yeah, I don't think that last 3 ball would have fell. We had seen it here on the match table, on the main match table. As he dragged this in lightly, just coming across for the purple in the lower left. Yeah, maybe got into it a bit much. The 5 does not pass the 9, or at least I didn't think it did. I think he's a little amped up, but he's dealing with it.
it was well before my time. But apparently when he was a youngster, he had a fierce temper.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't see him at a real youngster, but I mean, you know, I was still playing a little bit here and there, and being around Albin, and of course, being a pool fan watching. Yeah, the temper could get him. This may be a real pretty one coming 2 rails across. Little zigzag on the cue ball. May just roll it, try and maybe bump the 9. I'm not sure. You hate to ease it that much. Okay, he did play it light. Did bump the 9. Missed the 5, though. So now an opening for Sufi. I thought he'd take a little more speed and kind of whip the cue ball back and forth, put a little more convincing stroke on the 5. But yeah, getting back to Chua and that World Cup of Pool performance last year, it's like he took on certain shots or certain situations to get some separation in the matches, and that's exactly what happened. There were a few comebacks by a couple teams, but they fell short, and one of them was in the final with Germany, of course, but what a performance.
And in that stop-start Scotch doubles format, when it's hard to build any kind of rhythm anyway, what he did was astonishing.
Yeah, and you know, of course, I never got to play in the World Cup of Pool, but played in plenty of partner matches, and you wonder, you know, as a partner of James Aranis, when you see your opponent saying, "Hey, I'm going to shoot this shot," and you start to maybe say, "Really? Do you really want to shoot that shot? Take on that tough a shot? There's a safety option." But once he starts to bury him, I guess you just don't really question.
Look at all this side. Still spinning. Still. He hit that white a split second after the spin had gone off the ball. Literally a split second.
Yeah, and it looked like he was ready to strike it before it stopped spinning. Had to really hold off for a moment.
He's unique, is Sufi. He's great to watch. And when he had that run at the World Championship, the entertainment level was very high. He plays a game of, at times, excellence, but always of exuberance. And after losing to him in Kielce, Poland last year, Albin Houchen will be mindful that he needs to be close to his best.
Yeah, because, I mean, really, if you let Sufi get going, he can kind of get you in the chair kind of a little sideways, to be fair, the way he goes about things. And his cueing action, even though I think it's pretty pure, even though not totally orthodox.
Yeah, I think the unorthodox way he goes about things adds to his appeal.
Oh, absolutely. A little 9-ball, little movement. He's going to have a look at the 2. The 3's near, but I think he can get at it. Yeah, he knew he was always going to contact the 3, but it was hard kind of shot to roll, really only having a portion. Oh, very nice strike there. Exactly what he wanted. Containing the 3, cue ball near the cushion. Watch out 9-ball here, though. You got to kick 2 rails underneath and slide the cue ball at the 9. I think this is a playable shot. Could come across the face of it as well, but normally you'd like to go 2 rails behind. Medium speed. Oh, he caught it thin.
All kinds of contacts there. For a moment, I thought he might have fluked the 3. At this angle, we get to see that flying right elbow of Sufi's. We also get to see the 3 buried.
Yeah, if you know much about the game and, of course, technique and whatnot, but the way the ball hits the pocket, it's pure. You know, I mean, that's just the way he moves the cue ball easily. You can tell just lots of good things happening right there at impact. And you know he doesn't question much, right, when he's down on the ball. Always talk about trust what you see, and that's definitely a big asset for Sufi. Gonna stun twice here. Needs this to open up a little bit.
These will be dished up in a matter of seconds. Doesn't hang around. Although he's dropped awkward there because he thought that 7-ball too thick. And when Sufi is indecisive, you know there's plenty of choice.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right there, and what a treat we have. Again, 5-time U.S. Open champion. SVB on the menu here in the final 32.
Yeah, just to repeat, if you want to see Table 1, Sufi against Aushin, it is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And Jeremy and I will keep you updated anyway about what happens there and also what happens in the other matches. So Shane Van Boening wins the lag. Yesterday against Gary Wilson on this very table, I thought he broke nicely, but had no joy whatsoever with the 2-ball in particular. Maybe things are changing.
Yeah, I talked to him a little while ago when he was walking in for this match, and of course didn't get to see much of his earlier match. He said he played well, and he was happy the way he broke the balls. Don't always know if you're going to get a shot, but good thing about SVB, if you're a fan, and very hard not to be, when he plays a good match, he usually doesn't fall off in the next, especially on the same day. What an opener there on the 2.
He can play shots that others can't. And I think equally importantly, he sees shots that others don't. When you think he's achieved, how many tournaments he's won, how many tournaments he continues to win, and yet the competitive flame still burns bright. Ramazan Akdag has got a tough task.
Oh, nice speed control catching that gap. Now I did overcut it a hair. That's why the cue ball traveled maybe just a pinch more than he wanted. But it's got to slow down a little bit. It's got to slow down a little bit. That's why when you don't have the angle as much, when you're getting into the cue ball, you're kind of crossing the line in a sense with position. Speed can get a little bit off. So a touchy one here.
Wasn't quite sure what would happen there, but the pot is still on. That said, when cue ball and object ball are close together, it can be a little tricky at times.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. In these types of shots, you really have to trust what you see.
Was that a balance issue? He seemed to be overstretching, and as a consequence, he mistimed it.
He kind of made a few little adjustments there while he was down. Maybe he should have got back up, but I was going to say he played really a lot of variety of shots here in this opening rack, which is going to serve him well moving forward, but not the miss he wanted there on the 7. You got to be impressed with the Turkish players, right? I mean, how they're coming along. You know, did we get 2 into the final 32? I think so. Maybe 3?
Well, Mustafa Alna has been one of the stories of the tournament. Oh, but after Van Boning's mistake, that's the last thing that Akdag wanted.
Yeah, last I checked, Alnar was getting beat in that final 32 round. That's at 5-5 now with Kazakis.
In fact, Jeremy, he's just gone 6-5 up.
Yeah, well, he was down 3-0 to start that match, so he's won 6 out of 8. And obviously breaks the balls well. You're putting some of the score lines together he's had this week.
The missed 7 ball with white and object ball close together did not cost Shane Van Boning in the opening rack. He got a second chance, and you don't want to give SVB second chances. So between racks, let me tell you how they've progressed to this stage. Very different, actually. Shane Van Boning has won 4 matches out of 4. He's won 37 racks in his previous matches, a loss of only 19. He beat Christos Davitas and Ricardo Gudjar 9-2. It was something of a sweat to overcome Gary Wilson 9-7 yesterday. Earlier today, he was 4-2 down against Alex Montpellier of France, but then won the last 8 racks.
Nineball. Little off. Is the one going to get covered up? It is. So now we get to see a little of the tactical mind. Back nod.
I'll tell you what, when you have a dry break, which is a rarity for Van Boning, and a ball comes to your assistance, what a bonus.
And by far the biggest breaker left in the event. We have a handful of them that can really smash the rack. Eklund Kachi, of course, comes to mind first behind SVB or alongside him. Well, he's going to push out to a difficult spot here, and of course you almost have to, but may get this back. He's pushing out to just a piece of the 1. Maybe about a half ball option. This is kind of double kiss-ish as well. I think Shane gives this back. I think he's going to take a look at his opponent here and see what he has in mind. I think he's sizing this up right now. He's not really going to shoot it. I think that's an easy pass. And besides playing this super thin and maybe getting a little action on the 9, I don't really see the future in this.
Yes, especially given the psychology. Arguably the biggest match of Akdag's life. Up against Shane Van Boening in front of the TV cameras at the latter stage of a big tournament.
Well,
but he's coped with it superbly.
Yeah.
So the decision has been vindicated from Akdag.
Yeah, that was impressive there. I think Shane was with me. I thought that sat on a kiss, and I'm not really sure how he so easily avoided it. Gonna kick and run the cue ball here. Or jump and run the cue ball, excuse me. Nine ball. Nine ball. Pretty hard to miss this one, Phil, even though it's a triple combination. Just make sure you don't cut the two too much. You can always use the rail.
One, 2-9 for the equalizer. And that is a little bit of symmetry for Ramazan Akdag. And I'll tell you why. I just talked about Van Boening winning maybe 2/3 of the racks he's played here. Even though Akdag is in the last 32, he's now played 78 racks. He's won 39 and lost 39. I'll tell you how. He started out with wins over Mikhail Oleg and Oscar Dominguez 9-6. Then he lost 9-1 to Niels Feyen. Bounced back, beating Michael Feliciano, and then earlier today, Chris Melling, both at Hill 9-8 and then 10-9. So he's won 50% of his racks, and he's still involved in the tournament. That's a rarity.
Yeah, very rare. I mean, you may not see that stat again for a while, but I tell you, you got to like that, you know, when it gets close and he's played some Hill matches, he's held up. The 9 moved out of the rack there. That did not seem like the best. And that's the telltale sign. The rack was a little off. Watch the 9 just push directly out. No kiss. That's the one we don't want to see.
The ferocity of Akdag's break is nowhere near that of Van Boening's.
Shane trying to carry an angle, I guess, to come into the 3-7. Dangerous shot. A lot of players would have gotten straighter on the 2 and then played what they felt a jam up safety on the 3. Don't know what Shane's got in mind. It's got to be the breakout. Yeah, that's why it's dangerous, I thought. And the reason why he got into the top of the 7, he did hit the 2 a little thick, but he hit it well overall. So got to gamble playing 9-ball pool sometimes, Phil.
Back yourself. But as I said when I was running through his results, Akdag, these are good wins, you know, over the likes of Oscar Dominguez, Michael Feliciano from the Philippines, and Chris Melling. They are good wins. And flowing from them has to be a level of confidence.
Yeah, without a doubt. And especially, you know, probably gets more comfortable as the matches go on. That's pretty natural, but Gotta like that he's held up in those close ones like I spoke about before, and get to see a little more of him here. Draw stroke coming. Wants to fall below this 6 a bit. Doesn't want to have to get the 9 involved trying to get from the 6 to the 7. Pretty good cue action, good speed.
Just the umpteenth reminder, but I think it's worth putting in here. It's a 30-second shot clock, 1 30-second extension per player per rack. And if you've got it, use it, even this late in a rack.
Well, this is a hair odd. Coming back and forth, this could fall downward where he gets awfully thin on the 8. That's why he needed to check the cue ball or go past the side and take a little longer shot on the 8. That's just a little experience knowing the slicker table. This is his first TV match table. So it does play just a hair different than the outers. All right, I don't know if he can get behind this for the kick. All right, is he edging this? There's no one better edging the ball from distance. Okay, he just played it back up table. Pretty smart.
That's a safety. The snooker players play an awful lot. Funnily enough, same colour ball, black up the spots. When it goes down to the final ball, that's a shot they have to pull out of their locker.
Yeah, may see a bit of the same here, but the difference is Shane may get a bank he likes to where he can hold the cue ball for shape. Like here, if this ball bounces a bit more, may even get a kiss shot on the 9. I tell you, he may have to go here. May have to go for the bank drawn into the 9 ball. Could kick behind it. There's some options there.
The 8 didn't fall, but the 9 did. The consummate shotmaker strikes again. Shane van Boning, look at this. Magic.
Yeah, again, amazing, the pool players. You have to feel that again. Not going to practice these very often. But to be able to cue the ball. Didn't miss the 8 ball much either.
One match in the last 64 still going on. Do Taekien and Simon Corral. Hill, 9-9. The winner of that will take on Skylar Woodward in the last 32. When it comes to the last 32 matches, Daniel Maciol has taken the first rack from Aloysius Japp. Nicky Kraus, what a year for him. What a breakout year for the Dane. He's beaten Chang Yulong 10-7. Albin Auschen has extended his lead over Mohamed Soufi to 6-3. Oliver Sholnocki 5-4 over Koping Yi. Koping Chung 3-0 on Mark Beisterbosch. Wins, of course, to report for Johan Chur, Joshua Filler. And some great pool left today.
And I tell you just how these tournaments go, and we saw that in Saudi with Federer really having so many dramatic matches. Oh, look at this 8-ball. It's kind of what you talked about with his match earlier today, but watch out for Chang. He just seems like he's been in a tough match every round and somehow makes it through coming from behind, and a lot of close ones, and now he may get to spread his wings a little bit and get going.
That must be tough to take. He looks around there, he thinks, ooh, this table's ripe for the picking, and all of a sudden, the 8-ball spoils the party.
And I tell you, when Shane breaks the balls, he just gets always so much 9-ball action, you just can't turn your head. Prudent play there, rolling out to the kick. Too many balls there in the center to push out where he could see the blue 2. Gonna be too easy to play a safety. You can't really question giving this back. I mean, if you don't feel confident in it, it's still a kick shot. So Shane's got to execute. All right, watch out for the scratch. He's trying to get separation in the lower left. He got the 2 where he wanted. All he could do.
By the way, I gave out those last 32 scores a moment ago between racks. One last 32 match yet to begin. David Al-Qaedi against Fitim Haradinaj. And the reason I'm mentioning it, the significance, Al-Qaedi or Haradinaj will play the winner of this in the last 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, and David, of course, trying to make some noise, getting into those European teams that will face Team Asia in the inaugural Reyes Cup. And then, of course, the climax of the year, the Moscone Cup in Orlando, Florida, come late November, early December. And he's played a nice one here, cut off the kick to the bottom rail. So Shane's going to the air. I think he's just got to hold the ball. The 2 may catch the 6 or the 3 coming back up, but just try and hold the cue ball as best you can. Yeah, just like that. And just take your chances, really.
And if Akdag can get through to the blue 2, it is the merest sliver.
Yeah, that's right. It's just enough to be able to scratch in the upper right, though, so I don't know if he can really take on the cut or just kind of cut the 2 towards the upper point of the left middle and run the cue ball down the right side. Yeah, it's been pretty on point here. These are good shots he's playing. Shane will size up a 2-rail kick at this 2-ball, put a little speed on it, try and cut it back into the side. Doesn't really have to add any spin, and you want to stay away from spin if you can. Now the key to speed on this is so the cue ball will continue down the table. Maybe the 2 catches the point, goes back up. Oh, he added the spin. You want to keep that one more natural if you can.
Yes, it didn't just skirt the 2, it came well wide of it. And now with the ball in hand, level pegging seems likely.
And we talked about, you know, sometimes when you don't know an opponent, you get in situations you want to see what they have tactically, and Akdad has shown us pretty solid stuff so far. treat we have in the next match. Fedor Gorst and Alexa Paselj. That's a repeat of a semifinal last year in the U.S. Open.
Yes, and while Gorst will be favourite, of course, you always got to respect the chances of Paselj.
Yeah, I put him right where that, you know, Mickey Krause and Sanjin kind of remind me of each other, those players that can break the balls really well, pocket the balls well, getting smarter with the game every day, it seems. And just like a Robbie Capito or somebody like that that's broken out already, I think it's not going to be long for Alexa, Sanjin, and Mickey get one of these titles. Oh, that's a big miss.
Out of the blue. Well, there is one good thing to these centre pockets being tight. They're tight for the white.
Yeah, and I don't think he should be upset there, really. I think he got way more out of the cue ball than he ever expected. I mean, if you look at that shot from distance, you don't expect to get that much grip, and I think he can leave that one behind. Now, this has got to slow down, or else he's going to have to take the 9 on from some piece.
Not a gimme even for the great man. But it was floated in with ease. Shane Van Boening came close to scratching there. He came close to losing the rack before that. Akdak, though, missing the green 6 ball down the rail. And because of that, it's 3 out of 4 for Shane Van Boening. At marathon on table 6, Do Taekian and Simon Corral still 9-9. So Skylar Woodward continues to wait for his last 32 opponent. Daniel Maciel 2-0 up on Aloysius Schiap. Albin Aushin looking good against Mohamed Soufi now, 7-3. Kopin Yi and Oliver Sholnocki 5-5. Wojciech Szewczyk, Jeremy was commenting quite correctly earlier on about the fact he's been winning so many matches in a canter. Well, he's 2-0 up on Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway. Alexander Kazakis and Mustafa Alner, 6-6. And to come, the likes of Niels Fine against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, Shane Walford against Mateusz Snigotsky. And of course, as Jeremy said also, Fedor Gorst, Alexa Paselj on the main table after this.
Yeah, more 9-ball action. It's going to get dressed up on the 3 here, so has a good chance to extend the lead. And I just kind of really love the changes and proper changes and well thought of changes here at the WNT. You know, like, you know, you look at a rack like this, you know, if we're playing on the 4.5, 5-inch pockets, which some tournaments used to play on, this is just a foregone conclusion he's going to run out. But even though he's set up nicely, he's still got to pay attention every stroke. I think that makes for so much more entertaining viewing for our spectators and fellow players.
Going to give you a mid-rack result. Simon Corral has beaten Do Taekian 10-9, so into the last 32. The US Mosconi Cup captain awaits.
Yeah, and Shane not with the cue ball on the string just yet. He's kind of getting through these racks. This is an odd one. Not the type you want to roll. A little funny to stun. Yeah, I thought it was a little A little weird because you play a heavy stun, you're a little worried if you're just off a hair, you may pull the cue ball in that lower left corner. Seems easy to overcut that shot.
Seems strange to say with him being 3-1 ahead, but he's not with it yet. Not in total control by any means.
Pretty good discipline. He's really shown us a lot tactically, but you know, a lot of players might say, let me shoot at that 9-ball combination there and try and get the cue ball back in that position, but then you kind of lose a little accuracy with the cue ball.
Okay, it might be awkward queuing, but the path to the pot is there. Not just bridging over the 9, but also uncomfortable where he's placing his bridge hand near the pocket. Well done.
Yeah, and I know he's a little out of line with the cue ball here, but I think the emphasis had to be the 5. What happens with that shot and the way it gets away from you, just lose the tip position just a little bit. Don't have the draw really kind of slow the cue ball down for you. Now he's going to think go cross side here, or is he drawing on the 9? Okay, this is going to bounce, I think anyways. No. This may have gotten awkward. Now here's where you can use distance if you don't know anything else. Could cut the 6 down to the bottom cushion, trying to come 2 cushions to the top rail. Maybe even get behind the 7. Is he going to try and pinch this bank in? If he hits it hard, I don't think he has a chance. I think this has got to be a soft stiff on the 6. Oh, wow. His eye fooled. So the angle wasn't exactly what we were seeing.
(3-1) becomes 4-1 in consecutive racks. The 6 ball proves a thorn in the side of Ramazan Akdag. Okay, then we can now concentrate solely on giving you the scores from the last 32. The last 64 is history. Daniel Maciel 2 on Aloysius Yap. Albin Aushin moving towards the winning line. He's 8-3 up on Mohamed Soufi. Oliver Sholnoki from Hungary, the finest player that country's ever produced. He leads Kopin Yi 6-5. Kopin Chung 3-0 still over Mark Bosch. 2-0 still for Wojciech Szewczyk over Emil Andre Gangflow. Mustafa Alner and Alexander Kazakis 6-6. And that's it for the matches that are taking place right now. Again, that 9-ball seriously moving.
Yeah, it seems like he's amping it up more and more each rack. And I think maybe a little frustration just because he hasn't played his best just yet. Now he's going to roll the ball. This is a little touchy, trying to go behind the 3-9. Looks like something that's very simple, but from distance, I may push through here and move the 2 up table and come with the rail and then on the 3-9 rather than just naturally light on the 3-9. I think a little more secure that way. Yeah, I like that play much better now. He didn't check the cue ball with a little right English. Thought he'd have a hair spin, but I think it was still a better option. Surprising there. Thought I may run the cue ball because anytime you're putting the 2 down the table without the snooker with the 3-7-9 there, you got to know you're going to take the worst of it. Now this 2 got a hair odd, but if it laid near the rail, it would have been a little easier. Chang may have to kind of pinch draw this from distance, which is not the easiest shot. And that's just how difficult the safety really laid.
Agdag's only rack win so far was the second when he pulled off a 1-2-9 combination. How about the 3-9? In he goes. That was a vitally important rack for him. Shane Van Boening was in danger of riding off into the distance. It's 4-2 now. Just looking at Van Boening's record this year, in terms of total pool earnings from all disciplines, all tournaments, he's 3rd on the list. If he were to triumph in this event, it would be his 10th title of 2024, with plenty of opportunities left for more. Bayou State Classic 9-ball he won. Of course, the big one was the Premier League pool. Recently, we've been talking about his wins on both sides of the USA. The Weir Memorial in Washington State. And then one pocket and 9-ball success at the Big Easy Classic in Louisiana. He travels a lot. He wins a lot. But he knows winning is never easy.
Solid break off there. Really good timing. That's why you see, even though not putting the speed that SVB's putting into him, but when the timing's good, he certainly didn't baby the rack. You can see that you get really good spreads. Got to look at the 2. Got to maybe ease this a bit. He's a little thin. He doesn't want to really bring the 6 and 9 into play as he comes down for the red 3. Yeah, super nice opener there for Act. Yeah, it looks like, is he looking to go into the 6 here with the cue ball? That's kind of what he lined up with this cue stick. I don't know. Okay, that's what I was concerned about. Is he going to tie the 6 up with the 5 on the other end? That's why I may have just run up the table and taken a longer shot on the pink 4. Now he's looking to maybe open. Come 1 rail into the 9. Could handle coming into the 6 as well. Pretty thin. So I don't really think he can get real close to the 6. The 7's on the side rail, so he's got a lot of work left.
Now this will test nerve and cueing. At least he's just off straight. Bodes well. Cue ball does not, though. Okay, the scratch has been avoided. What a horrible shot to face.
Yeah, and that last shot, you got to realize, it's going to be hard and it's delicate to kill the cue ball trying to come backwards. You probably need to learn or make the decision to stun back and forth. A lot elevated on this cut shot here. When he miss it, he'll curve the cue ball.
You cannot give SVB gifts. He did so in the 4th rack, missing the 6 down the rail. Now it's the 8 that goes astray. (5-2) to the pre-match favourite. This was tough, wasn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, he had a lot of elevation. I thought he'd level out a bit more. Of course, you're always going to be a little downward when you're on the rail, but you gotta make sure it's not too much angle. But really, Akdad's had his chances, right? Tactically, he's beaten him to the shot a few times. Just got to finish.
Oh no, you hold Shane Van Boning in the highest regard. When was the first time you saw him play?
Actually, I played him. That was the first time I saw him play. It was in Reno at the Sands Regency Pro event, probably 2004 or 5. I actually played him there twice and lucky enough to beat him. Of course, I was playing quite a bit of pool at that time, but they were both close matches, and I recognized quickly what kind of talent he was. And of course, you never know where it's going to go, but I knew it was going to go up. But to the moon it went, I'll tell you. And since those couple wins, wow, what unlucky scratch here. But since those couple wins, I haven't beat him very often since. I'll tell you, I think I beat him in a one pocket a match or two, and I beat him a couple Banks matches. But my record against him is probably as poor as I've ever had against any player. And I feel like I'm not too alone in that regard.
One recurring theme here, and it might seem strange to say this given that he's won 4 out of 4. And he's going okay in this match as well, but I think his general luck when breaking has been poor, been wretched.
Yeah, not many shots on. And the funny thing is with him, he gets really good spreads usually. Here, there's a little bit of cluster, but he gets such good spreads. When he doesn't get any luck, it's kind of like, seems like hard luck, really. Now a kiss off in the side. Now this just almost feels like a must, doesn't it? With so many chances in the last few racks to get games on his side, that Baghdad's really got to get these balls down and get this match to 5-3.
Now, from behind the pocket, that looks quite tight.
Yeah, he had a look at it, and a good look at it when he had ball in hand, so definitely plays. Looks like plenty of angle to kind of stun draw 2 rails out of the lower corner, the lower right corner. Now this shot, you really want to pay attention to not landing on the rail and somewhat straight. When the 8 or the object ball's that much off the cushion, that being the 8, as long as you're off the rail, you can handle almost any angle. Or angle lack thereof. All right, make sure you get through the ball. Tendency is to hit this a hair thick on the thin angle.
No alarms here. This will be the first rack he's won without finishing it off with a combo. Agdag within 2. Shane Van Boning's lead reduced to 5-3. Daniel Mastiol in the early days against Aloysius Schaap on table 7. Mastiol has a 3-2 lead. Albin Aushin now on the hill against Mohamed Soufi in our match on table 1 that's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. By the way, if Auschen does convert there, he will play Mickey Kraus in the last 16 tomorrow. Kopin-Yi and Oliver Sholnocki 6-6. Mark Bosch is forward back against Koping-Chung to 3-3. Wojciech Szewczyk 2-1 on Emil-Andre Gangflo. Alex Kazakis 7-6 up on Mohamed, or should I say, now 7-7 with Mustafa Alner. Alner has just equalised. We've got plenty of last 32 action still to take to the tables. Well, at least it's an equal opportunity 2-ball, treating Hackdag the same way it's been treating SVB.
Yeah. Kind of like what you see on the breaking in overall. I mean, the cue ball getting kissed here and there and can't determine what's going to happen. What you do is try and bury that one and see how they unfold. And this is the part I've been pretty impressed with, though, is the tactical side. So difficult push out here. I'm trying to figure out where I would push. Of course, a 2-8 combination is a little playable from certain positions. The one you got to fear, though, is he leaves him the angle to come off the 2 and come some few rails behind the 3, 4, 6. I think that's the shot, really. You have to execute, of course, but it's definitely there. Coming off the right side, wrapping the upper right corner, and dropping the cue ball a few cushions behind the pink 4 and the 3 and 6. I think he's supposed to take this on.
The cue ball throws wide of the 9, and the 2 sits up.
Yeah, treacherous little first shot here. Not only to a tough upper left corner that we've seen be very stingy at times, but I think the cue ball position with the 7-9 there, you know, it's not the easiest or most comfortable shot to kind of like float kill out to the center and accept a cut on the red 3. It's got to beat getting by the 8 as well.
That did not threaten.
No, and I think that was all about trying to get on the red 3, made that, or promoted that miss, let's say. You know, can he cut this in the side pocket? Definitely play it off the 8 if he had to. But I think it is cuttable. May come right over where the cue ball's at now. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 rails for position. Ooh, he overcut it. May have gotten away with it. not sure if we have an age for Hackdad, but I think how we've seen him get this far in the event is he's pretty smart with the cue ball. Plays position pretty nice. You know, tactically he's been good. He's breaking the balls well. And what I see, when he's comfortable pocketing the ball, he becomes a very, very dangerous player. And probably what he's done most of this trip here in Fulda is knock them balls in, and why he's in our final 32. Through the years, there's been many, many great players like that. When they're comfortable pocketing the ball, they become as dangerous as any player in the tournament, really, to win, just because the experience and the know-how is there. Tough shot here. Yeah, hard to get the snooker, I think.
Not his first rodeo, Hackdag. He's 33.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. You know, I mean, I'm obviously easy to tell he's not in his teens or early 20s, but I felt like he was a pretty experienced player that, you know, displays putting on in a lot of ways. And like I said, when he gets comfortable and dialed in, knocking the ball in, I think he's a player that is, like I said earlier, very dangerous. And what a ball he knocked in there.
That would be a tidy twosome in the World Cup for Turkey. Hackdag and Alner.
And you got to believe there's probably some more players in Turkey with the skills. Certainly on the improve like these two. Okay, got enough. You can easily hold for the purple. 6-7 close. Little work from the 8 to the 9, but nothing major.
Hit that one poorly, and that's why ideal position on the green 6 ball has been forfeited.
Yeah, I got a little snatchy with the swing, and what happens is your cue ball slides a little off impact versus rotating, and don't get the movement on the cue ball. Usually catch a little thick on the object ball. Watch out, 8 here. Nice recovery. Very well done.
Candidate for his best shot of the match so far. And he's doing okay. Cheeky little double on the 8, and now it should be the 9 to follow, to trail by just a single rack. In the 7th, when Hackdag overcut an admittedly tricky 8 ball, and Van Boning stepped in to lead 5-2, most would have thought SVB would pull away. Still could. But Akdag is now only one adrift at 5-4. Daniel Massol 4-2 on Aloysius Schaap now. Mohamed Soufi pulling one rack back against Albin Auschen. It's 9-5 in favour of the Austrian. Oliver Szolnocki 7-6 over Ko Ping-yi. Vajdavosh and Ko Ping-chung still 3 racks each. Wojciech Szewczyk 3-1 up on Emil Andre Gangflow. Kazakis and Alna 7-7. And matches to come. Nils Fine against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Mateusz Nigotsky against Shane Walford. Fatim Haradinaj against defending champion David Al-Kaidi. Sajid Pilovanovic takes on Dennis Grabber. Simon Corral will face Skylar Woodward, and on the main table next it will be Fedor Gorst against Alexa Pachelch. Now here on table 1, which has been on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel throughout, Soufi trying to pull another rack back.
Well, we haven't had to get our eyes on this match in a bit, but just watching the scoreline, I just kind of feel like Albin's played really well. Don't feel like Soufi's playing much of any poor pool at this event, so probably still really confident, just hoping he gets a chance. Got a chance here in rack number 15. Oh my goodness.
Because he plays so impulsively and so quickly, he is prone to do that. He did it in the very first rack on an 8-ball. He should have buried. Not an easy combination, to say the least, especially when it's for the match.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, again, cutting the ball backwards is one of the oddest shots. You just don't know why exactly. It is what it is, but couldn't blame him if he just rolled up on the 9 here, just kind of laying the 6 on the bottom cushion, trying to cut off at least one of the rails to kick at. Easy to overcut this 9 into the side rail. May put more speed than we expect.
It is a reversal of the result when they met in the World Championship last year. Albin Auschen defeats Mohamed Soufi by 10 racks to 5. Auschen will play Mickey Kraus tomorrow in the last 16.
Tell you, another solid break off. Really a little unlucky, the cue ball getting kissed directly back. Been solid with the 1 in the side. Made the 8 in that same side pocket. Now a decision on the 2. Cross bank this, I think. Try and make it. This is the beauty of this cross bank. Again, don't bank it low. Try and hit the top of the pocket. That way the 2 comes back across to the bottom cushion for a backdoor safety, but it does not really want to hang on this angle unless you hit the bottom cushion or the bottom point with the 2. So be aggressive here. May have to shoot the 3 from some distance, but that's okay. Great stroke. Ooh, he did catch the bottom, the top point. That's the rare one there. I think he's got to be happy the way he hit that ball. Just a bit unfortunate. Of course, winning games will help, but I think he's starting to get a little pep in his step. So Shane needs to pick it up. Yeah, didn't get much in the cue ball. This is a very difficult shot. I don't even know if he can go forward. Is he going into the 6? Don't believe he can roll it. So definitely a missable ball here for SVB.
And again, not just missing, but missing by quite some way.
Yeah, and just like I said earlier, we started to break the balls harder and harder, and that's some type of frustration overall. I don't think it's shots after the break. I really think it's some mistakes he's made that have gotten underneath his own skin.
Now suddenly, the pressure, in many respects, switches. Always like that as an unbelievable stroke of fortune. Right now, 5-4 down. Van Boning struggling a little. Agdag maybe sensing a chance, and the nerves increase. But when you have luck like that, it doesn't matter about nerves.
Yeah, and again, there's, of course, getting corner hooked there, avoiding the scratch and making SVB just have to curve at one. But SVB's lost his concentration a bit, in my opinion. Not a guy that steps away from the table on a timeout too often, unless, you know, of course, a bathroom break or whatever. But I tell you, it'd be good for him to step away, get a breath of fresh air in between games here shortly.
Well, he missed the 3 badly, and he did not deserve the golden fortune he had. That ball so deep in the jaws of the middle pocket, it prevented Van Boning having a shot, a clear shot. What a turnaround, hey?
Yeah. Got just enough angle to make this somewhat routine, stunning across. Yeah, smart going forward there with the 7. Froze to the cushion, trying to come backwards. Easy to pull that ball off the rail.
Although he wasn't at the peak of his powers when Shane Van Boning led 4-1, it was hard to imagine this scoreline. It's now 5-5. Skylar Woodward 2-0 up on Simon Corral, who has played a marathon match and had to go almost straight back on. Daniel Massillon 5-2 on Aloysius Schaap. 4-4 now, Chang and Mark Bosch. 3-1 for Wojciech Szewczyk over Emil-Andre Gangflow. And look at Van Boning there. He's been there and experienced pretty much everything in the world of pool. But I think Jeremy Jones, as always, is absolutely correct. He needs to arrest this slide, and quickly.
Yeah, and Shane usually, you know, kind of gets it back together if it's like, you know, not getting shots after the break, whatnot. You can kind of chalk that up, but the one that lingers sometimes, and not just with him, all of us, but we've seen it with Shane before that, you know, if he makes a couple mistakes or a couple strokes he didn't like, doesn't take advantage of a situation, certainly improved in that department, but you can get a little sideways for a bit. Got to get it together. All right, first time the one's been missed in the side by Akdag that I can recall. Did get the 2 down though.
Yeah, you see, that won't improve SVB's mood. That rogue 2 falling.
I think this ball cuts, and I think the speed's okay to go back and forth. To fall on the 3 in the lower left. Does have to get on the pink up table, then back down for the 5, back up for the 6. So a lot of work here. He's looking to draw off this ball. With low, maybe a hair of outside coming towards the 3 and 7 with the cue ball. We'll watch his tip position. I think it definitely makes this shot a bit more missable. When you're in close proximity, easy to hit this thick with the deflection from the right English. Oh, he caught it thin. Wasn't going to like where he got for the 3 anyways, but I'd rather be there than probably Shane shooting.
Very much mid-match, but you get the feeling this is a really important visit.
Yeah, and he didn't get prime on this combination. Did hit it well, and how pure. Did you see how far the 3 went through the 7? Wow.
More than a little venom in that one. Couldn't get the cue ball wide enough, could he?
A little shocked he played it that way. He could have laid up for the thin cut, but felt good about trying to lengthen the cue ball. Going to use the 6 here. Can't quite tell. We'll know here in a moment. 4 went right between the 8 and 9.
While Akdag is down this end of the table, SVB couldn't resist a peek.
And a lot of times when you have a ball attached like this with the 4 or 5, you can figure out a kick that kind of makes sense, but didn't really see one. I don't blame him kind of rolling the dice there. This ended up a little 50-ish as well. Of course, SVB never labeled a slow player, but don't you think for a few games he kind of was getting down on the ball a little quick? I think there was definitely some frustration there.
Yeah, seems generally irritable.
He's going to have to make another nice one here. I'll tell you, this is a shot that players need to practice more often. Yeah, just so many things go wrong with that little bitty jacked up shot, especially when you have to go forward with the cue ball at somewhat of a lighter speed. When you can hit down and kind of stab and add a little more speed to the stroke itself, it seems to be higher percentage for these players, but I think it's something that's definitely needs worked on more often.
What an opening for Agdag. Never been in front. But he should be if he puts the next 3 balls.
Yeah, it's all about this 6 ball really with the 8 and 9, but I tell you, the way this guy breaks the balls, this could get a little bit out of hand for SVB. He may sit for a few games. I mean, it wouldn't shock me at all.
All the way from 4-1 adrift to 6-5 ahead. Here's the underdog going to bite. Better fortunes for SVB's fellow American Skylar Woodward. 3-0 up on Simon Corral. It's 6-2 for Daniel Maciol over Aloysius Schaap. 7-6 still for Oliver Sholnocki against Koping Chang. 5-4 over Mark Bosch. 4-1 for Wojciech Szewczyk against Emil Andre Gangflo. A really good match on table 2. Alexander Kazakis and Mustafa Alner have been trading blows, and it's 8 racks each.
Yeah, KD going to get started soon with a big win and an easy win in the last round. I think it's going to be a bit tougher in his next. It's Hara Danaj. He's been playing some great pool. And again, missed the one in his last break off, but what I've seen so far, I'm pretty convinced that's not going to happen again. Cue ball got kissed downward. Don't know if the 2's going to open up. Maybe another cross corner bank on the 2, but I'll tell you, that was a nasty kiss because this cue ball was going to be relatively close to the blue 2. Now the 7 was always going to cover it, it seems, but maybe he doesn't have enough of the blue 2 for the cross corner bank.
Tense moments this for one of the tournament favourites. Not quite, and sticking over the pocket.
Yeah, and that's rare from that bank hitting the top jaw and wanting to hang. It happened to act that as well earlier in this match, but yeah, caught that thick. He's not going to be happy there. Could have played that with a little more inside spin, but got a chance to win 5 in a row here and take a 2-game lead. Wouldn't be the worst to really pull this with a lot of low left and come 2 cushions into the 6-9. I think it's a friendlier way to make the ball, and very hard to end up with not a shot. Caught it to the top side, so this is going to run maybe a little past the angle he wants. Still, Phil, you'd have to say, right? Doesn't it seem the cueing's getting better?
Quite often when we've had the camera on Akdag, as he's been playing shots, I've been watching his body and his arm to see any kind of tremor or shaking. Nothing at all. Seems pretty cool to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to play here. Be a low percentage combination and probably cross banks this 6 to the bottom cushion, trying to use the 7. And there you want the cue ball. Now, he definitely wants the snooker here if he can get it with the 8-9 in play on the bottom cushion. If he lets him see the 6, Shane will have some safety options. Great speed with the cue ball, though. You always want to give them somewhere to rest their hand, Phil.
Many players are intimidated by reputation. Akdag gives me the impression he isn't. Many players are intimidated when they have a chance to beat a big name. Maybe Akdag isn't one of those either.
Yeah, well, you got to believe the run he's made through this tournament. You know, most of his opponents were big names to him, you know, maybe past the first 2 matches. We're desperately trying to get the 6 to the side cushion. I'll be faced with another difficult task here in a moment, most likely, Shane, because the safeties have been pretty on point. Gonna go for this bank.
At this stage, with an opponent under the cosh, keeping it simple is the way forward.
Absolutely. And Shane's shown a little chink in the armor, so don't go the extra mile trying to get a devastating snooker.
Cue ball in close proximity to the 8. Cover is achieved by the 7. We're going to see a little bit of Jane Van Boning Stardust. One of Akdag's worst mistakes in the match was in rack 4 when he missed the 6 down the side rail. The 6 going astray here could also lead to loss of rack. It should lead to loss of rack.
You know, I was curious there on that 7 ball because he was pretty close to it. I thought he could kill it rather than go across and make this 8 to the 9 a little easier. Yeah, this is going to end up short. He's going to have to bank the 9 if he gets a bank at all. And he's already used his extension, so don't have to rush it, but you have to be aware. Going to go for the bank, somewhat medium speed. Trying to open it up.
Money in the bank. That was a vital shot, wasn't it? He's living on the edge. He's living dangerously, but Shane Van Boening is back onto level terms at 6-6. In this match, he's produced several eye-catching shots, but he's also made plenty of errors. Quite often, positionally, he's been well below his best. It's 6-6, and what started out as a best of 19 rack match is now down to a best of 7. A race to 4 from here. He's been in tight spots so often before, and when you have been on a regular basis, you're well equipped to deal with that pressure. That's not to say, though, that Akdag won't deal with it himself. Biggest news out there so far, Ko Pin Yi on table 3, 8-6 down to Oliver Sholnocki. Table 2, Mustafa Alner on the hill against Alexander Kazakis at 9-8. And defending champion David Al-Qaedi has lost the first 2 racks to Fitim Haridinaj. Now this time, the balls are decimated, and the 2 says to Shane Van Boening, well, I've plagued you enough. Can't keep doing it. I will be available to pot. But then, what follows? Immediate loss of shape. We see it in all cue sports. When you lose position, it's a snowball effect.
Well, just a perfect shot there. Perfect shot selection. Totally by design. I tell you, I might kick in between these balls off the right side rail here. And go one rail at the 4. Like go between the 5 and 8. This to me looks a little tricky. Oh, nice contact. Certainly take it.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he's got to show us another. He's got to bear down and roll this in somewhat smoothly. Looks like he's wanting to hit down on it. Yeah, sweet stroke.
Two balls away from going back in front. (7-6) to Van Boning. I think the way the results have gone today in both rounds, you could never say this has been a freaky Friday at the European Open. We've had the odd upset, the odd minor surprise, but if Van Boning were to lose here, that would be one of the biggest shocks of the tournament. He's well used, though, to being shot at by underdogs. He knows how to fend them off. And he's been involved in the highest pressurised situations game of pool can provide.
Yeah, without a doubt, and well said. And I'll tell you one thing else he has, which is extra special and has gotten him many titles here and there, is, you know, how he lost his focus there. You know, it's hard to lose that focus and get it back in mid-match. It just is. I mean, just ask many players about that. That's why they try to maintain it no matter what. But Shane has a rare ability, and I wouldn't even say it's like leave it behind, the negative that he had. It's just like a rare ability to just turn a switch. Just like that long 4 ball and the 5 down the rail. I mean, those are missable balls if you're totally in focus. But you can see it's been a little struggle here and there in this match, and wants to end it well.
Well, look at this. 8 ball goes in, and in one sense at least, he's on the one. He's right on it.
Yeah, and good for him. He's got a pretty natural grouping of balls to get behind with the 7-9. Looks like it could be a little tricky, like he may have to masse the cue ball off the one to make it get to the rail quickly to create that angle. Otherwise, is he going to move the one enough? Yeah, that's just what I was talking about. Is he going to bump the 7? Oh, no, this is just perfect. And that's what I mean. Look at his demeanor now. I mean, it just looks totally different. Like he can flip that switch really like no other. All right, looking to tie a ball up. That's how devastating and good the snooker is. All right, pretty good work.
Yes, deliberate foul shots are allowed, of course.
Yeah, I wonder what Shane does here. Does he come behind this a couple of rails to get the 2 up in the corner? Maybe an odd combination on the 9. Yeah, that's what I would look at here, going into the 4-6, following the cue ball after playing the 1 in the lower corner. Now here, when you're playing a shot and it's real particular, the line on the cue ball, it's not like a big area. Don't take their eye off the prize, that being the 1 ball in the corner. And he wants a little speed, that way he's not shooting jacked up. Okay, now decisions. I think it is a 2-9 though.
It was an off-kilter 2-9 combination, but it was off-kilter and ultimately on target. 8-6. Very well played. There are combinations and combinations, Jeremy, that one. That could easily have been misjudged.
Yeah, well, this race to 10, you know, it may allow a little bit of, you know, lost thoughts and maybe losing that concentration. But now we're nearing the end of this match. He does have a 2-game lead, but he's got to maintain. Got to feel like he's going to persevere here on the break and start to get some shots.
He's nearing victory, so too Chang, now 8-4 up on Mark Bosch. And a really good start for Skylar Woodward. He leads Simon Corral 5-1. Now let's have a look at this cue ball here. It was going into a danger zone, but it caught the 6. And everything's okay from SVB's perspective.
Yeah, I think he's got to go into the pink here, Phil. So it is a little gamble. You never know exactly what's going to happen, but it's close enough. Should be able to control it somewhat. Okay, it looks like could zigzag the cue ball. I think he's coming 3 rails maybe. I like the zigzag myself between the 7-9. Just let the stroke open up the cue ball like that.
And it appears as though the hard work in this rack has been done. All about concentration now.
I thought he would, yeah, I would come down a little further. Yeah, be aggressive coming at the 7. You know, when you're out of line a little bit, you back off and you kind of work a little harder on the next shot. But when you're in line, go ahead and that's what I like. Come at it because you're going to control everything so well when you're in close proximity. Again, maybe not ideal angle, but when you're only, 2 feet away, 18, 20 inches away from the object ball, now they're really hard to knock how you want to play it just because accuracy at a premium. Thought he'd get a hair better than this, but he's okay.
Not the kind of 9-ball you expect Shane van Boening to botch. In it goes. So SVB on the hill, already into the last 16 tomorrow, is another giant of the game from right here in Germany, Joshua Filler.
A much different story to yesterday. You must be happy with how you played today.
Yeah, I mean, the first one against Suto, of course, Suto is playing much better now. He's more into the tour, and well, I knew I had to play much better than yesterday, but it was obvious. But against Suto, I played the perfect match on these pockets. I never missed the ball, played good safeties, put him under pressure all the time, broke much better. So I had a lot more confidence. And then on the second match, I missed maybe 2 easy ones, or like middle easy. So I'm super happy, and I think I needed that pressure that I have only one more lifeline, and yeah, that's what I needed. I need more pressure, I think, because yesterday I was, I don't know, just not fighting. My confidence wasn't there, and my mood was also like, maybe you want to go home or something. I wasn't at the tournament really, but today I woke up, had some nice conversations with friends who helped me with my mindset.
What an interesting perspective from Joshua Filler, saying,
but today I woke up,
a sentence you don't very often hear. I need more pressure.
Yeah, well, I've always said about Josh that, and there's many players really, but Josh always gives you such a genuine interview. That's what I love about the guy, and really not afraid to tell you what he honestly felt and what's honestly going on. And huge shot here for SVB. Clean as a whistle there. Probably the best strike of the match for me.
And what Filler said, it might apply to SVB in this match, because he's come alive when he's been in crisis.
Yeah, and he's played a really good one earlier overall, even though it was a close match. So he's taken his extension. A rare shot, one of the shots when you first learn it as a pool player, you think it's the best thing since white bread, or sliced bread rather. But now a little draw with inside, I think. Not a shot you want to shoot very often, though. 3 rails towards the 9, between the 8 and 9 maybe.
Best shots in sliced bread, and there, using his loaf.
Yeah, well, that's like the first rack in this game. He shot all kinds of different shots, it seemed, and I thought it was really going to bode well for his match, and looks like he's going to end in the right frame of mind. Did he go enough here? This is close. Is he going towards the 9 with the cue ball? He wanted to just be able to follow. Looks like he's okay.
excitement in the arena on table 2. Kazakis and Alna just gone hill-hill.
All right, one little bit thin 8-ball here. And again, it's close to it, so accuracy should be all right. He's going to come up for the side. Is he going to go past the 9 off the top cushion? Ooh. He took a second look at that, Phil.
Balls don't go in easily off those middle pocket jaws. But the 9 went in easily. Shane van Boening is through to the last 16. He's through to the penultimate day of the European Open. He was 4-1 ahead in cruising. He was 6-5 down and seemingly in a spot of bother. But then he won the next 5 racks. Shane van Boening defeats Ramazan Akhtar by 10 racks to 6. And now he awaits either the defending champion, David Al-Qaedi, or Fitim Haradinaj in the last 16 tomorrow. Al-Qaedi and Haradinaj, early days, it's 2-2 there. Next up, here on the main table, we've got the delights of watching the reigning World Masters champion and the reigning World Nineball champion, Fedor Gorsht. He takes on Alexa Pashelsh in a race to 10 for another place in the last 16. Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it! And for me, the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Mosconi against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Mosconi Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Gorst had already been a world champion a few years back. And through a very circuitous route in Saudi Arabia back in June, he found himself on the brink of doing it again. An epic final with so many twists along the way against Clinching. It all came down, like so many of these big matchroom finals over the last couple of years, to the final rack. And of course, when it goes to the final rack, inevitably, that means it's going to go to the final ball. Gorst, world champion for the second time, and already at the age of 24, just one short of equaling Earl Strickland's all-time record of world titles. Well, now he's looking to add the European Open crown, and he has made serene progress through the field so far. Complete contrast to the route he took to glory in Jeddah back in June. Next up for him is going to be the man he beat to reach the US Open final back in September, Alexa Pechelge. Now, they're all playing for places in the last 16. Mickey Kraus, Albin Ocean, Johan Chua, Joshua Filler, Mustafa Alnar, and a few minutes ago, as you'll have seen, Shane Van Bonen are all there. We may well have a few more winners in the next few minutes, because Oliver Szolnocki, former World Championship semi-finalist from Hungary, is 9-7 up on Ko Pin-yi. The other, one of the Ko brothers, still involved, Ko Ping-chung, is on the hill, though, 9-6 against Mark Bijsterbosch. The third Ko brother, who also reached the last 32, did go out a little earlier this afternoon, beaten by Johan Chua. So, potentially a couple of winners imminent. Skylar Woodward shouldn't be too far away either, by the looks of it. 7-2 up on Simon Coural. Daniel Massiol going well. He's been to so many last 16s of these events over the last year or so. Leading Lucius Yap, 7-3. Wojciech Szewczyk has a 5-3 lead over Emil Andre Gangflow, and it's 2-all between Fitim Haradinaj and the defending champion David Al-Kaidi. So Haradinaj, one of two players from Kosovo who started out, they both made it. Not only to single elimination, but all the way through to this last 32 round. Labanot Markaj was the other one. He got off to a flyer earlier against Joshua Filler and looked like he was going to start with back-to-back break and runs. A really bad miss on the 8th, though. Hardly featured after that as Filler really moved through the gears for a 10-3 win. But Haradinaj is still involved. He knows how to beat a big-name Spanish player. He saw off Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at the UK Open last year. And here he is now in the early stages against the man who won the title here in Fulda 12 months ago. The winner of this will play Shane Van Bonen in the last 16. Well, a couple of matches in this round that have yet to start. Sanjan Pelovanovic against Denis Graba is one of them. Also Mateusz Sniagotsky, a former quarter-finalist here, against American Mosconi Cup player from last year, Shane Wolford. We've also got two former world champions. Niels Feijen against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. That one is also yet to strike a ball. "19 different nationalities represented in the last 32. We do know well, a couple of the matches from the last 16 now that we're going to see tomorrow. Mickey Kraus, who's really come on so much in the last few months, knocked the reigning champion FSR out of the World Championship, won a ranking event soon after that. He'll be playing Alban Ocean, the winner of this title 2 years ago. And Joshua Filler is going to be playing Mustafa Alnar, who of course has already beaten him in this tournament, Carl.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a very strong last 16. SVB's there, Johan Chua's there. So the big guns, we always lose one or two, don't we? But as you can see, it's shaping up to be very strong. It's actually a very strong last 32 as well. When you look at all the matches, you're picking former winners of majors, open events. You're picking players that we're tipping to be the next big thing as well. Everywhere you look.
Well, while you were talking there, another player moved through to the weekend action. Ko-Ping Chung, who'll be defending his US Open title in just over a week from now, and has defeated Mark Bijsterbosch of the Netherlands by 10 racks to 6. And he may yet play one of his brothers in the last 16, because Ko-Ping Yi is still right in it, 9-8 down against Oliver Szolnocki. If he wins, he will play his brother. We're just waiting for the action to begin on the main table. We'll look in on this for the time being. Took a while for that 6 to be taken care of, but now that David O'Cady has done so, he should lead here at 3-2. I always think, Carl, that O'Cady is one of the strongest techniques in the game. Would that be something you'd go along with?
I'm not too sure, to be fair. I feel like he's a bit jabby at times. You know?
Yeah, that's a fair point, yeah.
It doesn't look smooth, does it? And he has a tendency to sort of move his head up a little bit as well.
I guess actually more what I'm talking about is the setup and the way he sets up to the ball.
Yeah, like if you were to take a picture sort of thing, yeah. Very good safety player is O'Cady, though. You know, he might miss a few balls more than, let's say, someone like Joshua Phillip or some of the topper, you know, the top potters on the circuit. But when it comes to the safety side and, you know, playing smart shots and kicking the ball, he excels in that department, and he breaks very good as well. Pots the one quite often.
45 years of age. He ended a long wait at Alexandra Palace back in December. He'd had a chance to clinch the winning point for Europe on his Mosconi Cup debut in Rotterdam in 2006 and missed out. Finished in a tie and USA retained it. 17 years later, the chance came round again, and this time he took it. Only just. It went to a hill finish against Shane Wolford. After all that time, he did finally get to sink the winning 9-ball in the Mosconi Cup. And he now has a record all on his own, Carl. The most Mosconi Cups anyone has ever played in without ever being on the losing team. He previously shared that record with someone else. Any idea who that was?
Say again, what was the question, sorry?
You see, you got to listen to me from time to time.
Sometimes I switch off, I won't lie.
Fair point. So I was saying O'Cady now holds the record for the most Mosconi Cups played in for either team without ever being on the losing side. But he previously shared that record with someone else.
Me?
Yes. You see, you get them right when they're about you, don't you? Yeah, 5 times now he's played, and that tied match, and then the 4 wins.
Skylar Woodward is going along nicely to book his place through to tomorrow's final 16.
Yeah, 7-3 against Simon Corral, and if he gets through, he could play Fedor Gorst in the last 16, and of course Woodward will be captaining the American Mosconi Cup team, which is going to need a big week from Gorst to win the trophy for the first time since 2019. Great pals, those two, Gorst and Woodward. Can tell you Alexa Pechelge is on the table having his warm-up rack. Fedor Gorst is in the arena as well, so it won't be long before we're getting that one started.
Also, Ko Ping-yi is at the table. The 1 ball still on the table, and there's 7 balls left. Got a bit of a long pot. He's playing Shulnoki. Shulnoki's on the hill. Ko Ping-yi is on 8.
Kosovo, as I said, had 2 players in single elimination. They were the only 2 representing that nation to start out in the tournament. And, both made the last 32. Haradinaj is the only one left now. USA, Poland, Chinese Taipei leading the way with 4 players each making it to this stage. And in addition to Kosovo, Netherlands, Turkey and Spain also had 2. 12 countries with 1 each. I would have thought we'd ever see the day. We'd have the last 32 of one of these events and there'd be more players left in it from Kosovo than from the Philippines.
This is the potential of the WNT. The amount of pool players that play 9-ball worldwide is staggering. There's obviously a lot of different forms of pool, isn't there? You know, there's different size tables and different versions of games, but 9-ball pool really is the global game.
And of course, we'll keep you up to date on how that one proceeds. They're still in quite early stages. And we're ready to go now. World champion, the player of the year so far. He's also won the World Masters here in Germany back in April. And he's up against Alexa Pechelge, a player who had some very good moments in 2023 and suggested he was very much a man on the rise. Hasn't done anything much so far in 2024, but a chance to remind us all just what a good player he is as he takes on the world #1.
Winning both of them majors that you were just talking about, Michael. Hill as well. Reliable under the cosh is Fedor Gorst.
You kind of have to be successful on the tour now, because it's incredible how many finals we've had that have gone hill in the last year or 2, including this one last year.
Well, do you remember when we kind of first started? And I remember a lot of people online. I know you don't really bother with online chit-chat, Michael, but there were a lot of people saying, oh, winner breaks is no good, it should be alternate break. And we have a lot of close matches in winner breaks, don't we?
Oh yeah, it's definitely working. I think winner breaks great for this. You've got to have alternate break in the shorter matches when it's only race to 5 or whatever, but over this distance it's got to be this way.
Yeah, and there's nothing to say at some point there won't be a tournament, a new tournament, you know, on the on tour. That is alternate break, who knows? Anyway, Ghost to break. And it's a good break, it's powerful. The one goes in the side. Is the two going to sit over the side pocket? Just a quick update. Koping Yi is at the table with a tricky 2-ball cut into a side pocket. Let's not forget he's 9-8 down over there. His brother, the current US Open champ, has made it through to tomorrow. Couldn't pot the ball. Just trying to run the cue ball up. May have left the gap.
Alexa Pechel's 24 years of age, number 35 in the world rankings, which is actually quite a slump from the start of the year when he was just inside the top 20. I think a big factor in that is that he went out early in the World Championship to sustain a place near the top of the rankings. At the moment, you need to have decent showing at the World Championship because the points on offer there were just colossal. Gorst also 24 and of course number 1 now in the world rankings after winning the World Championship in Saudi Arabia. Started the year at 3.
A master with this cue, regarded as the best on the circuit, the short stick, the jump cue. Let's see what he's got. It's a long one, it's straight-ish. Well, you could see how close he got. What an effort.
It was, but in the end, he's left a chance here for Pechelj. Actually, when they met in the semi-final of the US Open, it was a shot just like that that got Pechelj up and running in the opening rack, and he went on from there to lead 5-1. Gorst completely dominated after that. It was an amazing week for Pechelj back in September in Atlantic City. And a wonderful comeback from 6-2 down to beat Jason Shaw in the quarterfinals. He did so well that he actually put himself in contention to make the Mosconi Cup team. Hope was ended by that semi-final defeat.
Yeah, how old is Alexa, Michael?
24. Again, you're not listening to me, Carl. I said that about 2 minutes ago.
Well, I mean, come on. I'm trying to watch 15 tables here.
Yeah, born December 99. Based in Belgrade and born in Smederevo, about 30 miles away from there, along the Danube.
So he's at a fantastic age, and he's in that age bracket along with the likes of Filler, Catchy, the man he's playing Ghost. You know, these young guns. Pearl Ivanovic, he's a young man. He's out there still battling away. He's playing Dennis Grabe. And Pechelj, he has a good look. He's very marketable. He's a good-looking lad. He's got a bright future in the game.
He's a smart lad as well. I had a really long chat with him in Atlantic City, and he's someone who clearly gives a lot of thought to a lot of things.
You know, as you were talking about David Arcady's fundamentals at the top of the show, see, I was listening. Purcell, he's also pretty good on the cue as well. Seems very solid.
I feel he needs to find a really good run in one of these events before the end of the year, because I think going into 2024 he would have been anticipating it, and out in the last 64 of the UK Open and the World Championship. The UK Open I think was particularly disappointing because he lost to Karl Naderberg, who very fine young player from Estonia, but Michels would have been a definite favourite to beat him. In the Worlds, he was only beaten in a hill-hill finish by Naoki Oi, but he's looking for a deep run in one of these events before the year's out. He has to overcome the world champion if he's to make any further progress here. But he's off to a good start. Gorst tried to jump his way out of trouble, left a chance. Michels did the rest, so it's 1-0. Skylar Woodward 8-3 now against Simon Coural. Daniel Massiol has an 8-4 lead over Aloysius Yap, and Dennis Graba has taken the first rack off Sanjin Pelovanovic. Still no change on table 3. Oliver Sholnocki 9-8 up on Ko Pin-Yi. And Wojciech Szewczyk, who had such a good World Championship, 6-4 up on Emil-Andre Gangflow. David Al-Kaidi has stretched his advantage over Fitim Haradinaj in that match we were looking at. 4-2 now for the man who won it all here in Fulda last year. So, just like in their US Open semi-final last year, Alexa Pechelj has taken the opener against Fedor Gorst. Now, it's our first look in this match at his break.
He's missed his one ball. Fortunate another ball has gone down. He stays at the table. Michael, you were talking about he needs another deep run, because that is correct. The confidence you gain from going deep in pool tournaments, the proof's in the pudding. Mickey Krause is through. Look at the last few months he's had. Albin Ocean's through. He's done it all, seen it all. Ko Pin-Chung, Johan Chua, semi-finals of the World Championships. Then you got Filler and Van Bonen. All players who do not lack confidence. You could even throw Mustafa Al-Nar in the mix. He's made it through. Beat two of the big players in the last two tournaments, hasn't he? He's done Filler and Gorst.
Yeah, and Mickey Krause is a particularly interesting case because he had stalled a bit, really, the last couple of years. He had a big chance to beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in one of these tournaments last year and wasn't able to see it through. But then he did beat him in the World Championship, fed off the confidence of that to win a ranking event in Romania soon afterwards, and now here he is having another good run. It's not just been a case of going to Jeddah, doing well, and nothing much happening for the rest of the year. We always talk about how players look to plough on from a big moment like that, and so far that's exactly what Mickey Krause is doing, having been talked about for a number of years now as a real prospect. He's still only 23.
Well, a couple of years ago, I'm not so sure if you got asked as well, but I know myself, Jeremy and Phil Yates was asked who we thought a breakout star was going to be. I think Phil picked somebody silly like Joshua Filler, and he was already a breakout star. It was something like that.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I picked Mickey Krause.
Yeah, I remember that, actually. I can't remember who I said.
That's the only thing you can't remember.
Yeah, the only thing that's ever happened in all of history that I can't remember.
Obviously, it was a bad pick, because I'm sure you would have remembered it.
No, I definitely said Fedor Gorst. No. I'll rack my brains about that.
Oliver Sholnocki has beaten Ko Pin-Yi 10 racks to 8.
Yeah, so only one of the Ko brothers survives through to the last 16. Sholnocki will now play him, Ko Pin-Chung. And Sholnocki's another player who could do with a deep run, because You think back to a few years ago, got to that World semi-final and had a pretty good year all round, and then World quarters the following year, but it's just drifted away a little. I think we would have expected by now that we would have had another really good run in one of these. Jeremy Jones rates him very highly. And then again, we talk about all of these players. There are only so many tournaments in the year and only so many players who can have their big moments. So you're wading through a vast reservoir of talent. And when you're playing the world champion, you want to show them what you've got early on. Break and run as early as the second rack would be a nice way to do that. Should happen now for Pichelge.
Cue ball's just run on a little high, hasn't he? Should have been straighter, so he's just giving himself that little tester. Now and again you do see these missed, he knows that. That's why he's composing himself. Pick your point, stay still, deliver the cue through straight. This for 2-0.
Well, he didn't make the one off the break, but another ball did fall in. Alexa Pichelge saw it out from there. A break and run as the 9 wriggles in. Give him that 2-0 lead. Something for Gorst to think about in the early exchanges. Dennis Graba has won the first 2 racks now against Sanjin Pelovanovic. David Al-Qaedi continuing to steadily pull away from Vitim Haradinaj. That's 5-2. Wojciech Szewczyk looking to back up what he did in Jeddah. There's a 6-4 advantage against Emil-Andre Gangflow. Daniel Massiol there at 8-5 against Lucius Yap. And as we told you, Skylar Woodward on the hill against Simon Kural, 9 racks to 3. Just getting started now, Mateusz Niegotsky and Shane Wolford. And it could be a while before Niels Fine and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz start their clash of former world champions, because they have to wait for that Arcady match to finish, and that could still have some way to run. So the completion of this round will be the completion of today's play. Last 16 and quarterfinals tomorrow. And the 2 semi-finals back-to-back in the early stages of Sunday. Race to 11. And then it's the race to 13 final on Sunday night. 2-0 Pichelge. Well, technically he's made the 1 in the side, but not by orthodox means. He's got a shot at the 2 as well, though.
A very rare 1 ball there off the knuckle, straight across into the opposite centre pocket. He's dead straight, isn't he, if he plays it in the corner, so he can only go forward or backwards, so that's no good. He can cut it in left centre. Don't know if he can avoid it in the green 6, though. You would hedge your bets and say the cue ball will go into the green 6. Yeah, he tried to screw the cue ball over, didn't he? Just got a bit too much into it. He was trying to go into the red 3. Could play the bank in the side. If he does play that shot, he can play a stun run through. with the cue ball. He'll fancy this, you know. This is definitely on.
Needs a bit of good fortune now, and it has deserted him. So a chance at last for Gorst to get stuck in. We spoke earlier in the year, Carl, about Fedor Gorst, and some people saying he was the best player in the world at that time, and you weren't convinced by any means. Now, since then, he's won the World Masters and he's won the World Championship. Has that changed your view?
Yes, Michael, I'd be a bit of a fool to disagree with that question.
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
I mean, I can't believe you've just asked me that, to be fair. But no, I mean, joking aside, I was talking about on the circuit, you know, before. You could pretty much sort of, around the time, maybe just before he got to the US Open final, you know, on the WNT Tour, he was not the best player on the circuit. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz was. But obviously, Fedor's the main man now. There's no two ways about it. He's the best player in the world. You can't take that away from him. You really can't. He's the man to beat.
Yeah, I think we spent most of last year, as you're referring to there, just waiting for him to make that big breakthrough. For various reasons, he'd been absent for a while from the big stages, but returned in full for most of last year, and he had a lot of long runs in events. You look at the last four, the big field matchroom events in 2023. He was at least a quarter-finalist in all of them, but without actually winning any of those titles.
He's up and down here because he's really got to get the cue ball moving quick. He's got to avoid the scratch in the side. Yeah, that is beautiful. If you don't quite hit the cue ball how you want it there, the cue ball can stun fairly quickly. Then you find that middle pocket. Talking about cue actions, Gorst, reminds me a bit like Steve Davis to a degree, you know, if you was going to pick a pool player.
Yeah, and they're similar sort of shape and height as well, very slim and about 6 feet tall. So yeah, certainly see where you're coming from with that. So there was a chance of sorts for Pichelge to lead 3-0 there, but it passed him by, and Fedor Gorst saw it out from there. So Gorst off the mark, he trails 2-1. This last 32 match. The winner of it will play Skylar Woodward because he's got the job done, defeating Simon Corral 10-3. 4 Americans made the last 32. They could all feature in the last 16. Woodward and Shane Van Boning now through. Shane Wolford yet to start, and Fedor Gorst off and running now in this one. Daniel Maciol is on the hill. Made the last 16 last year. One rack away from doing it again. He's developed a bit of a reputation for beating established big names over the last year or two. He could be about to add another one to that list because it's 9-5 against Aloysius Yap. Dennis Graba has added another one against Sanjin Pelovanovic. That's 3-0. Wojciech Szewczyk has gone further clear of Emil Andre Gangflow, 7-4. David Al-Kaidi steadily building again. 6-2 now against Fitim Haradinash. Prospect of Al-Kaidi against Van Boning in the last 16.
Watch out, cue ball. He's holding his hand up, but I don't know why. The cue ball got kicked towards the pocket. It'd have been a bit unlucky. Yeah, off the 9-ball, look.
Last year saw him become the first player to have represented both sides in the Mosconi Cup. The winning team for Europe in the COVID Mosconi in Coventry in 2020. There was some controversy about him switching sides last year, but there are many precedents for it in the world of big-time sport. Though the USA were heavily defeated, he was arguably their best performer. No doubt about it. If the USA are to have a better era in times to come, after winning only, what is it now, 2 of the last 14, Gorst is going to have to be central to that.
He does like to do this as well. He was doing this at the World Championships a lot. He really looks down the line of the pot before getting into the shot. Purple 5 goes through the gap, so it'll go into that pocket nicely, and then after potting the 6, it will be a 7-9 combo to tie the match up.
First place on the American Mosconi Cup team will be confirmed at the end of this tournament, but we already knew at the start of it that it would be Gorst. Colossal lead at the top, largely because of that World Championship success. Although if you take away his World Championship points, he'd be near enough the top anyway. And with that, Federer Gorst completes the break and run, which completes his recovery from 2-0 down to level at 2-all. Just looking at that American picture then for the Mosconi Cup, Carl. Gorst is in the team, as we've said. Tyler Steyer very well placed as well, and Shane Van Boening would be the front runner to claim the other automatic spot. Now beyond that, if they are the three, Skylar Woodward, as playing captain, it's already been decided, he will have to use one of his spots on himself. So that only leaves one place. Now, if Shane Wolford got in as Woodward's pick, then that would mean there would be an unchanged team. But would you be looking elsewhere?
Do you know, I do like the idea, personally, if I had the pick of getting Billy Thorpe back into the team. I really do. I think he plays good Scotch doubles. He's vocal, he's loud. It's obviously in America this time, as you can see, 30th of November through to the 3rd of December in Orlando, Florida. So Billy Thorpe on home soil, I think he's a great pick.
Yeah, some players in individual sports, when they have to play in team events, they shrink from it a bit. I think he's the opposite. He seems to actually become a better player in that environment. And he's not that far out of the top 5 anyway, currently 7th in the American standings. Here's the man who's the runaway leader in them. He's level now in the match.
Shot on the blue 2-3 ball. He's up top end, so he can draw this ball back.
Big hope for the Americans now, of course, Carl, is Sam Henderson, who we saw here again playing well. You see him as someone who's going to be in that team in the next couple of years?
I see him in the team, yes, at some point. I don't know if it'll be 2 years, but he's got all the fundamentals, and he actually qualified for the final 64 here for the first time.
From a long-term point of view, you would think he'd be someone the Americans will want to get in the team as quick as they can to get a couple of years to build experience, become a big player for them. As you say, though, that's probably a couple of years down the line. Back in the present day, Gorst missed the 2. Playing it with a bit of pace, looking to draw back for the 3.
Yeah, unusual miss.
One thing you have to say, it is looking a bit better for America now in terms of options and potential options over the next couple of years than it was not so long ago. I mean, you look at Earl Strickland was in the team not so long ago, and that's no disrespect to Earl or to Jeremy Jones, who picked him, but that was where they were at, a guy of about 60 years of age. And really, at the time, it kind of made sense, but he's looking a bit brighter now in terms of what they have to choose from. And, of course, this man now is crossed the Atlantic, so to speak, which is a big help.
Basel's got here, not a great deal. It's not a combination anyway. You always want to try and get a safe 2-ball and all, or whatever ball you're on. But it looks quite difficult to get a safe 2-ball here. Yeah, the 2-ball stayed in the centre of the table. That was my concern. And I tell you what, he's done okay there as Alexa. Because where the 3-ball is, even if you pot the 2, how do you hold the cue ball? Again, no pot on here. It doesn't go past that green 6, so it's going to have to be safe. You would never really take on the combo. That is so low percentage play, that. You're just flicking off it. Yeah, he's trying to use the purple 5. Wants the cue ball to bounce. It hasn't. Will Fedor be tempted at the pot? Up into the long top right pocket, up the long rail. I always feel like these look easier on TV, but when you're behind them, you feel like it's quite a steep angle. Back in the day, you could hit halfway up the rail here. Going to get a little bit closer. Yeah, maybe somewhere like that, and it might have gone in, but not anymore, buddy.
That shot was a perfect illustration of how the game has changed in the last couple of years. Earlier, all those big tournaments where he made a bit of an impact last year. Pechelge, US Open semi-final, obviously the standout, but a couple of last 32s as well in other open events, and last 16 of the World Championship. He did well in some of the smaller ranking tournaments last year as well. Got to a final in Spain, lost to Wojciech Szewczak, and won his first ranking title in Bosnia and Herzegovina round about this time last year. Ante Sola of Croatia in the final. Hasn't got started so far in 24. Good news for him. Still a number of big events ahead.
Still tricky, this. Just caught the long rail. It's a shot you often see missed from the pros. I think it's because the pocket's not actually in your eye line, it's just to the side. Talking about potential American Mosconi Cup players there, Carl. I suppose with Pechelge, we have to say that in the long run, he's a potential Mosconi player because he was very close to making the team last year. Yeah, it's that bracket of players where are you going to get somebody who's going to sort of come from, I won't say nowhere, but this list of players rather, and sort of kick on and, you know, be one of them players that maybe plays in 3 or 4 consecutive Mosconi Cups, because at the minute it's been Shaw, hasn't it? It's been Albin, it's been Katche, Villa. They're the 4 that seem to be on the team sheet every year. There's a bunch of these type of players though, isn't there?
You made a good shout earlier in the week when I said to you, of all the players who haven't won one of these big matchroom titles yet, who would be the most likely to make that breakthrough? And you said Anton Raga, which I think was spot on. So similarly, of those who haven't played for Europe yet, who would you think would be the most likely to be the next to make their debut?
Well, I know Jeremy Jones thinks Victor Zielinski, doesn't he?
Sounds like you don't.
No, it's because I know I'm thinking of the rankings as it stands now, you know, which is probably the wrong way to think. But
even if it wasn't necessarily this year,
do you know what? Probably Sean Nokia.
Why do you say that?
Just very consistent, you know. Consistent in the sense of he beats the big players, he gets into these last 16s. He does it a lot. He's not just, you know, he doesn't disappear. You know, you look at Fortunski. You know, he had a fantastic UK Open, but world champs in here, he's vanished again, hasn't he?
Well, Federer Gorst missed a couple of balls in rack 5. Nothing particularly easy, to be fair. But Pechelge has made it count and has regained the lead at 3-2 this last 32 match.
What about yourself, Michael? Don't mind me. You watching off?
So the most likely to be the next European Mosconi debutant.
Yeah, the rookie. Who's going to be the rookie? Obviously, Mickey Krause this year's got a good chance, hasn't he? Because he's right up there on the rankings. But
well, okay, I might surprise you a bit, and I'll explain my rationale.
Okay.
From a country that's never had a Mosconi player. In fact, from a country that's got very few pool players at all. You get players who come through and have one really good run in a tournament and then they never back it up. And what I always look out for in any sport is who can have the good run in a big event and then do it again soon after that. And Pius Labutis has done exactly that. And he plays in a lot of the smaller ranking events, particularly in the States, and racks up the points.
Yeah, it's a good pick. And it's a similar pick to mine. I think they're very similar players. We could do it asking Phil and Jeremy, couldn't we?
Phil will wait till the team comes out before he makes his pick. So Pechelge didn't make the one in the side. He did make a ball. In fact, he hasn't made the one in the side yet. Many of his 3 breaks. Technically, I suppose he did in the third, but only because it went across the table into the other side. And at the table with a chance to re-establish that 2-rack advantage he had early on. But it may just be, actually, if nobody new breaks into the European team this year, that it could be a case next year we go to Jeddah and someone emerges from the pack a bit, someone like a Pechelge or a Pelovanovic or whatever, gets to the semi-finals and you get so many points that could get them in. So that may well be the most likely route for someone to do it, because it's very hard to keep getting a lot of points time after time in the big events. And you're trying to overtake the likes of the guys who we always see there so often towards the end of big tournaments.
Leaving himself tricky pots, and we know what happens when your cue ball is a little loose. At some point you may miss a pot.
Nicely recovered, back in prime position now, and should indeed go back to being a couple clear. Well, when these two met in the US Open semi-final in Atlantic City back in September, after 6 racks, Pichelge was leading 5-1. Not in quite the same position this time after 6 racks, but only just short of it. 2 in a row for Pichelge. He leads 4-2. His second break and run of the match. What about some of the other matches? Wojciech Szewczyk is on the hill. Talk there about players looking to back up big runs. He had his in Jeddah, getting to the semi-finals of the World Championship. He's going well again here. 9-4 Szewczyk leads against Emil-Andre Gangflow. Daniel Maciol, well, he's still on the hill. Lucius Yap is really clinging on so well. He's got it all the way back to 9-8 now. Dennis Graba is 4-1 up on Sanjin Pelovanovic. David Al-Kaidi has made it to the hill, really pulling away after a closely matched start against Bitam Haradinaj. It's now 9-2 for the reigning champ. Shane Wolford is 2-1 up on Mateusz Sniagotsky, while Niels Fine and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz have yet to get started. May not have too long to wait now, because they'll come on after the Al-Kaidi match. Well, rack 7 was where it all started to turn against Pichelge in that US Open semi. There was a scratch from him that let Gorstin start a run of 10 racks out of 11, taking him through to the final. What's going to happen this time? 4-2.
Looks very thin to cut that ball into the side from there. I'd like to see him fire at the bank here, draw the cue ball off the top rail, fizz it back down, see some attacking play. If that's on.
Just going back to team matters, Carl, I think I'm right in saying that Johan Chua is now in the Asian Reyes Cup team.
Yeah, I think you're right, because Copenhagen's out, isn't he? He was the only player.
Yeah, well, that was it. I mean, basically, the only way Chua could not claim the second automatic spot on offer here this week was if one of a handful of players won the tournament, and they're all gone now.
Yep, Johan Chua will be delighted, because he's through to tomorrow, and he knows he's the second player who will represent Team Asia in the inaugural Reyes Cup in the Philippines. That can never, ever be taken away from the young man.
Yeah, and how important is that for the event? We always knew it was highly likely there'd be at least one player from the host nation in the Asian team. Now we know for sure.
Team Asia is shaping up nicely. Yap and Chua. The player trying to get in the Team Europe to play Asia is David Al-Kaidi. He's on the hill. He's 9-2. He's well up there on the rankings.
Yeah, he's in 4th place in the European standings, Al-Kaidi.
Sitting just behind him, Mickey Kraus. So Kraus is through to tomorrow. Zielinski's a goner, I believe. Obviously, Fuller's in second place. He's still in, but it's very tight there, isn't it, Michael? If you want to check out the rankings and the standings and even the live scores, it's all on WNTLivescores.com. Sign up. It's completely free. Just whack your old email address in there. And you can be acting like Michael McMullen right now.
Not sure that's much of a selling point.
It's not really set alight, this match, has it? It feels a little flat.
Yeah, it's a fair comment. I think maybe also perhaps it feels a bit more so because it's late in the day, not much action going on around the other tables because most of the matches are finished now, so it feels a bit more subdued. But a lot of it, I think, is to do with the match has gone.
David Al-Qaedi has got the job done. He wins 10 racks to 2.
Now he plays Shane Van Boning.
And he has got a very good record over Shane Van Boning, let me tell you. Next up on that table, Niels Feijen against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
Now, when you mention Al-Qaedi's record against Van Boning, he beat him in the semi-finals here last year on his way to the title. God, I think that's a strong favourite to feature on the main table tomorrow. Well, he was never going to miss that 8-9 combination. Better Gorst back to one behind at 4-3. It's a 2-all between Mateusz Sniagotsky and Shane Wolford. Winner of that plays the winner of Niels Feijen against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, which can now become the last match of the day to start because the David Al-Qaedi match has been completed. Daniel Maciel been on 9 for a while now. 9-8 over Aloysius Yap. No change on table 2. Dennis Graber still leading Sanyin Pelovanovic 4-1. The only other match still going on out there, Wojciech Szewczyk leads Emil Andre Gangflow by 9 racks to 4. Yeah, USA only took 3 points in the Mosconi Cup last year. North London just before Christmas. Gorst was involved in 2 of them, both in doubles matches. I know a lot of people on the American side drew positives from Shane Wolford on his debut as well. Now, it wasn't all bad news, even though it was a hugely disappointing week for the Americans, who definitely fancied they could make it at least a much closer contest. So 1 in the side yet again from Gorst. He's made the 2 as well.
Don't envy him here, though. Queuing out of that pocket over that sort of leather. Yeah, that's a... It's a little bit raised up as well, that leather sort of topping on the pocket. So it's going to be awkward, this. It's going to be a little bit nasty to get your hand nice where you want it. You'll take it on, man. Don't worry about that.
Better Gorst recently had a very lucrative week in Jeddah with that $250,000 first prize in the World Championship, but Been a lucrative year generally for him. Run here already this week. He's passed $400,000 for the 2024 campaign.
Outside chance of potting this. It's one of them, you sort of want it to go in pocket, or you want distance. You want to split the ball, so coming off the second rail, flicking it, or going into it full and sending the three up table. Yeah, you see how the three's going up table? Perfectly done. The rest of it's out of your hands. He taps the table, but he'll be sat there delighted.
Around a while already, Pichel's, even though he is only 24, had a good run at the World Championship 3 years ago. Also got to the final of a decent-sized event in Turkey that year, a tournament that was won by Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the very beginnings of the wonderful 18 months or so that he had. And it's well over 2 years ago now that he reached his first quarter-final in one of these big matchroom events, the UK Open, and he was one rack away from the semis. Lost to the eventual champion, Joshua Filler. So he's not really in the newcomer category anymore. Better Gorst, who's even younger than him, even less of a newcomer. He was already a world champion before he got out of his teens. Chang in the final back in 2019. Last of the Doha era. Good shot, and it sets him up with an obvious chance now to continue the pattern. Lost the first two, won the next two, and lost the next two. Short-term history could repeat itself here in a few moments' time.
Clawing his way back into this one, 4-2 down. Looks like he's going to win the next couple to tie it up.
So, simple 9 to do just that. It's a bit like Noah's Ark at the moment. They're trading the racks 2 by 2, 4 all. And it's grabbing out 4-2 up on Sanjin Pelovanovic. No change on table 14, where Wojciech Szewczyk is still looking for one more against Emil Andre Gangflow. That's 9-4. And Mateusz Sniagotsky just with his nose in front of Shane Wolford at 3-2. Over on table 1, Niels Fine and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz just about to get started. Follow that on the Matchroom Pool YouTube. Talk there about Pichelge and what he was doing a few years ago. His progress was stalled quite a bit by a number of months out of the game year before last after he broke his leg. But he turned it to his advantage and spent a lot of that time researching about sports psychology and the mental side of the game. And I know from talking to him, he feels it's a big help to him in that wonderful run at the US Open last year and elsewhere, of course. So, all level again. Course to break, rack 9, 4 all, the European Open. First dry break from either player.
Yeah, he's going to need to play a push here. No option, has it? He's not got much time left to make his mind up. He's called the push. He's going to go over towards the red 3, but he's going to leave Fedor the option of going one rail, trying to pot it in the corner. Play it off the bottom rail, cut into the yellow 1 ball. Possibly pot it in that corner pocket it's near. If it doesn't, it'll hit the side rail, maybe bounce back out. Send the cue ball up. I think Ghost will play this shot. I don't think he'll hand it back. Well, well, well.
Okay, so the push-out exchange phase of the rack, as it were, has been won by Pichelge. Chance to reassert himself here. Gorst has been serene, really, in his progress so far. No one's really troubled him. 9-2 against Hai Long He, 9-3 against Dennis Waldecker. 9-4 against Bazar Spahiu, and earlier today 10-2 against Salvador Garcia. So in complete contrast to his route through the field in Jeddah, Gorst really hasn't been put under any significant pressure at all this week. Now it's happening for the first time. Straightforward for Pechelge most of the way as well, though. 9-3 over Ernesto Gianni, 9-4 against the young Indonesian player Alvin Anggito, and a 9-3 over Cliff Castelline, the Belgian who's made quite an impact here this week. And earlier today against Imran Majid, he won 10-6. Really, probably even more comfortable than that. Majid got a few back towards the end. Neither of them has had what you could reasonably describe as a close match so far in this European Open. They're in one now.
Pace is key here. You don't want to leave it short and then to start potting the 6 and running the cue ball into that 9. Looks like he's digging down on it. He's going to have to, because he's landed short. So he's just got to judge the cannon off the 9.
Worked out nicely. Should get back in front here. Very different to their US Open semi-final already, isn't it? Pechelge raced out into the big lead. Gorst got his rhythm going. He was unstoppable. More evenly matched blow for blow here.
Looks like he's going to sneak back in front.
Yep, Petter Gorst, after 9 racks, has still not led at any stage in this match. Pechelge back in front at 5-4. Wojciech Szewczyk versus Johan Chua could have been the World Championship final back in June. It would have been if they both won their semi-finals. Well, they will meet tomorrow in the last 16 because Szewczyk has finished it off against Emil Andre Gangflow by 10 racks to 4. 3-all between Mateusz Sniagotsky and Shane Wolford. Dennis Graber now 5-2 in front of Sanjan Pelovanovic. And in the first rack between Niels Feyen and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Getting to that stage now where the event sort of calms down a bit. With this format, it's just relentless pool over the first 4 days. Hundreds of matches, literally, to be got through in a double elimination format, starting with a field of 256. And now we're coming to the end of today's play, and then as of the start of tomorrow, we'll be down to only 3 tables, and that'll gradually reduce to 2 and ultimately to 1. Just notice the whole atmosphere and acoustics of the place just change as an event like this goes on. Relentless activity for the first few days, and then it all gets a bit calmer and quieter. The tension ratchets up as the title comes into view. Still at the last 32 stage now, though. 5-4 to Pechelge. Still can't get that one in the side. Hasn't got anything else this time. What he has done Does leave a lovely chance for Gorst.
Yeah, just quick glance, as I always like to do. They're all in the open, really. Just try and connect the dots for Fedor, which of course he's usually so reliable at. That's why he's won so much.
Including, of course, that World Championship in Jeddah earlier in the summer. Amazing run it was. He lost his first match to Mustafa Alnar, and then it seemed he was in real trouble to varying degrees in almost all the matches that followed. Gone to the loser's side. Couldn't afford another defeat there, and he went pretty close to it against both Long Duc Tien and Kyle Amorotto. Went hill-hill with him in losers qualification. His most remarkable comeback was actually in the next round. 7-0 he trailed against Amir Ali and won 11 of the next 13 racks to get through. It was hill-hill against Chang Yulong, 11-9 against Chris Melling. The only comfortable match was against Anton Raga, 11-4 in the quarters. Wojciech Szewczyk wouldn't let go, kept holding on in the semi-finals before eventually succumbing 11-8, and then of course it went the distance in the final. We saw at the top of the show 15-14 against Eklund Kachi. So his total racks won in the World Championship amounted to 91. The racks he lost, 78. Really, over the course of 9 matches in a tournament that he's won. The racks difference, as it were, of plus 13 seems really small.
Top this ball in and just make sure you get your cue ball down past that 9-ball. Don't leave yourself hooked. Don't pull out the shot here. Just get it right down table. And you see the cue ball coming absolutely spot on. Having a good cue ball makes life easier.
I've just lost our graphics on the screen for a moment, so apologies for that, but keep you posted on the score, which looks like being 5-all in a moment, thereby breaking the sequence of racks being traded 2 at a time. So Pachelj been struggling to make the one in the side off the break, and this was the first time that he came up completely dry in the match. Proved to be his only involvement in rack 10, which has gone the way of Fedor Gorst. And they're now both halfway to the target, 5-all. Also level are another American player, Shane Wolford, and Mateusz Sniagotsky. That's 3-all. Niels Fine has taken the opener against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Winners of those 2 matches will play each other in the last 16 tomorrow. And the only other match still going out there is going very nicely for Denis Graba of Estonia. 6-2 now he leads against Sanjin Pelovanovic. I know he's only 24 years of age, Carl, but you look at what a good player he's become already and how much he's achieved in the game. We have these conversations about who's been the greatest of all time. Do you think it's almost inevitable that a few years from now, Gorst will be in those conversations?
Yeah, I think the way the tour's going and the amount of events that keep being added to the calendar, he's got more chance. You know, everyone's got more chance to win these big tournaments, and you know, he's still so young, isn't he? So he's a two-time world champ. He's got the Masters. I'm sure he's desperate to win the US Open. Every pool player wants that title as well, and I think he wants to go and achieve more for USA in the Mosconi Cup and all. I think he'd like to win a few of them as well.
Yeah, and he'll have a chance to go one better than last year and win the US Open just over a week from now.
Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, a place where the US Open has made its home.
This is one of the most sought-after titles in the sport.
It's traditionally been the class field.
Very nice indeed.
Just exuded so much confidence.
That's kind of the shot I like.
Most historic title in pool.
This is for the title, this is for the history.
And he's a happy man now.
And the last man standing is Chang.
Been around since 1976, the US Open, mostly in Virginia. Then there was the move to Las Vegas in 2019. A year was missed because of COVID, but then the switch came in 2021 to Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, now the established home of the US Open Championship, and it all starts in 10 days' time. You played in that venue in Virginia many times, Carl, when the US Open had its home there. What was it like to play in?
Yeah, it was a good arena. Berman family did a great job. Kind of had the main table in the middle with all the seating around it, and then all the other tables was off to either side of the main arena. And the fans always come to support the US Open. They love their pool in America, don't they? And Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City really feels like it's the home now.
Yeah, and it's a very knowledgeable crowd as well, isn't it? It doesn't tend to be casual viewers or people who are in the area and come and have a look. I remember from last year, you could really feel that off the crowd, that they just understood the game and got it so well. Chang was the champion, 10 racks in a row to come from behind and deny Fedor Gorst in the final. Been a while now since there's been a home winner. They used to completely dominate the tournament. Van Boning, the last home winner, and of course the story for him yet again at the US Open is, can he go there and become the first player ever to win the title 6 times? Shares the record with Earl Strickland. Neither of them has ever lost a US Open final. So both players went out for a little break. They're back in the arena now. So Fedor Gorst keeps going behind. He keeps drawing level. Challenge now is to finally hit the front for the first time in this last 32 encounter. And he's got the break in rack 11. Breaking's gone off the boil a little. 2 dry in a row now.
This looks very easy, but I always found these still a bit tricky. If you just catch that long rail at pace, stay over the hole. Oh yeah, the old D-cell. Maybe Purcell thinks the same as me. Halfway there, this has not been a pretty match, has it? Let's be fair, let's be honest. It's lacked a bit of everything. It's been very sort of sluggish. Everything's felt like a grind.
Yeah, there were a few good flashes from Pichelge early on, but other than that, yeah, it's not felt like something that's captured the imagination so far, but a lot of pool potentially still ahead. Good thing about Pichelge at the US Open is a lot of experience in front of the cameras and big atmosphere around that quarter-final against Jason Shaw, and then the semi-final the next day, and he looked perfectly at home with it all. Walking into the arena for the semi-final. Remember, he paused for a moment just to take it all in and maybe reflect on how far he'd come in the game.
To rail up. Hit your ball. Hope you get away with it. And he did. Pays to hit. Good shot. Kicked him behind it to keep the cue ball down here, top of the table from Alexa.
Sanyan Pelovanovic, Alexa Pichelge's great buddy, has pulled one back against Dennis Graber, so he's close to 6-4 now. Winner of that to face Daniel Maciel. Now, who's in there? We've got Billy Thorpe. Oh, Skyler's there as well. Of course, they're great pals, and you were calling for Skyler maybe to get Billy back in the Mosconi team this year.
Yeah, I'm sure Billy's calling for that as well.
Might have to bring back those mullet hairstyles they had when they were playing together before. Thorpe had become something of a regular in the team, but hasn't been in it now since the defeat in Coventry almost 4 years ago.
Not been at the races here as the world champ. The balls can dictate how a match goes as well, because even now he's missed it, but you know, he's not left Alexa a great deal, has it? It's just going to be a safety. I play good safes though. You play good telling safeties and you can try and get ball in hand. Usually it's a chance to win the rack. Yeah, see, it's not a great safety, is it? Well, he's got the jump cue straight away. Got lucky. He played the pot. Coming off this side rail, he feels like that's the only route he can get to it. Watch out, scratch. Yeah, good contact, but he's not really having the same run of the ball at the moment because he's left a shot for Fedor Gorst. There you see him looking down the line of the pot. That's his little trademark.
Is that something that you feel has been instilled in them through coaching? Because I know in Q Sports now a lot of the players use these sighting methods. Does it look like that to you?
Yeah, I mean, whether it's his little way of just feeling more comfortable when he gets down on the shot, maybe it just helps him put them tricky little balls. Obviously, he don't do it on the easy pots. It's just them sort of, it's like them big pots in a rack where he does it.
And his coach, Johan Reisink, with him. The World Championship. I believe he's with him again this week.
Yeah, he was actually sat in that group of people that we've just shown. Johan also looks after your pick, Piers Labutus.
How you handle that if you're at the tournament and your two players end up playing each other? Happened in the World Snooker final a few years ago. The two finalists had the same coach and he had to go into one dressing room and give the pep talk and then go and do it in the other one.
Probably what you want as a coach, Chang, isn't it?
Yeah, you can put up with a bit of awkwardness if you're getting your cut of the money. So Fedor Gorst has not led at any stage of this match. Well, that looks almost certain to change now. Another dry break, but it hasn't cost him in the end. Pichelge was in a bit of bother, left the chance. Gorst has efficiently done the rest. So he is now in front at 6-5. Indeed, all the matches still out there are pretty close at the moment. Enes Graba, as I said, 6-4 up on Sanyan Pelovanovic. That one hasn't changed. Mateusz Sniagotsky and Shane Wolford are level at 4-all. And it's 1-all in the very early stages between Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz and Niels Feijen. And that could change in a moment. Indeed it has. Feijen slotting in the 9. So he leads 2-1, but that likely to be the last of the matches to finish as it started well after all the others. Feijen had that dramatic win earlier against the veteran German Ralph Souquet with a huge crowd gathered around one of the outside tables for it. He's here with his family this week, Niels. He's achieved so much in the game, particularly in the Mosconi Cup, where he has remarkable records. The only 4-time MVP in the event's history among them. And with his family looking on, he still feels he can be there at the business end of tournaments like this, and he's been doing well the last couple of years. That great run to the semi-finals of the World Masters last year and almost took it further. This year's World Masters went the way of Fedor Gorst. He's since added the World Championship itself. Now he wants to win his first European Open title. He's improved his prospects over the last 15 minutes or so, winning 2 racks in a row to lead for the first time.
Another fine display of his break. He's going to get a look at the 2. He is. Watch the cue ball off the rail, arcs under the 9-1 into the side. Got to get digging here into that cue ball low. And you've got to time this shot nice, otherwise cue ball starts flying around the table. He's going to spin it 2 rails, keep the cue ball around the middle of the table. There he was again, round here, sighting that ball into the pocket before he plays the shot. Is it a bit too wide? Can he get through to the potting angle? I don't think he can, Michael. I don't think he can pot this.
Well, that suggests not. Of course, it's one of those where you feel he could. He'd probably have been down and done it by now. We'll see.
Gonna say he doesn't want that to go in, otherwise he's no shot on the pink ball. Good safety.
I know you're a bit of a social animal on the pool scene, Carl. You know what's going on behind the scenes. Did I hear Federer's got engaged?
You heard correct. Christina to catch is the lucky lady.
She's a good player herself, and she's just won a tournament in America quite recently.
Yeah, she's a very good player. She's played in some of the WNT events as well. Just gives some of us guys a run for our money. Seems to be the norm, doesn't it, in the pool world? Got to get yourself a pool playing wife. Look at the fillers.
Yeah, Tyler Steyer as well, of course. And you. I know you're not married, but good as.
Not been asked yet, pal. Robbie Capito. So-soer. Is this the moment the world champ starts to break away in this match? Said it earlier on, didn't I? It's been a really strong lineup this last 32. I kind of feel like it might be the strongest yet when you look at every player and who's made it through, and I think that's going to be the same come final 16, of course. It's literally a who's who.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It may have been Jeremy I was talking to about this yesterday, that there are more established names now because there are more high-profile tournaments, so there are more opportunities to make your name. It's not like a few years back when really there were only a few high-profile events a year, and some of them were things like the World Masters where everyone was an established big name already. Certainly most of the players in them were. Now you've got the chance. We were talking earlier about Pius Labutis. He's been in those 2 big semi-finals in the space of about a year. Well, those events didn't exist a couple of years ago, and also some of the smaller events he's done well in America now. They get a bit more of attention because you have the structure of the World Nineball Tour. So there just are more big-name players now. You look at it and consider we lost the likes of Kachi and Raga before we even got down to single elimination, and even with that, as you say, it's still a really strong field. Neither player managed to win 3 racks in a row at any stage of this match. Going to change now, though. Peter Gorst has spent a huge part of this match trying to come from behind. He was trailing at 5-4. But those 3 in a row have put him 7-5 up. Win another 3, and he's here for the weekend. Sanjin Pelovanovic looks pretty determined to be here for the weekend himself. He was well behind against Dennis Graba, but he's clawed it all the way back now to just a single rack in arrears. The Estonian has the advantage still, but now it's only 6-5. Niels Fyen and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz are level once again. FSR won a swift 4th rack to make it 2-all. And Mateusz Sniagotsky, who's been to the quarterfinals here in the past, is now leading Shane Wolford 5-4. Just looking at Wolford, of the 5 players who were on the American Mosconi Cup team last year, 4 of them were in the starting field here. Tyler Starr would have been, but he had to pull out at the last minute. We could see all 4 of them still here in the last 16. Would be the same for Europe as well, of course. Jason Shaw is gone, but the others are all still here. Just looking ahead to the last 16, we know most of the matches now. Mickey Kraus is going to play Albin Ocean. Oliver Sholnocki, having beaten Ko Pin Yi, will now face Ko Ping Chung. Wojciech Szewczyk against Johan Chua, clash of the 2 beaten semi-finalists from the World Championship. Joshua Filler in a rematch against Mustafa Alnar, who sent him to the loser side round about this time yesterday. And I think you would probably say the standout tie of those that are confirmed so far, David Al-Kaidi against Shane Van Boning, a repeat of the semi-final that they had here back in August of 2023.
Lascelles just got himself out of the arena. Fedegorst has followed him, so can't really fault Alexa, can you?
Yeah, it's just kind of slowly slipping away from him. While we're waiting, let's look in on table 1. As I said, 2 former world champions. That's how we have to describe Francisco Sanchez Ruiz now. And Niels Fyen, winner many years ago.
Yeah, this looks a nasty shot, doesn't it? Blue 2, there's a little edge. And he's trying to flick it in behind the 3 ball. Don't envy him. Oh, what a shot. Say what a shot.
The way Fyen approaches the game. Just look at him there. He's like a forensic scientist.
Yeah, he gives himself the best chance, does Niels. He's the ultimate pro. Even when he's at the venues like this, Michael, he's often hiring a bike and going on a crazy bike ride and just getting out in the fresh air.
Still a very capable player. As I said, he's had some good runs in the biggest events over the last couple of years and won quite a few smaller events even in recent times. Since we started the new world ranking structure 2.5 years ago, he's won 3 tournaments on it. There are only 5 players who have won more than that in that time. Here's one of them, Fedor Gorst. He leads this match 7-5. He's only made the one in the side once in his last 4 attempts now. Seemed to have it down earlier in the match. What happened there? I think Pichel's didn't notice that the 7 had gone down and was coming to the table.
Yeah, probably.
So easily happen with the pace they hit these breaks at. There's one for you, Carl. I know you love when I hit you with these trivia questions. Since we started having this world ranking structure at the start of 2022, who's won the most tournaments?
Albin Ocean.
Nah, nowhere near. Since the start of 2022, the world ranking tournaments.
I'm sure he's our most decorated pro on the WNT.
In the last 2.5 years. I think you might be thinking back to the year before that when he was winning a lot. Remember, things like the Premier League and Championship League don't count.
Okay.
In terms of the ranking events, there have been big and small since we started having this structure at the beginning of 22.
Is it? It's obviously quite easy, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's taking you this long. I'll tell you this, there are 2 players who are tied for the most WNT ranking event wins.
FSR?
Yeah, he's the obvious one, I think.
Yeah.
There's another one a bit less obvious, actually.
Yeah, it's somebody that's winning smaller events, isn't it?
Well, I'll give you a clue. Not entirely. Meanwhile, as Carl racks his brains, frustration for Pichel's there, almost made the one drop in. Would have had a bit of a chance to take it on from there. As it is now, Gorst can really put a bit of daylight between them. Biggest lead either player has had is 2. Goes about his work in such an efficient way. Seems to go through particular highs or lows of emotion. We saw that so much at the World Championship. All those times he was really struggling in matches. Never much of it written across his face. Got till the end of this rack, Carl, to come up with the answer.
Well, I'm going to say SVB.
Oh, you're wrong. Yeah, it's Jason Shaw. He's won 6 ranking titles since we started all this 2.5 years ago. Well, closer to 3 years now, I guess.
And what's Albin Ocean on there?
Well, he's won 2. The thing about Ocean is he doesn't maybe play in all that many of the smaller events, so he doesn't really rack them up the way Shaw does. Say smaller, I mean, we're talking about things like Turning Stone and International Open. These are well-established, good events. Of course, his biggest win in that time was Hanoi. Peter Gorst takes out the European Open here. We'll move alongside Sanchez, Ruiz and Shaw at the top of the list with 6.
Turning into a decent lead this now, isn't it? It's been close up until 5-5, and there you go. He's still looking at his line of pot, isn't it? This one's not much of an angle as well.
Well, it really isn't entirely dissimilar to their US Open semi-final last year. Shells made a lot of the early running, but once Gorst really got going in that match, there was just no stopping him, and it's developing much like that again. He's won 4 in a row now. Gorst leads 8-5, just a couple more required. Enes Graba really needed to win rack 12. He had a good lead over Sanjin Pelovanovic and saw it whittled away with a single rack. Well, he's gone 2 clear again now. It's 7-5. It's 5-all between Shane Wolford and Mateusz Sniagotsky. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has now won 3 on the spin to lead Niels Fyen by 4 racks to 2. Yeah, you mentioned Alban Ocean there. One of the ranking titles he has won was this in its inaugural staging 2 years ago. Beat Shane Van Boening in a close final, having a few months earlier lost to Van Boening in the World Championship final. And then last year, it was a very different story, really. 2 unpredictable finalists, in a sense. David Al-Kaidi, who hadn't been having the best of runs over the previous months, although he had just won a smaller tournament in Glasgow. And Anton Raga, who wasn't really known to the wider public at all before this European Open last year. He was known within the pool world, but he came over from the Philippines. Ended up 1 rack away from winning the tournament. Peter Gorst, definitely the favourite. Be the 3rd winner of the European Open. Well, not necessarily the 3rd different winner, as both of the past champions are still in it. 8-5, he leads. 2 more needed.
Crunches the break, SVB-like. And look at this, here comes the 2 ball. It needs to stay over the pocket. He does have a shot on the red 3, but it's a little thinner. Where the 4 ball is, you might have to put a little bit of left on the cue ball.
You likened him to SVB with the break there, and made 3 balls from the break. That was a real trademark around the time Van Boening won the World Championship. So many times he made multiple balls off the break, 3, maybe 4 on occasions.
How about this? What a gap he's found there.
He doesn't really blow players away in the way a filler might do, for example. It's more sort of slowly grinds you down with his sheer relentlessness.
Yeah, just a pure different style of play, isn't it? Fillers obviously just plays a lot faster. Seems to come a lot more naturally to someone like Joshua Filler, but as you rightly said, it's just as effective. And in some ways, when you're playing against it, it could actually feel worse. Because when you're playing someone that plays quite quick, you feel like they might be more prone to mistakes, little silly mistakes. So when you play somebody like Fedor, who's very methodical and a little slower and looking down the line of the pot, sometimes when you play him, it feels like they're putting on a bit of a robotic clinic against you.
Yeah, he's looking rock solid at the moment. Hard to see much scope for a great deal going wrong. The solid technique and the patient rhythm. Got to take care here a little. Yeah, you can see Johan Reising there. Thorpe having a bit of a laugh with them about something in the background. Sure, Johan is liking what he's seen here. Wasn't a case of Gorst playing badly early on in the match, just things didn't go his way, and Michels went a couple of racks clear on a couple of occasions. And this is prime Gorst now. First of his matches this week where he's been put under any significant pressure, and the response has been very good. It's 5 in a row now for Fedor Gorst. And unless Alexa Pechelj can win 5 racks in a row, Gorst will be here and will go into the weekend as the favourite for this European Open. Sanyan Pelovanovic has got one back against Dennis Graba, so he's closed to within a single rack again at 7-6. Also just one in it on table 3, Mateusz Sniagotsky leading Shane Wolford by 6 racks to 5. And no change in the situation since I last updated you. On table 1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, a couple clear of Niels Feijen at 4 racks to 2. Gotta say, Carl, I'm really looking forward to seeing the turnout at the weekend, because with these open events, what tends to happen is the crowd just builds and builds and builds, and as we've seen in Fulda the last couple of years, it's been packed over the weekend. Great final night atmosphere. Just on memory, I think the number of people here around the venue in Fulda over the first 4 days has been even bigger than it was in the last couple of years. So if that trend continues, it could be absolutely packed out come Sunday night for the final. And you don't often see it on the main table. It's not reflected because there are a lot of matches going on and the majority of the crowd are actually walking around the outside tables. Once we get down to the finish, they'll all be in one place. Could be something to savour. Will Gorst be there? Keeps playing like this, he'll have a great chance. On the hill.
2 ball looks like it's going to dress up. You know, it's coming on the right-hand side of the table, and that's where the cue ball is. Gorst. He's on the hill. He has a chance to put this match to bed. Can play it in the side, can play it in the top. Side seems to be the better choice for getting on the red 3 ball. Yeah, he's going up top with the cue ball. Just missed the 8 with a bit of left. Come through the gap. Ideal.
So these may well be the last moments on the main table in the first phase, if you want to break it down that way, before we move into the 16-player final phase over the weekend. So at this point, Carl, who's your pick for the title?
Who's my pick for the title? I always pick Joshua Filler, so I'm not going to pick Joshua Filler because I just always pick him.
Bound to win now.
I'm going to go for Ko Ping Chung.
He's in the business end of the US Open. You remember how well he played on that final day across the 2 matches, the semi-final and the final. He certainly knows how to get it done. I have a feeling it is going to be Filler, you know. He's knocked on the door of winning a big title in his home country several times over the last couple of years. This might be the time he gets it done. But I also have a feeling, as my sort of second choice, that Chua could win it.
Well, listen, let's not forget about the man here, Ghost. We have to make him favourite, don't we, really?
Well, that's it, but that just seems too obvious.
Yeah, I wanted to just... Well, I mean, Chang's not exactly throwing it out there, but I never really pick him, so... What about a bit of an outsider, though?
Yes, there aren't that many of them.
Yeah, but there's still players that have yet to do it in this arena.
Well, Alnar. He hasn't gone deep in one of these yet, but certainly knows how to beat the big players. We've learned that much about him, so he's one maybe who could make a big name for himself. And I think Mickey Krause is still at the stage where, although he's played much better over the last few months and has won a smaller ranking event, we're still waiting for him to really turn it on in one of these.
Also, Woodward. What about Skylar? It is time to pick up an open event.
Yeah, I was thinking about him. The only thing is, it would seem a bit strange after the performance we've seen over the last few racks to make any forecast that would involve Gorst going out in his next match. And that will be his next assignment. Skylar Woodward will provide the opposition tomorrow. For Alexa Pechelge, it's, well, another relatively early exit from a matchroom event when you consider the expectations we had on him at the start of the year after he went so close at the US Open. There's still time for him to have a long run in one of these tournaments. It may well have happened this week had he not run into Fedor Gorst. So, Alexa Pechelge led many times early on. The last time he led was at 5-4, but he didn't win another rack after that. Fedor Gorst has finished it off with half a dozen in a row. Very similar in many ways to the narrative of the US Open semi-final these two contested back in September. And in the end, it's the same winner. Fedor Gorst comes through by 10 racks to 5. He's in the final 16 to face his good pal, Skylar Woodward. And it has all happened here at the Esperanto Hotel and Conference Centre in Fulda. There are still matches going on. Denis Graba leading Sanyan Pelovanovic 8-6. Mateusz Sniagotsky 6-5 up on Shane Wolford. And Niels Fein's got one back against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It's now 4-3 in that one. You can follow that on Matchroom Pool YouTube. Seems a long time ago now since Chang Yulong made that explosive start against Jason Shaw. And Shaw did make a bit of a rally after that, but Chang looked pretty solid. He got through 10-5. Disappointment for the Hanoi Open champion. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won so many big titles in recent years, including the US Open. He beat Max Lechner in the final of that 2 years ago. And he saw off the Austrian again. FSR winning 10-5. He's currently in action over on table 1. A real tussle early on against Niels Feyen. And then it was Joshua Filler. Well, he was up against Labinot Markaj of Kosovo, who had a great chance to start the match with back-to-back breaking runs. Missed an easy 8. Filler took over after that. And Shane Van Bonin had his problems against Ramazan Akdag, who really put it up to him before Van Bonin pulled away to win 10-6. He's done well in both previous European Opens, and he's still involved in this one. So as I say, you can still watch some more pool if you fancy it. FSR against Feyen is still going on table 1. You can check out the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel for that. The main coverage continues here tomorrow. We're down to the last 16, and there are still so many big names in with a great chance of winning this European Open. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.